Ms. Srinath.
No, I agree with you that none of them are winning. My heart goes out to both Alka Lamba and Sandeep Dixit. I agree with you that they're not winning. But I think them being in the political foray did help our narrative. Them being in the political foray did give a lot of talking points to, news channels and to the campaigns and to the narrative that we were setting. I will not dismiss this experiment because I think this experiment was important.
Okay.
If we had a very strong organization in Delhi, maybe the fielding of these candidates would have been in question. But not when we do not have a strong organization. You need to build up. You need to have talking points. You need to for them to be present on news waves like yours.
Okay, let me bring in Zafar Islam for a moment, because Zafar Islam, I mentioned Okhla more than once today because it could be history today. The first time a constituency with a large Muslim population is voting in possibly Manish Chaudhary, who's a Hindu. First time in 35 years, in over 30 years. One of the concerns is, if there's a BJP government, will you see a greater divide Hindu-Muslim on the ground, or are you confident that some of those divides that we saw during the Delhi riots in 2020 will now be healed? Do you see the BJP forming a government and providing a healing touch to a large section of the population?
Let me tell you very candidly, Rajdeep, I had told Rahul yesterday that we are winning Mustafabad as well as Okhla. We will create history. But why? Because Manish's equation with the Muslim community is extremely good. And many of my friends who live in that part of the city have very candidly said that we will vote for Manish. And that is what matters, because he is being supported big time by Muslim community. And people are talking about AMIM. See the response. The people have not even given 500 votes or 600 votes to the AMIM candidate, because people know that a good candidate is always welcome, and that's why Manish Chaudhary will win from them. And the current margin is 2,200, but I'm sure that he will win at least with by 10,000 margin of 10,000. That is something which we have predicted.
Right.
We have.
Dr. Islam, I just want to bring in Akshay Marathe into this conversation.
But that's
Akshay
one thing
Marathe, I would think.
One thing.
I'll come back to you, sir. Akshay Marathe, just one quick question. By the time polling closes, I think there will be an understanding, because we've been talking about the Muslim vote, we've been talking about Okhla, Mustafabad, Bali, Maran, name it, all the Muslim constituencies, that the Aam Aadmi Party will understand that you cannot be ideologically agnostic anymore. You cannot not talk about Muslims. You cannot continue to play, to the gallery, say that we continue to project your soft Hindutva card and say that we are still doing it for all communities. You will have to take a stand somewhere. The sheer fact, Akshay Marathe, that Jangpura, that Manish Sisodia could be trailing, and if you actually deep dive in, a lot of those votes are coming in from the Tablighi Jamaat Basti in Nizamuddin for the Congress. And it's over 700.
No, Preeti ji, allow me to make a couple points. Number one is that, of course, if Aam Aadmi Party loses, and it is a big if at this point, lots of things will have to be talked about in terms of what we could have done better, how the context of Delhi's governance completely changed, that tied our hands up a little bit. But be that as it may, I think it's let's look at this example, right? The women voters of Delhi overwhelmingly supported Aam Aadmi Party compared to the male voters of Delhi. Now, can we say that Aam Aadmi Party has abandoned the male population of Delhi? No. There are different reasons why people choose to vote for different parties, and I think every Muslim, every Christian, every Hindu, every Sikh in Delhi, they send their kids to the same government schools that Aam Aadmi Party works for. They get the same zero electricity bills that Aam Aadmi Party has worked for, same zero water bills that Aam Aadmi Party has worked for. Muslim women, Muslim young girl students take the same free bus rides that Aam Aadmi Party has worked for. So it is not as if the Aam Aadmi Party has had any ideological inconsistency when it comes to delivering on the services that the Delhi government is responsible for. When it comes to law and order, unfortunately, we don't have power over law and order in Delhi. And if we could have
we're looking at the New Delhi seat, Akshay. Right now, you have Arvind Kejriwal, who's leading from a very slim margin. But Akshay Marathe, it seems that the Aam Aadmi Party has written that seat off, because the booths that have opened up right now in New Delhi are the booths that were supposed to be voting for you. The booths from Kidwai Nagar, areas which are traditional BJP strongholds, even in 2020, have still not opened. So though Arvind Kejriwal is leading right now, you might take heart, but even the Aam Aadmi Party now understands that this is temporary, because your booths haven't quite given you that kind of affirmation that you would have hoped for on the New Delhi seat.
No, Preeti ji, I'm looking at my internal reports. I think approximately 4 rounds of counting has been completed.
True, but I'm
Around
talking about the next round of counting will come in from the BJP stronghold booths.
No, I don't think that's necessarily correct. There are other parts of New Delhi that have also not been counted yet. I can tell you some names. I think Sanjay Camp, BR Camp, or some areas where votes have not been counted yet. I mean, you know, we can keep arguing about these things. It's a matter of time. We will soon find out who will win and who will lose. I am very proud of the fact that we fought a very good campaign.
The reality that if Kejriwal after 4 rounds is leading by just 223 votes, Rajdeep, there's a very big message in that.
Absolutely. I mean, look at these numbers. With every, it's been a very close contest. You're the chief minister of the, you're the face of your party. You've been the chief minister for much of the last 10 years, and you're struggling to complete a hat trick. The moment that happens, the message goes down the line कि यार मामला फंसा हुआ है. Now, whether he is able to pull off a victory in the end or otherwise, we don't know at this stage. Clearly, as Preeti rightly pointed out, with the rounds that are expected to come now, he's under pressure. And I think once the message goes down that your leader...
I have spoken to some of my sources within the Aam Aadmi Party as well. They're writing off New Delhi seat. So because they don't think they'd be able to... If they haven't been able to consolidate their booths right now, and it's such a slim margin, they don't see it happening going forward.
Okay, by the way, very interesting. I'm just seeing the flash which is also coming in. BJP is leading at the moment in Milkipur, also in Uttar Pradesh. Remember there, Akhilesh Yadav has made serious allegations of voter suppression of the way but the BJP made it a prestige fight. There are questions again, of course, of way the campaigns are run. But the BJP is slowly clawing its way back, even in places where in 2024 Lok Sabha, they suffered a bit of a setback. Remember in Faizabad, yes.
The small opening that the opposition, small window that they had created.
Yes.
BJP is busy sealing that window completely, not leaving a small
Manoj
bit of
Tiwari is speaking at this moment. Let's see what he's saying.
मिलता दिख रहा है और ये टैली बहुत अच्छी हो. हम शुरू से अंत तक बल्लेबाजी करने में विश्वास करते हैं.
हमारे साथ भाजपा सांसद मनोज तिवारी जी हैं. मनोज जी, 27 साल बाद चुनावी नहर से भाजपा के खेतों में पानी आता हुआ दिख रहा है.
बहुत ही अच्छे साहित्यिक शब्दों का श्रवण हमारे कान में आ रहा है. बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है. दिल्ली की जनता आशीर्वाद दे रही है, ऐसा हम पहले से भी ग्राउंड पे घूमते हुए देख रहे थे. इसी आधार पे बात कर रहे थे. और अभी जो रुझान शुरुआती जो काउंटिंग शुरू हुई है, उसमें भी बीजेपी क्लियर मैंडेट के साथ आगे बढ़ रही है. हमें पूरा विश्वास है कि यही टैली आखिर तक चलेगी.
वो कौन से मुद्दे हैं जो जनता को, आपके उठाए हुए मुद्दे जो जनता को सीधे टच कर गए?
देखिए, जिस शहर को साफ पानी न मिले वो 1 साल भ्रमित हो सकती है, 2 साल भ्रमित हो सकती है, 3 साल भ्रमित हो सकती है, चौथी बार तो नहीं हो सकती. तो दिल्ली की जनता उस भ्रम से निकल चुकी है. साफ पानी चाहिए उसको, साफ हवा चाहिए, साफ यमुना चाहिए, लोगों गरीबों को राशन कार्ड चाहिए और महिलाओं को समृद्धि सम्मान चाहिए. वो सब कुछ मोदी गारंटी जो दिया मोदी जी ने, उसके प्रति एक बहुत बड़ा विश्वास दिख रहा है.
जो शीश महल और यमुना की सफाई को लेकर आप लोगों ने अभियान छेड़ा था, उसका कितना?
नहीं, उससे तो ये पता चल गया ना दिल्ली को कि जो आम आदमी पार्टी और उसके मुखिया हैं वो लोग आम आदमी के समर्थक नहीं हैं. वो खास आदमी हैं. आम आदमी पार्टी को धोखा दिया, आम आदमी को धोखा दिया. इसलिए आज आम आदमी पार्टी लोगों की नज़र से भी और ईवीएम के आधार पे भी जा रही है.
बड़े बड़े चेहरे जो आम आदमी पार्टी के थे वो एकदम धूल चाटते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं या पीछे हैं?
मुझे ऐसा लगता था कि ऐसा ही होगा. हालांकि मैं भी 2 घंटा वेट करूंगा, लेकिन जिस प्रकार से आम आदमी पार्टी ने जनता को धोखा दिया दिल्ली को, तो उसमें तो जो शीर्ष लोग थे वही थे सबसे ज़्यादा. नीचे के तो बहुत सारे विधायक बेचारे थे उनके, तो उनको सजा मिल रही है ऐसा दिख रहा है.
एक बड़ा हर्डल तो पार कर लिया. अब सबसे बड़ी चुनौती है मुख्यमंत्री कौन होगा. चूंकि चेहरा कोई आगे था नहीं, तो अब कितनी बड़ी चुनौती मानते हैं इसे आप?
हमारी पार्टी के पास ये कोई चुनौती नहीं होता है. बहुत आराम से मिल बैठ के हमारी पार्टी डिसाइड कर लेती है और बहुत अच्छा मुख्यमंत्री मिलेगा. ऐसा मिलेगा जो दिल्ली को 15-20 साल तक भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सेवा के आधार पे जो शीला दीक्षित जी का रिकॉर्ड है उसको भी तोड़ेगी भाजपा. ऐसा मेरा विश्वास.
क्या सांसदों में से भी किसी को मौका मिल सकता है?
पार्टी डिसाइड करेगी. सब कुछ उनके हाथ में है, देखते हैं क्या होता है।
यानी अब तक देख रहे हैं नतीजे आ रहे हैं।
Manoj Tiwari, ladies and gentlemen, this election is settling in favor of the Bharatiya Janata Party. Make no mistake about it, and I'll tell you why I say so. At this moment, there are 9 seats where the margin is less than 1,000 votes between the winner and the runner-up. Even if all the seats which are being won by others come towards the Aam Aadmi Party, the AAP only picks up 3 more. So at this moment, in the way that it seems, the AAP's tally at the most can go up to 30 seats. That's it, no more, because there are no more seats where the margin is less than 1,000. Whereas for the BJP, they are currently at 43. If the last few overs go in their favor, the BJP can get close to 49. That's the extent to which they can go. So the range really is the BJP potentially could end up close to 50. The Aam Aadmi Party, if everything that's up in the air goes in their favor, could get to 30. It seems game, set and match. We can see the excitement will be Kejriwal jeeta ki hara, Atishi jeeti ki hari. The Aam Aadmi Party, the voters of Delhi have done a jhadu on up.
The fact is, Rahul, that 36 is the magic number. As of now, 95% chances are that the BJP will safely cross that mark. Unless something remarkable turnaround happens and AAP starts winning not just less than 1,000, but even the less than 2,000
I can see that. I'll show that. I can show that next. These are seats where the margin is less than 3,000 votes. So there are 35 such seats. 15 for the AAP, 20 for the BJP at this second. But these are tougher because Delhi's are relatively speaking, Delhi is a small state, and therefore, once margins start settling, it's very difficult. So it's seats where the margin is less than 1,000, where things can change. If we look at seats where
how many rounds done, Rahul?
No, so how much? Different seats, different, but about 4 to 5.
But it settles down by 4 to 5 usually.
Oh, it's a big sample. It's a big sample.
Percentage is how much?
The only difference could be that in some of the counting centers, some of the polling booths were in, say, the Juggi clusters, and some of them are in Tony colonies. That could be the difference, where the Tony colony votes quite differently from the Juggi clusters.
No, that's the one problem in a Delhi election, and that's why Arvind Kejriwal will be really on sort of, gasping for breath at the moment, given that he's leading with 200, and some of the areas that will now come into play are BJP strongholds.
On an aggregate still, I mean, the Juggi voters and the urban class voters would have largely been randomized enough to reach to this sample. So I mean, that randomization you can pretty much sort of agree
no, but
to
I'm saying,
or hold
assume
on.
If everything goes now in favor of the Aam Aadmi Party,
Yeah, exactly. So it
in where
barely
things
changes
stand,
anything.
Even if everything goes in their favor, they can get 3 more seats. So they can go up from 28 to 31. That's the extent to which this can go.
I think the best case scenario for AAP as of now is BJP 40, AAP 30. The worst case scenario for them is BJP 50, AAP 20. That's the 2 ranges you're looking at. 40 for BJP, 30 for AAP, or 50 for BJP, 20 for AAP. Either way, BJP as of now is well on its way to forming a government in Delhi for the first time since 1993. And that is a huge story in itself. After 3 decades to come back to power, as I said, BJP had a traditional sort of affection.
Their political exile was longer than Bhagwan Ram's exile.
That's right.
That was just 14 years. This is 27 years.
We could go back to Vijay Kumar Malhotra becoming the chief executive of the Metropolitan Council of Delhi way back in 1967. A number of which leaders would contest Lok Sabha elections from here. Whether it was Lal Krishna Advani, whether it was Atal Bihari Vajpayee, at various stages, Delhi was seen to be a BJP city. And yet for 25 years, they've been in a vanvas of 25 years, 25 saal baad.
27 saal
Take a moment.
27 saal baad. 27
Take
saal
a
baad.
moment to reflect on how sharp Delhi voters are. While there was a Modi wave, they didn't fall for it. They believed genuinely, they, sort of gave enough time to Kejriwal that this man is fit for Delhi. We need and we expect governance from him, not from the BJP. And even historically, he went out and defeated the incumbent Sheila Dikshit, who was, by any stretch of imagination, was a very good chief minister. And look now, relatively a weaker candidate, Parvesh Verma, is giving a restless day to Kejriwal.
No, but this is not about Parvesh
losing,
Verma.
Atishi also losing.
This is anti-Kejriwal. I've been saying from
that's
the
what I'm saying.
beginning
Delhi is
that
public.
this is a referendum on Kejriwal. You hate him or you love him. At this moment, more people hate him than
poor
love him.
Atishi is facing the brunt of Kejriwal.
Which is why AAP is where it is. And Kejriwal figured this out halfway, which is that suddenly he had a galaxy of leaders with him in his public interactions. For all these years, it was always just about the persona of Kejriwal. He kind of hedged it by having the likes of Atishi, Saurav Bhardwaj, Manish Sisodia next to him because he figured that there was anti-incumbency against him. In Kalkaji, Ramesh Biduri is currently in the lead against Chief Minister Atishi. She's leading by about 1,600 votes. GVL Narasimha Rao is a numbers man himself. Leader of the Bharatiya Janata Party now joins us. We've got Tom Vadakkan of the BJP also joining us. Mr. Vadakkan, I come to you first. 42 versus 28. Are you still hoping to get close to 50 or do you think anything more than 36 is good enough? It's a fantastic Holi, regardless of what the final tally might be.
Rahul, this is a mandate given by the people of Delhi. I thank them. Whatever the results be, there is this period of 10 years or more that we Delhiites have suffered. This is a mandate against what the Abda government has delivered to the people of Delhi. This is the guarantees of the Prime Minister that the people of Delhi have accepted. Modi ji has led this campaign from the front. This is basically a message down to the India Alliance, to the Congress party, which has again has lost in the launch, and to the SP in Uttar Pradesh, that we have delivered and we will deliver. People of Delhi believe us, and there is a plan for Delhi, which will be unveiled shortly by the Prime Minister himself. And we believe that this is a referendum that has happened in Delhi. And we do hope and believe that we will be able to deliver whatever the expectations of Delhiites are.
And it does give the Prime Minister some extra wind beneath his sails. He goes to Paris next, he's going to DC, he'll be meeting Trump. Trump's won a big victory, not that it matters to Trump or in the international scheme of things, but the PM will be feeling pumped about it. Now that I'm sure about. He will be charged up.
He coined this brilliant political word, Apda. That stuck like absolutely like insane. It was like wildfire. That gave, you know, the necessary tools for BJP to go and full thrust. Look, see, Kejriwal also attempted doing that. He started saying BJP is Gali Galoch party and Gunda party, but none of that stuck. What stuck was Apada.
I think we saw the Prime Minister, the President's address also in Parliament. This was a recharged Modi. I mean, if you look at his speech, you know, he was clearly knowing where to hit his opponents where it hurts. You hit Rahul Gandhi and the Congress on dynasty. You hit Arvind Kejriwal on Sheesh Mahal. This is the Prime Minister almost back to where he was. Someone who now takes, you know, offense is the best form of defense.
But he did it in a mature fashion. It wasn't high decibel and high voltage in the way that it was in the past. He kept the stakes sober, unlike last time where they made it very personal. They fought the election, they fought hard, but they didn't take the whole load on their own head. The whole system was functioning.
He was visibly upset when, you know, Kejriwal brought this Haryana poisoning the Yamuna river. He was, you know, he was visibly angry from his body language.
Now you guys better fix, let me put that question to, you know, we want to ask Tom Vadakkan this. Now you better fix the Yamuna. Whoever it is who's Chief Minister of Delhi and Nayab Singh Saini really need to work together because you're out of excuses.
Air pollution, garbage collection.
Delhi, along the Yamuna, Tom Vadakkan, it's time now to deliver.
3 years. Amit Shah said 3 years में जमुना का पानी में डुबकी लगाएंगे. 3 years.
Yes, Rahul.
That's the deadline.
No, they'll work on it.
Rahul, this is a promise. This is a promise to the people of Delhi that Yamuna will be taken care of. This poisoning of Yamuna has hurt the people of Delhi, hurt the people of Haryana. 2 states are angry. And I think this is the worst thing you can do in a campaign, to say any political party would poison or do genocide to another state. He has created a difference between two states and he claims that he is the son of Haryana. How can he say a thing like that? People of Delhi are shocked, so are the people of Haryana. This is not campaign. This is
So you're
what I
telling us,
call,
Mr.
that,
Vadakan, you're
you
telling
know-
me in 3 years, we are about 2025, by 2028, the Yamuna will be fully clean, is it? Am I right?
Rajdeep, let me tell you what we have done to the Ganges. We are capable of doing it in Yamuna. And watch it out.
Ganges
This is
has
a
not cleaned
promise
up.
to the
Please
people of
don't
Delhi.
don't use Ma Ganga so easily. I travel through Ma Ganga areas, wo koi clean nahi hui hai. I am asking you a straight question. Yamuna will be clean by 2028. Am I clear?
Rahul, actually, he said river.
Am I clear?
Yes, you're loud and clear. You can tell the Congress party and the Abda that we will do it and we'll stand by it.
So you're inviting Supriya, he's inviting you, Supriya Shinde, to come along with him in 2028 for a dubki in Yamuna ji, saying tab tak saaf kar denge. Supriya is itching to come in, so let's give her a chance. Supriya.
Let's not get too carried away and ahead of ourselves. The 50 crore penalty that the Supreme Court had imposed was imposed both on the Delhi government led by the Aam Aadmi Party and the central government led by the BJP as far as the Yamuna is concerned. एक को माँ गंगा ने बुलाया था, एक को माँ यमुना ने बुलाया. गंगा का पानी भी आचमन के लायक नहीं है. But the reality is that the BJP can't walk away with a lot. The BJP is perhaps going to form the next government. Congratulations to them. But the BJP was an MCD till about 2 years back, right? वो कूड़े के पहाड़ तो आपके भी जमाने में थे, अब उनको हटा दीजिएगा. That is what the people of Delhi want. The people of Delhi want sewers to be clean. The people of Delhi want broken roads. But I do want to just go back to the point that was being made, I think by Rahul, if I did not miss it. The Prime Minister's mature statement. What part of the Prime Minister's statement in the Lok Sabha or the Rajya Sabha sounded mature to you? I have a lot of asking to do there. He did not speak about the basic issues of the day. He did not speak about jobs. He did not speak about high prices. He did not speak about how our people are being handcuffed and being sent back. 140 crore people being humiliated. So I don't know what part of that was mature.
Well, let me try and explain what I said. In the Hyderabad municipal elections or in the last assembly elections.
Absolutely. And I want to say one thing.
Yes.
I want to say one thing, please. What started in 2011 with the whole Anna Andolan has today unraveled. Mr. Kejriwal's filibustering and fake promises and his attempts to just malign the Congress are today unraveling. And I think people of Delhi have seen through that.
But Supriya, does that mean that there is going to be now, from here on, no truck with the Aam Aadmi Party? You have a Gujarat election coming up. No truck at all. Is that now a policy decision that the Congress has made, that you will never ally with the Aam Aadmi Party?
Exactly the question that the Aam Aadmi Party should have been asked in Uttarakhand, in Goa, in Gujarat, in Maharashtra, in Haryana, and
you answer it for us right now.
Elections in.
Going
exactly
forward,
the question that should have been posed before them.
But
as far as we are concerned, this mandate is for Delhi. We were contesting the election in Delhi. We were very, very clear that we had to ask questions and put the government and incumbent government of the day in the dock. There is no denying that.
There is a
Okay, so therefore, I just want to ask Akshay Marathe that, because, you know, Yamuna, I saw when I was away on sabbatical a video of mine playing of Arvind Kejriwal promising me on a show that Preeti and I did a few years ago कि हम Yamuna साफ करेंगे to 2025 तक. It didn't happen. Do you believe that particularly in your second term, many of the promises you made, because you spent all your time in firefighting, governance lost out? Are you willing to concede this today on the show, and you paid a heavy price for that, whether it's at MCD level or the Delhi government level?
No, Rajdeep ji, I think all of us have lived in and loved Delhi. It's a city that is truly magical. And when we formed the government in 2015, we came in with a lot of promises. And in the first 5 years, for the most part, we were able to deliver on them because of the way that the constitutional structure of Delhi was sort of maintained. But by 2021, when the BJP realized that stopping Arvind Kejriwal using fair means of politics is not possible, they changed the GNCTD Act and changed the definition of the government to lieutenant governor. In 2023, when the Supreme Court verdict came in our favor and we got power over bureaucrats, they changed the definition of who has control over bureaucrats to the lieutenant governor. So in every way possible, the governance of Delhi was hampered by the central government only and only to stop Arvind Kejriwal. And I think it's a very tragic event in our history where the central government, whose job it should be to support all states, to encourage all states to do a better job, but to serve their political ends, they sought to destroy our national
Just give me
capital.
Akshay Marathe. We've got Manoj Tiwari joining us. पॉलिटिक्स की बात बाद में होगी. 27 साल का बीजेपी का राजनीतिक वनवास दिल्ली में खत्म हो रहा है. मनोज भाई,
कोई गाना हो जाए मनोज
क्या
भाई.
गाना गा के सुनाना चाहते हैं? मैं पॉलिटिक्स खूब पूछूंगा, लेकिन पहले बताइए आप क्या गुनगुना रहे हैं अपने दिल में?
नहीं, हम तो यही देख रहे हैं कि भाजपा दिल में भाजपा दिल्ली में. लेकिन देखो एक बात आपने राहुल जी कही ना कि 27 साल का वनवास.
एक सेकंड, इतनी बड़ी जीत हुई है. राम जी का वनवास इससे छोटा था जितना लंबा आपका वनवास हो गया दिल्ली में. आपके दिल में जो गाना है वो जुबान पे लेके आई है पूरे अंदाज में, मनोज तिवारी के अंदाज में समा बनाइए.
नहीं, हम लोग तो पूरा गली गली में गाए हैं कि भाजपा दिल में भाजपा दिल्ली में, खुशियां चुनेंगे मिलके चलेंगे जीतेंगे जनमन, मिलके चलेंगे खिलके रहेंगे मोदी कमल तरंग, भाजपा दिल में भाजपा दिल्ली में. और ये लाइन सत्य हो रही है राहुल जी. भाजपा दिल में भी है और भाजपा दिल्ली में भी है. और मैं आपको कह रहा था, जैसे आपने कहा ना कि 27 साल का वनवास, तो 27 साल का वनवास दिल्ली की खुशियों का भी खत्म हो रहा है. दिल्ली की खुशियों पे भी ग्रहण लगा हुआ था 27 साल से. अब वो खत्म होगा और दिल्ली के बच्चों को, दिल्ली की महिलाओं को, बुजुर्गों को, दिल्ली की यमुना जी को, दिल्ली हवा पानी सबको एक अलग ताजगी मिलेगी. ऐसा समय आ रहा है.
ये मुझे बताइए, आपने यमुना का जिक्र किया. मैं बार बार ये हर व्यक्ति को पूछता हूं क्योंकि कहीं ना कहीं ये हर सरकार जो आती है मनोज जी कहती है हम यमुना साफ करेंगे. क्या आप हमें वादा कर सकते हैं कि अगर अगले 5 साल में यमुना पूरी तरह से साफ होगी? सरकार तो अब आपकी केंद्र में है और राज्य में. जब आपकी सरकार राज्य में नहीं थी, आप आम आदमी पार्टी का आरोप है आप उनको काम करने नहीं देते थे. अब तो आप वो भी ये नहीं कहे, अब आपके पास पूरी ताकत है, यमुना साफ होगी.
राजदीप भाई, मैं आपको विश्वास दिलाता हूं आज कि 5 साल के अंदर हम लोग यमुना जी को स्वच्छ करके, और हम लोग वैसी यमुना देंगे जिसमें पूरे दिल्ली के लोग शाम सुबह यमुना जी जाने के लिए उत्साह से निकलेंगे. हम करके दिखाएंगे, ये हम आपको विश्वास दिलाते हैं.
मनोज जी, आपको पता है जितने भी ट्रैकर्स आए हैं, अरविंद केजरीवाल के बाद अगर किसी सीएम फेस का नाम आया है वो आपका नाम है. किसको बनना चाहिए भाजपा का सीएम?
अब मैं तो चुनाव नहीं लड़ा हूं, तो
वो पहली बार नहीं हुआ है मनोज जी.
बाकी पार्टी का निर्णय होता है. हाँ, अच्छा, नहीं
हो तो सकता है मनोज जी.
है वो तो आप जी कोई बात नहीं. पार्टी अभी हम लोग शाम तक रिजल्ट के बाद पार्टी बैठेगी. पार्टी बहुत अच्छा निर्णय लेगी, बहुत अच्छा सीएम मिलेगा जो शीला जी के 3 बार टर्म के रिकॉर्ड को तोड़ के 4 बार तक भारतीय जनता पार्टी को दिल्ली में सेवा के रूप में प्रस्थापित करेगा.
आपको क्या लगता है मनोज जी, किसको बनना चाहिए? अगर परवेश वर्मा हरा दें अरविंद केजरीवाल को तो नेचुरल सिलेक्शन के तहत लोग कहेंगे उनको बनना चाहिए, या आपने इतनी मेहनत की है, 10 साल से आप लगे हुए हैं दिल्ली पर?
मैंने कहा ना कि इसका एक प्रोसेस है जिसमें अभी शाम तक रिजल्ट होने के बाद हमारी पार्टी बड़ी अच्छे ढंग से फ्यूचर को देख करके चलती है. और आप इंतजार करें, बहुत सुंदर निर्णय होगा.
पर आप ये याद रखिएगा कि इस बार दिल्ली ने बहाने की गुंजाइश नहीं छोड़ी, क्योंकि पहले एमसीडी आपके पास थी, राज्य सरकार आप या कांग्रेस की थी, तो आप कहते थे काम नहीं होता था. अब केंद्र में भी आपकी सरकार है, राज्य में भी आपकी सरकार है. अब कोई एक्सक्यूज नहीं है। जो आपने राम राज्य की बात की, साफ पानी, साफ हवा, साफ सड़कें, अब भाई कर दीजिएगा आप, फिर चलेंगे आप और हम डुबकी लगाने यमुना जी में 5 साल बाद।
100%, 5 साल भी नहीं लगेगा राहुल जी, 3 साल बाद।
आप सोच के बोलिए, जो बोल रहे बाद में इसी का वीडियो बनेगा घुमा घुमा के। अगर गंगा जी यमुना जी साफ नहीं रही तो 3 साल बाद आपके यही वीडियो बनेगा।
नहीं, निश्चित रूप से हम 3 साल बाद आपके साथ यमुना जी में, जो यमुना जी आज किनारे खड़ी होने लायक नहीं है, उनको हम लोग डुबकी भी लगाएंगे और उस यमुना जी को पूरे देश का एक सुंदरतम स्थान बनाएंगे। दिल्ली को दुनिया की बेहतरीन राजधानी, राष्ट्रीय राजधानी बनाएंगे।
अच्छा, ये बताइए, ये आम आदमी पार्टी का आरोप है कि आपने उनको काम करने नहीं दिया 5 साल। 5 साल आपका एक ही मिशन था, अरविंद केजरीवाल को खत्म करो। किस तरह से आप उसका जवाब देंगे आज?
राजदीप भाई, आप भी और राहुल जी आप भी, कलीपुरी जी भी एक बार हमारे साथ थी, राहुल जी साथ थे आपको हमने दिल्ली की दशा दिखाई थी। हम उसको बदल के रहेंगे, इन सिचुएशन जो रहे। और आपको बता दें, जिसको काम ही नहीं करना होता है ना राजदीप भाई, जिसका नियत ही नहीं, अरविंद केजरीवाल की नियत ही नहीं है काम करने की, वो सिर्फ उनका भ्रष्टाचार में डूबे रहने की नियत थी। हम काम करने में कभी नहीं रोके। हम तो उन्हीं के शासन रहते हुए द्वारका एक्सप्रेस बनाए, NH24 बनाए, प्रगति मैदान का टनल बनाए, अक्षरधाम से लेके देहरादून वाली हाईवे बनाए, मेट्रो लाए। हम कहाँ रोके? उनको चाहिए था तो अच्छे ढंग से उसका लाभ ले सकते थे, लेकिन उन्होंने अपना काम नहीं किया, क्योंकि वो काम करना जानते ही नहीं है, वो सिर्फ बेईमानी करना जानते।
स्ट्रॉन्ग वर्ड्स दे मनोज तिवारी जी। आप म्यूजिक के अलावा क्रिकेट के बड़े शौकीन हैं, तो क्रिकेट के आज अब अगर आज IPL का दिन होता तो क्या कहेंगे? आपने कितने सिक्सर आज मार दिए? या आखिरी सिक्सर आपका तभी होगा जब कोई कहेगा मनोज तिवारी को मुख्यमंत्री बनाइए।
आप सब उनको फंसाने में लगे हुए हैं यार। इतनी मुश्किल से तो उनकी पार्टी जीती है, जब से आए तब से सब उनको फंसाने में लगे हुए हैं।
नहीं, देखिए 2020 में हम लोगों ने 8% वोट बढ़ाया, लेकिन हमारी सफलता नहीं हो सकी। इस बार हम अच्छे तरीके से सरकार बनाने जा रहे हैं। हमने वेलफेयर स्कीम भी दिया है, और कल CCL का दिन है। कल अरुण जेटली स्टेडियम में मनोज तिवारी और सलमान खान की टीम का सेलिब्रिटी क्रिकेट लीग का मैच है। राहुल जी, राजदीप जी, आप जरूर आइए, पूरी दिल्ली आएगी। और कल हम अरुण जेटली स्टेडियम में हमारे सेलिब्रिटी क्रिकेट लीग का पहली बार वेन्यू हुआ है, और मैं भोजपुरी दबंग
नहीं, that's a no contest. Manoj Tiwari much better cricketer than Salman Khan. Rahul, Manoj Tiwari is a good cricketer.
I've played against him.
He has put up nets
in the MPs versus thing. बैटिंग करने लगे, आउट ही नहीं हो रहे थे। फिर
उनके गार्डन में क्रिकेट के नेट्स है। He is a good batsman, अच्छा कवर ड्राइव मारता है।
बट यूनिवर्सिटी प्लेयर फॉर बनारस हिंदू यूनिवर्सिटी।
हाँ, मुश्किल हो गया था
मनोज तिवारी ने यूनिवर्सिटी खेला है।
जी, राहुल जी इज ऑल्सो वेरी गुड क्रिकेटर। राहुल को मैंने देखा है।
नहीं, लेकिन
तो कल तो मैं आपको इनवाइट कर रहा हूँ। कल हमारा शाम को 6:30 बजे मैच है।
खेलने बुला रहे हैं या देखने बुला रहे हैं?
हाँ सर,
ये बताइए।
अरे थैंक यू सर, आपको याद है।
नहीं, राहुल जी की
कल तो देखने बुला रहे हैं,
उनकी परफॉर्मेंस से बेटर है।
मैं क्रिकेट नहीं, मैं टेनिस।
राहुल जी एंथुसियास्टिक बहुत है क्रिकेट के फील्ड पे। आप अच्छे खिलाड़ी हैं, लेकिन आखिरी का सवाल मनोज जी ये बताइए कि जी नहीं, मैं आपसे ये पूछना चाहता हूं कि आप लोगों ने बहुत वादे किए हैं। आप लोगों ने कहा है महिलाओं को 2,500 रुपए मिलेंगे मार्च 8 तक। ये सब वादे जो हैं, क्या ये एक तरह से आप पर प्रेशर डालेंगे? जैसी आपकी अब सरकार आएगी, अब आप किसी और को ब्लेम नहीं कर पाएंगे दिल्ली में, ये आप मानते हैं कि नहीं?
हम कभी भी सरकार बनाने के बाद दूसरे को ब्लेम नहीं करते राजदीप भाई, आप तो ये तो देख रहे हैं। और हम 2,500 रुपया प्रति गरीब महिला को, जो हमारा महिला समृद्धि सम्मान है, हम बहुत जल्दी उसकी शुरुआत कर देंगे और दिल्ली की महिलाओं को ये सुविधा दे करके रहेंगे। जो रिजल्ट अभी 42 सीटों पे हम आगे चल रहे हैं।
दूसरी प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस की थी बीजेपी ने,
भारतीय जनता पार्टी की टीम इसके
उसमें आपने बोला था कि दिल्ली के पास पैसे ही नहीं है देने के लिए, तो कहां से लेके आएगी अभी भाजपा ये पैसा? क्योंकि आप ही ने कहा था कि दिल्ली के पास कोई पैसा नहीं है कि ये दे पाए जो अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने 1000 और 2100 का बाद में दावा किया है।
नहीं, शायद आप मेरे को मिसकोट हो जा रहा हूं मैंने ये कभी नहीं कहा कि दिल्ली के पास पैसे नहीं हैं। सरकार को देने की नीयत नहीं है। जब भी कोई ये कहता है कि हम प्रत्येक महिला को देंगे तो झूठ बोल रहा है। हमने स्पष्ट कहा है प्रत्येक गरीब महिला को देंगे दिल्ली के, और इन दोनों में बहुत अंतर है और हम वो करके दिखाएंगे। दिल्ली में पैसे की बिल्कुल कमी नहीं है। हम जब 14 में आए थे सांसद बनके तो दिल्ली का बजट 37,000 करोड़ था। आज दिल्ली का बजट 76,000 करोड़ है। इसलिए पैसे की कमी नहीं है, नियत की कमी थी जो अब नरेंद्र मोदी जी का डबल इंजन पूरा करके देगा।
अच्छा, जाने से पहले आपने दिल्ली में जो अपने आप को पॉलिटिक्स के सलमान खान समझते थे उनको तो ध्वस्त कर दिया, लेकिन जो गाना सुनाया आपने वो कैंपेन सॉन्ग था। मैं जानना चाह रहा था कि आपके दिल में जो सॉन्ग है, नॉट द कैंपेन सॉन्ग, जीत के बाद जीत के जश्न वाला जो गाना है, और दूसरा आपने इनवाइट किया मैच के लिए, आपने देखने के लिए इनवाइट किया या खेलने के लिए इनवाइट किया, वो भी जरा क्लैरिफाई कर दीजिए। और जाते जाते आपके दिल में जीत का गाना जो है वो सुनाइए।
राहुल जी, पहले तो कल जो सेलिब्रिटी क्रिकेट लीग का मैच है उसमें मैं आपको देखने के लिए बुला रहा हूं, क्योंकि आप क्रिकेट लवर भी हैं और इसमें तो सिर्फ एक्टर खेलते हैं। मगर बहुत जल्दी एक ऐसा टूर्नामेंट दिल्ली सरकार बनने के बाद हमें स्पोर्ट्स को बहुत बढ़ावा देने वाले हैं, तो बहुत जल्दी ऐसा भी टूर्नामेंट आप देखेंगे जहां राहुल कंवल अपनी कैटेगरी में प्लेयर बनेंगे और वैसा टूर्नामेंट दिल्ली में करके हम देंगे जो एक
आप यमुना क्लीन करने में फोकस कीजिए।
होगा, रियल सेलिब्रिटी क्रिकेट लीग।
अच्छा चलिए, रियल सेलिब्रिटी क्रिकेट लीग आप और हमारी दोनों की टीम लगाते हैं। मनोज तिवारी 11 वर्सेस राजदीप सरदेसाई 11, पत्रकार वर्सेस एमपीज। आप बाहर से प्लेयर मत लाइए, उतना ही। पिछली बार आपने बाहर से प्लेयर लाए थे हमको हराने के लिए, अपने प्लेयर रखिए। एमपीज वर्सेस जर्नलिस्ट।
ये मैच फिक्सिंग का आरोप लगा रहे हैं राजदीप, यहाँ पे भी मैच फिक्सिंग का आरोप।
No, last time the MPs went and brought, half a dozen players from outside to defeat us. But we will see how it goes. Manoj Tiwari.
Half a dozen players from outside.
Yeah, they had all these guys, some local guys who were much better than the average MP.
In the match, I remember with the MPs, I won't name that MP, there was a official, the umpire wanted some work done with the BCCI. And one of the MPs was a BCCI official. So no matter how often we got him out, usko out hi nahi deta tha. So when the charges level of the umpire being biased, I've experienced that at close quarters. But all that being said, let's come back to the action. Here it is. On your screen now, the margin calculator for Delhi. Can anything change? What can change is AAP can go from 28 at best to 31, because there are 9 seats where the margin is less than 1,000. So only 31 is the upper range that the AAP currently looks at. The BJP, on the other hand, which is at 42 at the moment, could at best go up to 48. So 50 seems a far cry at this moment, but they could go up to 45, potentially to 48 as well. Yashwant Deshmukh joins us now. And the interesting thing, as I bring out the vote share data here, Yashwant Deshmukh from Sea Voter, I want to tell our viewers, was spot on. He told us live over the last 48 hours that the vote share gap is 3%. This is when, I don't name any one particular pollster, but multiple pollsters said the vote share gap is 6 to 8%. Yashwant in his data said the gap is about 3%. 44.4 for AAP, 47.8 for the BJP, roughly 4% gap. Give or take, that's where it will settle between 3 and 4. So, given how complicated it is to capture this vote share, Yashwant Deshmukh, take a bow, well done.
Thank you, Rahul. And I'm so glad that we are not into that seat scope anymore in that way, because you can very well see, as I've been watching you since morning, with the close margin seats of 500 and 1,000 votes, honestly, the fact is that those votes with each and every round of counting, one machine opens up, and there are more than 1,000 votes going here and there. So obviously, these things are important to gauge. What is more important to gauge is why exactly is this happening? And that is where, our trackers and our post poll has been focusing on, that Aam Aadmi Party lost the middle class. Or let's put it this way, BJP pulled in the middle class. It was already doing in a two-phase manner. Number one, that the onslaught of Aam Aadmi Party on the Sheesh Mahal and the liquor scam and everything, that had already taken down the sheen of Aam Aadmi Party as the anti-corruption crusader and everything. But the last hit on nail was the union budget. And
so how much credit, if Nirmala Sitharaman is watching, the union finance minister, how much credit would you give her for swinging the last-minute fence-sitter voters? Your poll, I remember, said 22% of the voters said they would decide on the day of polling. That's 1 in 5. And the percentage went up from 17 to 22. So to what extent would you give the budget put together by the PM and the finance minister the credit for that last-minute swing in fortune?
The precise lead that you are looking on the screen right now, that 4% is cursing Nirmala Sitharaman. Nothing else. Because, you know, when we stopped, because of the ECI embargo, when we had to stop showing the tracker, Rahul, you remember, I mean, that was almost like 72 hours prior to that. In those 3 days post-budget, we had seen the sharpest of the turn as far as the middle class male voters were concerned. And in the post-poll numbers, when you see the income-wise categorization of how things had been standing, it was a huge, huge gap as far as the upper middle class and middle class voters were concerned.
Since the morning, there's been a view in the studio that there is no class divide anymore. That's all bunkum. But I would think with what you seem to suggest now, that there is a bigger class divide this time around.
It's a huge class divide for a simple factor. You know, Preeti, if there was no class divide, Aam Aadmi Party would not be sitting pretty at 43% votes.
You're right.
These 43% votes are precisely coming from the bottom of the pyramid. From the Juggi Jhopdi, low-income group, the minorities, this is precisely where they are getting it from.
So that class divide has only widened, Yashwant. That's what you're saying. It's even more stark than it was in 2020.
It's more starker than the 2020 because in 2020, even the urban middle class went the Aam Aadmi Party's way. Their entire vote bank of
we spoke of where we agree with your data. I'll tell you where we disagree, Yashwant. You captured data to say that more than 15% of the women voted for AAP. That's the gap between AAP and BJP was more than 15%.
Yeah.
The fact is that if the BJP is leading in this fashion, do you still believe that to be the case, or do you think you oversampled the gap, that the gap that you came back with was bigger than the actual gap on the ground?
You remember that I said that if the turnout number is the same between male and female, then BJP would be having a lead of 3 to 4% votes. That is precisely what is happening. You see, without that bottom of the pyramid support, without the support of the female voters in Delhi, our vote share would have crashed below 40%. If you are
but I think more than
that's the wrong way of looking at it.
But I think more than gender. But Yashwant, more than gender, this is a class divide.
Exactly.
You know, the gender divide,
but Rajdeep,
if I'm a middle class woman...
No, but can I just frame the argument differently? Let's assume earlier you went to the Jhuggi clusters and 9 out of 10 said they voted for the Aam Aadmi Party. This time, even if it is 7 or 8, it is still a stark class divide in favor of the AAP. But at the margins, your core vote share has fragmented, which is how you've come down from 54 to 44. You won't lose 10% vote share otherwise.
No. Rahul, that's the wrong way of looking at it in my view.
Okay, argue.
The fact of the matter is that the Aam Aadmi Party, there Yashwant is right, would have probably done even worse but for the income divide that exists in Delhi. The lower income groups, by and large, comparison to the BJP, and I believe you must use the reference point to some extent, at least also as Lok Sabha, the 54%. The BJP has now got the lower middle class. You see, the middle class is not a monolith. Those who benefited, he says the budget made a difference. If I get 60,000 plus salary, I am now a beneficiary. Earlier it was 7 lakhs.
Middle class,
1 minute. No, 1 minute. I am now differentiating those who have toilet, who have a fridge in house, who have other consumer durables in house. all of them, to a large extent, have consolidated fully behind the BJP. Similarly, a substantial section of those who do not have those facilities, who are at the bottom of the pyramid, have still stayed with AAP. The gender divide has ensured also that the AAP hasn't done as badly as we thought. If the AAP is getting 28, it's because you will find, I believe, in post-polls, a disproportionate number of women have voted for the AAP in comparison to the BJP.
So let's pause that to say that a lot of the people who switched back to the BJP are not your income tax beneficiaries. They're not the ones who had salaries of up to 12 lakhs and therefore have benefited.
Over 7 lakhs.
Correct. At the margins, the AAP vote has fragmented. If that wasn't the case, you wouldn't have slipped from 54 to 44.
But they've lost the middle class.
That's not the only vote you've lost.
That's the main vote.
That's the main vote.
That's a key part of the vote. But I'm saying, let's assume you lose a part of the Muslim vote, a little part of the Muslim vote. You lose a little part. You lose a little part of the. That's what I'm saying. You're chipping away.
See, this is what I'm
chipping
away.
away.
If you look the
other way around, from 54% votes in the Lok Sabha elections, now they are down to 49. That means that they have been able to save their middle class vote.
Sandeep Dixit is speaking at this moment. Congress candidate from New Delhi. Let's listen.
They've lost the middle.
Okay. We'll try and pull that out in just a moment from Rajat wants to make a point.
I see the starting point of the BJP. It was 40%, around 39-40%. They are almost at 48%. So they've added this 8% kitty. Now, look at the seats that the BJP is leading on. It is all on the outer. There too, there is substantial poorer sections of the society. Look at the central, which is a more urbanized seat where Aam Aadmi Party is still controlling some of the seats. I still believe that this is a Delhi-wide phenomena. Within the Delhi, I don't see that poor would have gone out in the same enthusiasm as they have been doing in the past. BJP's strategy was retain your core 40% and then chip away wherever you can.
Yes.
Even in poorer sections, there were certain jhuggi jhopris who were suffering really really badly.
One minute. I would agree with your logic if the AAP had really collapsed as much as some.
No, it's not like a zero.
It's not a binary. Rajdeep, when the margins are so tight, it's not a binary. You have to chip away at your vote share. You have to keep yours, consolidate your vote share, chip away at the opposition vote share.
All of that is fine. If you look at CSDS data, we can dispute what is the size of the middle class in Delhi. Some data suggests it's as big as 65 to 70%, right? That is the number which is given in some of the CSDS data. AAP has got 44% of the vote. I am willing to bet 4/5 of this vote has come from lower income groups. Outside this middle class category. Therefore, I'm saying the BJP's success in this election is as follows. They have made sure that the chunk of the middle class vote that was voting for Modi for Prime Minister and Kejriwal for Chief Minister has said, no, I want Modi for Prime Minister, I want BJP for Chief Minister. And that is the vote that has made the difference in this election. It is not there. I disagree with Rajat that the BJP has dented the lower income group. Chipping away won't win you an election. You had to win this election by retaining that core. And the core it's the middle class versus the lower income. That is Delhi's election.
That class divide continues. That's exactly the point that I was making this morning. It will only get starker by the end of the day.
Women may have disproportionate, but let's be clear. There, I think Yashwant got it wrong. I don't believe that 15% women more have voted for AAP. A middle class woman has voted for BJP in a resident welfare association. It's not gender this time.
No, but the thing is, ultimately,
if the poor vote for Aam Aadmi Party and the women vote for Aam Aadmi Party, then the results would have been different. It is clearly these two big sections you cannot create that.
Ultimately, the reality is people will put their political bias ahead of that and they will draw whatever conclusion. You can draw any conclusion. The fact is, unless you take away from everywhere, you cannot win. The fact that they won requires a chipping away. And I disagree with Rajdeep that chipping away doesn't matter because as you chip on every brick, you lay the foundation which is the opposite of the foundation which was laid.
But you're already a 54% anyway. You won't dispute it.
To my point of view, first, BJP has been able to retain its majority of the votes which it got in the Lok Sabha elections. That has been the biggest success of BJP campaign, that they were able to retain their Lok Sabha figures, number one. And number two, you see this assurance by Prime Minister and others that we will not do away with the welfare schemes and all.
Fair enough.
Would have made the poorer voters indifferent.
Sir, look at
and
Rakhi
they did not vote as passionately for Aam Aadmi Party as they would have voted last time.
I'll give you a certain microcosm of what Aam Aadmi Party movement was all about. Rakhi Birla, Mangolpuri seat. A quintessential example of a common person rising up the ranks and, becoming a minister. She's trailing. And she belongs to that community where, this is not a rich
there will be a few,
or an
there
urban
will be a few
constituency.
seats.
No, I can quote you Kondli, vis-a-vis. So I can quote you Kondli where
my point is,
Bonu is
all that
concerned.
BJP needed was that extra 8 to 9%.
But
they
okay.
were able to chip away wherever they could.
But Raja,
there are certain strong
but
leaders
Raja,
who have done
Wherever
the
Isn't
work.
they
Delhi
didn't
an
chip, the Congress
anomaly?
did the work for them. Wherever they
5-6%,
didn't chip, the
yeah,
Congress
exactly.
did the work for them.
The
So it's
remaining
net
5% chipping.
was ultimately Jo Jeeta
That's
Wahi
also-
Sikandar.
Jo Jeeta Wahi
Everything
Sikandar.
else is
pure
you can
analysis.
put
But
your bias over theory.
the Congress story is not as, is only 6% at the moment. So as 6,
No, but this is good news for the Congress.
So AAP cannot blame the Congress for this defeat. Let's be very clear.
100%.
You see, I thought when there was a stage in the morning where Congress was leading in 20, was leading in 1 and number 2 in 21, you could blame the Congress. Today, Aam Aadmi Party cannot blame the Congress
Let's
for
go to
this defeat.
Shelley Oberoi from the Aam Aadmi Party. Shelley, are you conceding defeat now? Anshul Avijit from the Congress also joins us. The Aam Aadmi Party was bombastic. 50 se ek kam nahi, 55 bhi aa sakti hai. We may hit 60. From there, it seems you may not touch 30 at the end of the day.
It's a very important day today, and we have full faith that we will form government with full majority, and Delhi people had voted for the politics of honesty and work.
Getting this
and
faith
definitely
from,
this
because
time the election
now
was totally different.
a
It
lot
was,
of votes have been counted, and there's no basis
good
for
model
that
of
faith.
governance versus the corrupt system. Arvind Kejriwal versus the entire corrupt system, the Bharatiya Janata Party, Congress, the all agencies all together,
One
and
in
the Arvind
5 votes
Kejriwal
have
on
been
the other
counted.
side. And
The
it was only
possibility
Arvind
of this
Kejriwal and
now
the Aam Aadmi Party,
being turned on its
even after,
head.
despite challenges, they were tried to overcome.
Shelley ji,
And you're talking
21.6% of the
about
vote has
Congress.
been counted.
Congress has failed to open its
none of them are,
account,
none of them are
even in the
listening to
last
anything.
two.
It's not like you're not listening to the
Fourth
voter of
round,
Delhi. You're definitely
I
not
think
listening to the
4
anchor.
rounds are done. I think we need to have patience. 4 rounds
Okay,
are done.
Shelley
We
Oberoi,
need to
let
have
me ask you
patience,
one
and
question.
In the coming
Shelley Oberoi, can you hear me?
few hours, we'll get to know the clear
Shelley
results.
Oberoi, can you
and
hear me?
definitely-
Can you hear me?
You're not audible.
Am I audible? Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Shelley Oberoi, one of the main reasons why Aam Aadmi Party finds
Yes, you're
itself...
audible but not clear.
One of the main reasons, Shelley Oberoi, Aam Aadmi Party finds itself in a position that it does could very well be with the body that you headed. You were mayor of the city.
See, in last 10 years, Aam Aadmi Party has fulfilled all their promises, but the way Aam Aadmi Party has faced a lot of challenges in the last 1 year, 1.5 year, Aam Aadmi Party has performed well in comparison to how the things were going on. And definitely we have full faith on Delhi people. Just wait and watch situation.
How has the MCD performed? How has the MCD performed in the 2 years that the Aam Aadmi Party has been leading it? Many would suggest that it is the MCD and the lack of work done by the MCD that has done the Aam Aadmi Party in today.
No, in the last 15 years, MCD was ruled by Bharatiya Janata Party, and as a mayor, I have seen how the MCD situation was so worse at that time. In last 2 years, we have regularized more than 10,000 MCD employees, and also those employees who were struggling to get their salaries, and for 6 months they were not getting their salaries at that time. They used to protest outside the BJP headquarters, outside the mayor house, but now it's almost 1 year now. They are getting their salary very
Let's get
timely.
Anil Antony
And
from the winning
this
side.
time,
The BJP's Anil Antony joins us. Mr. Antony, the BJP has been out of power for so long. The big question, of course, is can they now live up to the hopes of the Delhi voter? For so long, Delhi has been deprived of development. Delhi voters have voted with high expectations, and the countdown will start from now.
Thank you, Rahul. Thank you for having me in this show. This is definitely a historic mandate for the Bharatiya Janata Party. Just for, this is after 27 long years that the Bharatiya Janata Party will be coming to governance in Delhi. One thing which we can assure, based on our track record and whatever we have been seeing in the last 10, 11 years, is wherever there is a Bharatiya Janata Party government, we have always delivered. Something which we saw after the Lok Sabha elections, where it was only the second time in our country's history where our Prime Minister came back for the third time. After that, you saw state elections in Maharashtra, in Haryana, and now in Delhi. And all these places, the common trend is people are giving us historic mandates. All these states, it is our best ever mandates that the people are giving. And that is because people are now saying that they would like double-engine governments. They know that for the next 5 years, just like the last 10 years on the national stage, it is going to be a very stable government that is led by our Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. And in a situation like that, they would like the policies that we are creating from the national level be implemented
Anil, you
well
mentioned
in the
a
state
word.
levels. And this is why they are
Anil, you
giving us
mentioned
these
a word,
historic
double
mandates.
engine. And that's a word that really, in a way, is now echoing once again. We saw it play out in Maharashtra. We saw it play out in Haryana. And therefore, are you saying that it is only when you have governments of the BJP at the center and the state will governments function efficiently? Is that the message you believe that you're trying to send out with this Delhi verdict?
See, in Delhi itself, something which we saw was Mr. Kejriwal and the Aam Aadmi Party purposefully and trying to create scenarios where some of the policies were not given to the people. For example, the Ayushman Bharat health insurance scheme. Right now, it is the largest health insurance scheme in the world. 50 crore plus beneficiaries. Now, after the Lok Sabha elections, now we have given it free coverage to everybody over 70. But in some states like Delhi and West Bengal, the governments there, the state governments were trying to deny people the benefits that they deserve. And this is not something the people appreciate.
Anshul Avijit, the difference between the Aam Aadmi Party's campaign and the Congress, if the Congress was in power in a state like Delhi versus the BJP being out of power, chances are the Congress would have collapsed. The AAP is still 44.4% vote share, the BJP 47.6%. That, frankly, is the difference. Despite their back to the wall, despite their top leadership being in jail for a large part and out of action, they've still come back with 44.4%. Do you accept that? That the AAP's ability to fight, even if they lost in the end, the AAP's ability to fight and not give up is much more than the current day's Congress ability to fight?
Yeah, well, why don't you use that argument in Telangana, Rahul, where the ability of the Congress party to fight and come back to power was amply proven there. I mean, nobody gave a chance 1 year before the Telangana election. No, I don't buy that. There are contingent circumstances. Look, here all our top Delhi leadership fought the election. We ran a very aggressive, positive campaign. We hope to up our vote share as well. Yeah, the number of seats is very disappointing, I have to say. It's not all what you expect it to be. The BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party were caught in a tussle of allegations and counter-allegations. The AAP completely destroyed the civic structures in Delhi with all the safai and all that you see at the moment. So it was complete mismanagement of Delhi. Here, the BJP was stalling every kind of process and then, court cases and getting embroiled in that. So it was caught between that. We ran a very good campaign.
No, but if you ran a good campaign, you moved from 4.65% to 5.7%. 1% in 5 years, that's the end result of what you're calling, Anshul, a spirited campaign.
And let me just add to that of Rahul, you're saying spirited campaign. How do you run spirited campaigns unless you don't revive your organization? The same organization 6 months ago was asked to work with AAP to win a Lok Sabha election. Now you tell them you've got to fight the AAP. The AAP has misgoverned Delhi. I mean, the Congress seems to be C for confusion. You see, what is the clarity? You need C for clarity. What is the Congress's clarity going ahead? Okay, you've ensured that AAP has lost and you're hoping that you will now climb up and become the challenger. But how are you going to do it without an organization?
Our purpose was not to defeat AAP. The India Alliance, and I know I saw you very gleefully announce the obituary of the India Alliance. I mean, you could hardly contain yourself. I don't know why. The India Alliance is an ideological compact that is based on certain kind of values of social justice and of secularism, and of course, defeating the BJP. Now, sometimes this alliance works very well and complements each other and covers each other's weaknesses in places like Jharkhand, like where it did wonderfully well. I mean, and that is one story that is often neglected. You know, the revival of the Congress in many states where it has won the opposition, won the state despite massive opposition, and people writing it off is not what is quoted. Yes, I do agree.
Do you have any regrets at all of not fighting this election with AAP?
Why do you keep asking that question, Rajdeep?
Because
AAP wasn't interested in fighting with them.
No, 1 minute.
Where AAP wasn't interested in fighting with them.
Actually, that's incorrect. Incorrect.
AAP would have given 2, 3, 4 seats to the Congress. Why should the Congress have taken that?
Fighting with them.
I'm giving you the reason I'm asking this.
Let Rajdeep speak.
Congress people on record have said Rahul Gandhi was keen for an alliance with AAP in Haryana. That was September.
Correct.
We are now only in February. So 4 months ago, you were keen for an alliance with AAP in Haryana. You gave a green signal. It didn't happen. That's another matter. And you can ask the same question to AAP. You're right. Why didn't you tie up with Congress? But the Congress is the larger party. I want to ask them a very simple question. Are there any regrets? You're saying, Anshul Avjit, the India alliance is not dead. If the India alliance is not dead, are you telling me that you and AAP could fight together tomorrow? Or is that chapter over? That's what I want to know.
The India alliance is bigger than any particular election that we have fought. I mean, there are elections where we haven't fought with the India alliance. There have been statements that are often contradictory to each other. But this is a far bigger idea, the India alliance. Don't write it off like that and so gleefully. I'm simply amazed by that.
No, I'm not gleeful.
Look,
I like to smile. You see, everything, I get into the next.
Anshul, we just like elections. We love politics. We like elections. That's the glee. You know, it's not as if anybody particularly cares. So, gali sabse padni hai. So, it doesn't matter who wins or loses. They're all going to come and abuse us. That's different. It is just that elections are exciting. It's a big day in national politics. It's a massive day in Delhi politics. 27 years of being out of power. The BJP is coming back to power. That is the glee. Once they're in power, they will be held to the same standards of counts as the Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress before that. So there is no glee in any of what you're seeing except for the glee which comes with an exciting election, Rajdeep.
No, absolutely. I am mystified that at one level every Congress leader says India alliance is alive, we are ideologically together, and then in the next breath goes and targets the AAP, which is also part of the India alliance, and vice versa, the AAP does the same thing.
No, but we have a situation where anchors are more keen on forging an alliance than the parties themselves.
No.
The India alliance, Congress and AAP are not interested in allying with each other. They are at each other's throats, daggers drawn. Anchors seem more interested in forging an alliance.
No, it's not a question of anchors being more interested. I find it very intriguing almost at the way Indian politics moves. If you see what was happening 8 months ago and what you see happening today, all I'm saying is that dissonance reflects in the voting also. Voters also see through it. There are various factors that have led to the erosion of credibility of AAP and Arvind Kejriwal. One of those is the fact that, one day you want to do a transactional alliance with one party, next day you say Ekla Chalo Re. Ditto with the Congress. I mean, Rahul Gandhi and the Congress have to decide. Are you going to ally with regional parties or are you an Ekla Chalo Re party?
But so we'll do this post facto hypothesis in a while. Let's focus at the battle that is still on. Let's take you through the VIP candidates and see whether that big fight in Delhi, how does that shape up? At this moment in New Delhi, Arvind Kejriwal, the formidable convener of the Aam Aadmi Party, the man who thought he could take on and vanquish Modi in Varanasi, he is currently trailing, but not with a very big margin. Parvesh Verma is ahead of Arvind Kejriwal in New Delhi. Sandeep Dixit's vote share, and that's the point that Rajdeep was making, Sandeep Dixit's vote share is more than the gap between Kejriwal and Parvesh Verma. So the Congress didn't stand up on its own, but they just tripped the Aam Aadmi Party. So they did what you do in a school.
But having said that, it could mean Sandeep could also be getting some votes of people who didn't want Kejriwal but also didn't want BJP.
Sure. So that is in Delhi. That's the biggest story. Remember, he felled Sheila Dikshit, thought he could do the same to Modi. Is he being bested in his own bastion now? A lot for the man to think about. Arvind Kejriwal trailing currently in New Delhi.
The other big story that's playing out at the moment, if you look at region-wise, and that's really the story of Delhi, Northwest Delhi, West Delhi and Outer Delhi. These three regions are deciding Delhi's future. In all the other regions, it's very competitive. But Northwest, West is a sweep. If you look at the numbers for West Delhi, it's a complete sweep at the moment for the BJP in West Delhi.
Rajdeep, let's go through this. In Okhla now, Amanatullah Khan on an AAP ticket is currently leading. That's big relief for Okhla, for AAP and for Amanatullah Khan himself. He's currently leading in Okhla. In Kalkaji, the incumbent chief minister, Atishi trails against Ramesh Biduri. In Parpalganj, Avadoja, brought in with so much fanfare, given this high prestige seat, he's currently trailing in Parpalganj. Harish Khurana, Madan Lal Khurana's son, former Chief Minister's son, in Motinagar, he's leading. Gopal Rai leads in Babarpur. Imran Hussain in Balimaran is currently leading. Kailash Gehlot, now on a BJP ticket in Bijwasan, is leading. Kapil Mishra in Kharawal Nagar is leading. Manjinder Singh Sirsa, currently leading in Rajouri Garden. Manish Sisodia trailing. So it's not just Kejriwal. Sisodia trails, Atishi trails. How the mighty Rajdeep have fallen.
All 5 leaders are trailing.
Yeah, the only one who's survived at the moment is Saurabh Bhardwaj and Gopal Rai.
Only because competition was not very good.
Yeah, and
in GK, had there been a better candidate...
Let me be fair to Saurabh Bhardwaj. You can travel through GK where I live.
You had a good candidate.
He has a very good reputation.
GK, you had Shikha Roy, who has been...
He's seen as a... No, let me be fair to Saurabh Bhardwaj. A lot of the vote is coming from his personal equity that he has built
and he had a
in the area. But I want to ask you, Preeti, when I look at these numbers region-wise, is this what AAP feared? That outer Delhi, northwest Delhi and west Delhi, these are areas, some of them bordering neighboring states, there's a large Jat and Gujar population in some of those areas. That's where the biggest hit is being taken by AAP. Did AAP factor that in, that this is where that turnaround could take place?
Well, I'm glad that I can speak again, firstly. Secondly, yes, they were expecting the outer areas. The Aam Aadmi Party was expecting that they're going to lose heavily in the outer areas. I don't think they saw that kind of a rout in West Delhi. West Delhi, they swept last time around. So if you actually look at that...
What could have changed?
It's the middle class, Rajdeep. I really do think it's the middle class that has come and taken it away from the Aam Aadmi Party. They factored it in, but they didn't think it's going to come out so strongly. Because I do remember after the budget was announced, they went into a little bit of a recalibration. There are 3 surveys that the Aam Aadmi Party was doing. And I would reckon all of us...
We've got Anna Hazare speaking at this moment. The political protege is trailing. Anna Hazare speaking. Let's listen to him.
मैं पहले से बता रहा हूँ आचार को शुद्ध रखो विचार को शुद्ध रखो वो उनके दिमाग में नहीं रहा और उसके कारण आज वो इलेक्शन में हार गया कम वोटिंग है
तो क्या अन्ना भ्रष्टाचार जो उनके नेताओं के ऊपर जो भ्रष्टाचार के आरोप लगे थे तो क्या वो भी इस नाकामी के पीछे जो उनको कम सीट मिली है वो भी वजह रही भ्रष्टाचार
उनके ऊपर भ्रष्टाचार क्या अरविंद केजरीवाल हो या उनके कई नेता हो उनके ऊपर भ्रष्टाचार के आरोप लगे थे क्या ये वजह हो सकती है जो उनके कम सीट चुनकर आए हैं
राजनीति में आरोप प्रत्यारोप होते रहते हैं लेकिन जब आरोप होते हैं तो ये आरोप कैसे गलत है वो जनता को दिखाना जरूरी है कि ये मेरे ऊपर जो आरोप हुआ ये गलत है ये साबित करना पड़ता है जो साबित होगा तो कोई नहीं बिगाड़ सकता है और सच हमेशा सच होता है झूठा हमेशा झूठ होता है तो सच के मार्ग से जाना चाहिए
कई बार ऐसा आरोप भी लगा है क्या अन्ना हजारे के वजह से अरविंद केजरीवाल जो है तो दिल्ली पे सत्ता पर अन्ना हजारे के ही वजह से अरविंद केजरीवाल दिल्ली पे सत्ता पर बैठे उन्हीं के साथ वो अनशन करते थे बार बार आप पे उंगलियां उठाई गई और अभी भी उठाई जाती है कैसे देखते हैं अन्ना इसे
ये बराबर नहीं है दिल्ली में पहली बार एक मीटिंग हुई थी और उस मीटिंग में इन्होंने पक्ष और पार्टी निकालने के लिए सोच किया था मीटिंग इसके लिए थी और जिनको पक्ष और पार्टी में जाना है वो मीटिंग के लिए आ जाओ मैंने देखा मैंने तय किया पक्ष और पार्टी में मैं नहीं जाऊंगा किसी पक्ष और पार्टी में मैं नहीं जाऊंगा और वो मीटिंग हो गई मैं पक्ष और पार्टी से दूर रह गया तब से आज तक दूर रहा फिर वो पक्ष पक्ष निकाले, पार्टी निकाला और पार्टी में चले। ये नया नया पार्टी था, लोगों ने विश्वास किया। आगे चलकर शराब की बात, शराब के दुकान निकालना, शराब के बिक्री के दुकान बढ़ाना, पैसा।
One of the many people who played a role in propping up Kejriwal but feel betrayed by the man. The list is long, Rajdeep. You know, very few people who would have betrayed or have as many people feel betrayed than Kejriwal. From Prashant Bhushan, Yogendra Yadav, Kiran Bedi, Shazia, Ashutosh, Ashish Khaitan.
Kumar Vishwas.
There's a very long list in a very short span.
There is, and therefore, let's be honest, this is a startup whose many co-founders have left it. And that doesn't, that clearly shows that something perhaps didn't quite go well with the original idea of this startup and where it stands today. You're right that Anna Hazare may well feel betrayed. And which leaves to the question of bounceability. I want to go right round. I mean, can Kejriwal bounce back from this? It's pretty clear now that he's probably going to lose in New Delhi. And it's pretty clear now that the BJP is winning Delhi. Let's go right down the thing. Quick comments. Can Kejriwal bounce back?
You see, first thing which Arvind Kejriwal would be thinking after today's defeat, how to keep his flock together. Because whatever 20-25 odd MLAs is going to win, they are not people who are ideologically aligned to him. Because this party never had any
So you think
ideology.
your first challenge is to keep the party together?
The first challenge is to keep the party together in assembly and also save itself in power in MCD.
Preeti, what's Kejriwal's bounceability? Can he bounce back?
Well, in this election, no, he's lost this election.
In terms, what does he do now?
Well, number one, I think even before he starts looking at losing his MLAs in Delhi, he needs to look at Punjab immediately. I think that is priority number one for the Aam Aadmi Party, and I think they understand that.
With 91 MLAs, you're saying the danger exists to his government?
Yeah, they feel that, and it's going to happen, and they thought it was the inevitable, and if they lost
What
Delhi...
would happen?
Multiple things could happen.
And Eknath Shinde
but possible.
figure?
There could have been a possibility, but they will, number one, Punjab. Number two, yes, in Delhi, because if at about 26, 27, Arvind Kejriwal will not be in the assembly. They'll need to figure out how to safeguard their own MLAs. Number three, I actually, contradictory to what Siddharth said, I think Arvind Kejriwal will let go of the MCD. I have a feeling, because that has been something, that there is a part of the Aam Aadmi Party, think tank, that, if this was an eventuality, if at all, then the MCD is only going to pull back the party further. So that is something, and you can't put anything beyond Arvind Kejriwal, because with him everything is possible and anything is possible. So is he going to bounce back from this? No. But eventually, will Arvind Kejriwal bounce back for a person I followed for so long? Yes.
Where does he start? You see, the problem he has, I mean, let's be fair to him. It's incredible in today's India to build a political startup so soon, win 2 states, become a national party. I don't think that's ever happened. A party which has been set up in the manner that it is. You could argue Telugu, there's some one state.
No, but it has been the fastest growing.
So my point is, where do you start the bounce back? Because, you need a base.
I have a feeling he's also going to start.
I
feel he's going to Punjab, and I think he's going to start setting up base in Gujarat.
No, but there's
there's
a very big difference. Let's keep that in mind, Rajdeep. In Gujarat, part of the reason the Aam Aadmi Party saw purchase was on the back of the springboard that Delhi provided. With that core motherboard now out of action, these ancillary units that you're seeking to bring, how much life will they have? Rajat wants to come in on this. That where does the generator draw its bijli from? Agar generator mein bijli nahi hai, then how do you kind of power and irrigate Gujarat?
They believe that the diesel from Punjab generator would supply fuel to all the other states. That's not going to happen.
Allow me to finish. Supplier in Punjab. How dependable is the supplier in Punjab?
This is the problem. I think now if today Kejriwal goes and starts meddling in Punjab's affair, he's going to do further damage. He will have that itch now because he loses his own MLA. Karenge kya ghar mein
but Bhagwant Mann feels remote controlled. He feels he's not given a fair share.
Therefore,
he will now want to flex his muscles a bit
he's
more.
the top leader now. Kejriwal is no longer. He can be a convener. He can keep convening the Aam Aadmi Party. But he cannot be seen meddling. Again, second most important thing is, in a relationship, you should not take your partner for granted. Here, Kejriwal was in a healthy romantic relationship with Delhi. He kept flirting with all other states without doing necessary that he should have done for Delhi. True. He should, again, if at all, resurrection of Kejriwal will happen only when he goes back to his original promise. Original promise being that I have come here to change the politics. I will go into every gully, nukkad, Chauraha, fight for people's rights, do the tough battle. Don't try to find shortcut that going to Punjab, etc. Let me tell you one final thing. In Kharagpur, sir, you know, when I was studying at IIT Kharagpur, he used to be my senior and he used to come in and he used to sing these things with the dhol and dapli in his hand. Even in Kharagpur, still had a Hawaii chappal in his feet and he used to go around. And we, you know, we were young and we used to think like IITs will go out and work in corporates and all. Seeing this man, it was an alternate reality for us. Very hard to understand.
So you were inspired by Kejriwal in college?
So we were all Kharagpur, all of us helped him reach to a level where he is today.
So you're feeling betrayed like Anna Hazare.
A lot of people, lot of youngsters who want to enter into politics, everywhere the question mark has been put because of failure of Kejriwal model. Largely, he has scuttled the hopes of several young people who want to make a difference. People will think they are cut out of the same cloth. They will become the same.
Away from Kejriwal.
No, can I just say on Kejriwal, writing somebody's political obituary is the easiest thing to do. He is a street fighter.
I did not say obituary.
I'm not saying that you're saying that. I'm just generally saying that anybody who thinks that this is the end of the Kejriwal saga, it probably isn't. He'll find some way of resurrecting.
No, but that is his core character. He actually can hit the streets. He has been living in streets in Mangolpuri and all. He used to just walk without any cameras around him. That was the original Kejriwal.
That was the perception.
Yashwant Deshmukh can also come in.
It could be the case.
GVL Narasimha Rao, the BJP now at 46. It came down to 40. It seemed as if, well, you're winning, but not that big. But 24 versus 46, party time for the BJP in Delhi.
Yes, Rahul, I think after, you see, you have to see this election results or election trends in comparison to our performance in the past 10 years in Delhi Assembly polls. I think while we were winning Lok Sabha big time in 2014, 19 and 24, Assembly always proved to be a big challenge. But today, the victory after 25 years in Delhi certainly is a huge morale booster for the BJP. Whatever be the margin of victory, our victory is a big victory for us because we have increased our vote share nearly 20 percentage points compared to last elections, and that's a huge jump.
Yashwant Deshmukh was saying that there is a big class divide, that poor people haven't voted for you, that only the rich and the middle class have voted. The lowest of the lowest, the poor, have all gone for AAP. That's the argument that Yashwant makes. Do you buy that? That's what the AAP camp thinks as well. Do you buy that argument that there's a massive class divide, that women and the poor have not voted for the BJP?
Rahul, BJP has been subject to this analysis. We are an urban party, we are an upper caste party, we are only a male-dominant party, but we have over time proved all these hypotheses wrong. And Delhi also, even if some sections have voted less for us compared to other sections, we will ensure in power we will have maximum gains across all sections. BJP, you have seen Delhi, Haryana, Maharashtra, states we have retained after 10 years. And here you have Aam Aadmi Party, which succumbs to the BJP's onslaught after 2 terms. We have seen that happen with every other party. KCR in Telangana. BJP is the only party which has that stamina to not only remain in power, but win elections one after the other by fulfilling promises to the people. Aam Aadmi Party's loss in Delhi, let me give you one insight, or one food for thought. You see, loss of Delhi, Rahul, loss of Delhi for Aam Aadmi Party is not such a big threat.
GVL, the fact is that...
Yeah, see, you were describing, you see, I've seen many politicians, I see a lot of crosstalk, if I may be allowed just 30 seconds. A lot of political leaders have really suffered in political defeats, but have bounced back. But for Kejriwal, it will not be possible, mark my words, because he's just not lost an election. He has lost his promise. He has lost his image. He has lost his entire foundations of his promise. He's too, he's
just stay with us, GVL. Bhojpuri superstar Ravi Kishan, Member of Parliament, joins us. We had Manoj Tiwari sing a beautiful song for us. And I want to talk about politics, but I'm also wondering, आप क्या गुनगुना रहे हो, Kishan साहब? क्या गाना है आपकी जुबान पर, कौन से वो शब्द हैं आपके होठों पर जो आप दर्शकों को बताना चाहते हैं?
Nothing, Rahulji. I'm very happy that Purvanchalia, all the my people, my community, our community has voted for Pradhan Mantri Modi ji, believed in him. और फाइनली जितना कहब की जिंदगी झंड बा आज इन लोगन के आपका, और अब उन लोगों के शीश महल वाला के कोनो बात के घमंड ना रही. तो दिस इज व्हाट आई वांट टू से. वेरी वेरी हैप्पी विद द रिजल्ट. फाइनली कैपिटल रहेगा राहुल जी. एंड जो नर्क हमने 56 कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी में ट्रैवल किया, सारी झुग्गी झोपड़ियों में, हर क्लस्टर में, हर पूर्वांचलियों के पास आई वेंट. पार्टी ने जहाँ जहाँ भेजा और यही एक आवाज़ थी. जैसी उनकी ज़िंदगी थी बहुत बदतर थी, उससे आज आज़ादी मिलेगी. थैंक गॉड जो रुझान बहुत अद्भुत आ रहे हैं, यही रुझान आगे और बने. विच आई एम एक्सपेक्टिंग वी माइट टच 50. तो मुझे वो लग रहा है कि एक अच्छी जिंदगी की ओर ये कैपिटल जाएगा, ये राजधानी जाएगी. 27 साल बाद मोदी की गारंटी ने हमको वापस लिया.
Ravi Kishan ji, they backed the Aam Aadmi Party in the last couple of elections. Why do you think voters from the eastern parts of India, Northeast India, the eastern parts of North India switched this time to the Bharatiya Janata Party?
Because they've been betrayed, they've been cheated, fraudster हुआ है उनके साथ. उनके बच्चों को you serving them booze, एक बोतल पर एक फ्री, वो ड्रंकर्ड बना गए. वो बेचारे काम करने, they've come मायके के हम कमाए जाता नहीं हम दिल्ली. And here you are giving them what service, what life you're giving? No water, pollution, no drinking water, no school. Everything was lies and lies. They've been cheated. फर्स्ट 200 यूनिट बिजली पर बस में फ्री घुमा देंगे. तो लेडीज, दिस टू थिंग, they poor people because they're very innocent community and they got carried away. And finally जब हम लोग पहुंचे, उनको बताया कि कौन सी नर्क की जिंदगी में जी रहे हो ये 200 यूनिट के चक्कर में और एक बस के. एटलीस्ट यू नो वेक अप गाइस, अदरवाइज ऑल योर लाइफ विल बी फिनिश्ड.
आप बार बार कह रहे हैं, आप झुग्गी झोपड़ी गए, लोगों से, पूर्वांचलियों से बात की. यू सेड this was you went where the party called you. We just want to understand, is it true that a lot of your MPs, MLAs from Bihar, from UP were given specific areas to target? और ये कब से हो रहा था? पिछले 1 महीने से, 3 महीने से, 3 हफ्तों से?
No, this is very long. See, Pradhan Mantri, Prime Minister Modi ji and Bhajpa Sangathan plans very, very early. मतलब yesterday only you could see that Prime Minister met all the NDA Gadbandhan for Bihar, and वो भाजपा 12 महीना काम करती. We worked 12 months. This been ये तो चल ही रहा था. 5 साल से we were planning कि दिल्ली का next election. I started last month and I went very crazy 15 days back and 5 सभाएं 6 सभाएं दिन में करता था. मैं रात तक आता था और मैं 250-300 kilometers I used to travel every day by road. When Delhi traffic and reaching there and reaching inside where no one can reach, वहां तक जाता था and talk to them, have conversation and then come back and then travel. ऐसे रोज करता था.
ये बहुत सीरियस हो रहा है रवि किशन जी. अगर अरविंद केजरीवाल अभी आपको देख रहे हैं तो अपने भोजपुरी अंदाज में कुछ बताइए कि क्या डायलॉग होगा. बहुत सीरियस हो रहा है.
राहुल जी, तकरार छिड़ल बा तो तकरार चली, यही चला. दिस ऑल वर्ड्स, यू नो, यू शुड टेक आउट ऑल दिस क्लिप्स ऑफ माय, आपके पास चैनल पे है, जब मैं ट्रैवल करता था. कौन तकरार छिड़ल बा तो तकरार चली, भरपूर जवानी में तलवार चली. केजरीवाल जी, ये महफिल का मजा हम तरीका से ले, कहीं यहाँ मर्जी महादेव के चली. So this is what is Shiva's blessing. What you can see is all Lord Shiva's blessing and Modi's guarantee.
You see, I think it's interesting how the BJP has the firepower. See, when I have so many MPs, MLAs, all of whom can target specific areas. Bhupender Yadav was targeting areas with a large Yadav population. You've got those going into... You see, the BJP is a machine. That's the point. You know, I think today is proving,
no,
and it's
Rajdeep,
a machine.
The BJP has been a machine even before. Despite that, they couldn't win in Delhi.
No.
Look at कितने जोर से वो ठा के ला के हंस रहे. They haven't had an opportunity to laugh like this in Delhi in a long time. Machine तो 2015 में भी थी. Machine तो 2020 में भी थी.
Rahul worked so hard in Delhi, so hard that they will at least make an example, a shining example of what BJP can do to the national capital.
Actually,
yeah, आपको करना पड़ेगा. रवि किशन जी, Rajat Reddy has an important point. This is an opportunity opportunity for the BJP to show what they can do to Delhi. If you can turn around Delhi in the next 5 years, then the voters will say thank you.
For the entire country.
आप लोगों ने जो MCD में किया was not a role model. MCD was terribly run, whether now or earlier. You didn't make much of a difference. अभी मौका दिया है वोटर ने आपको एक बार फिर से.
But now, after 27 years, and definitely Prime Minister Modi ji, par pura vishwas, everybody has, entire country, and he knows, they know, and unka bhi ghar yahi hai. Definitely, किस तरह 27 साल बाद बीजेपी आए, they are never going to. I am telling you on bang on कहता हूँ, बीजेपी अब ये मौका नहीं छोड़ेगी, पूरी ताकत झोंक के इस कैपिटल को कैपिटल कैसे होना चाहिए वो बताएगी देश को.
Okay, you know, it's interesting.
The core Purvanchal seat of Babarpur, Gopal Rai is leading by 25,000 votes.
But it was the safest seat.
He's a big seat, but then that's a
Can we say thank you?
Tell us 1 minute about Gopal Rai, Preeti, because...
Can we just say thank you to Ravi Kishan? Ravi Kishan ji, thank you very much. मुझे लग रहा है कि आपका शारीरिक वेट थोड़ा कम हो गया between the last time I saw you on a boat in Gorakhpur. आप बहुत ज्यादा कैंपेनिंग कर रहे हैं, आपका शारीरिक वजन बढ़ रहा है, शारीरिक वजन घट रहा है. अरे बहुत जोर से हंस रहे हैं भाई.
And even Milkipur, Milkipur, you should see Milkipur result.
Yeah, but Milkipur, sir, the allegation which is being made both in Milkipur and Delhi, Milkipur serious allegations of voter suppression have been made by the Samajwadi Party, and Akhilesh has been making this for a while. In Delhi also the allegation is that there was no level playing field. आप बराबर की लड़ाई नहीं कर रहे थे, बीजेपी के पास पूरी सरकारी यंत्रणा थी.
6 months back. 6 months back, the same Chunav Ayog was on mountain, Himalaya पे था. आज वो मर गया. See, this is what, when you lose, when you win, Lok Sabha 42 seat, when you win in UP, that time this Chunav Ayog and everything was perfectly all flowery, all beautiful, la type, and suddenly the minute you come to know, you're losing it, and then you start blaming. This is a very immature way of running politics, and kind of the legendary netas talking all this. I feel as an actor, as a new learning politician, I feel very sad. When you win, it's all beautiful, and when you're losing it, you start blaming straight away, you know. This is very sad. Look at this. Ayodhya में जब जीते थे, वो जो जीते थे अवधेश प्रसाद, उनको ट्रॉफी की तरह राहुल जी और अखिलेश यादव जी लेके पार्लियामेंट में ट्रॉफी की तरह घूमते थे. And today, look at the result. Okay. Thank you so much, Rahul ji.
बहुत शुक्रिया. Thank you very much for joining us, regaling us with your laughter. And Rajdeep, this laugh, I mean, it's almost as if it's been suppressed for 2 decades, that laughter now coming out.
You know, Jo Jeeta wo Sikandar, but I just want to understand from you, Preeti, I see all the AAP leaders, even Saurabh Bhardwaj now, is trailing in Greater Kailash. The only AAP senior leader at the moment leading is Gopal Rai from Babarpur. Satyendra Jain, Somnath Bharti, Atishi. Manish Sisodia is also leading now.
Yeah,
interestingly in Jangpura, but it's going up back and forth.
Yeah, it's back and forth.
Does Manish Sisodia now become possibly the leader of the opposition if he wins, or Gopal Rai? And we come back to the question, where does Arvind Kejriwal start? The next round of elections are Bihar, Tamil Nadu, Assam, Bengal and Kerala, none of which where the AAP has a big stake. Then you have Punjab 2 years from now. Does he start rebuilding from that Punjab election, or does he start rebuilding from Delhi?
Well, number one, you know, you spoke about Gopal Rai. Well, there are a couple of senior leaders who are leading right now. Jarnail Singh, I would think, and Gopal Rai are two big leaders that are leading. If, of course, Gopal Rai wins, you can see him as the leader in the assembly. And I think he's going to take the charge. But where does Arvind Kejriwal go from here, Rajdeep? I don't see him fighting an election anytime soon. I think Arvind Kejriwal has understood he's already gone back to the drawing board. And if there is somebody who can resurrect himself, I would think he's...
How does he do it? That's
I think he's going to...
Where does he do it?
I feel, number one, I think he's going to take a big call on MCD. He's going to make a big call on that, this way or that way. I think MCD is something which the party has understood, has only... You know, in hindsight, the Aam Aadmi Party would have hoped that they had lost the MCD election. So, number one, Will he go all in to try and resurrect the MCD and try and make it function better, or does he give it up? So that's the question number one that will go.
Yeah, but I want to
Number
understand
two,
from you, Preeti, that is a Delhi call. At the end of the day, Arvind Kejriwal saw himself as a national leader. Whether he was not, or how does he now resurrect himself as a national leader?
Well, I do see that there is, on the larger India alliance, which already started before the Delhi elections, you will see now a coterie emerging of the regional parties.
Right.
You will see an Arvind Kejriwal, you will see a Mamata Banerjee, you will see a Samaj together. Now, what will, now where this goes, one can very well imagine, because it does isolate the Congress somewhere, number one. Number two, I don't see him fighting any election in the near future. I feel he's going to go all in for Gujarat. And I feel...
All in for Gujarat?
He's going to try to go all in for Gujarat. Because in Delhi, of course, what do you do? For 5 years, you are where you are in Delhi. You will lose, if there's 25 on the board, you will lose at least 10 of these over the next few years, if not months. So you will lose a lot of these MLAs. How strong can you keep Delhi going? I don't think right now.
It's not his, how does he overcome the political setbacks? It's bigger question. I've been underlining this thing. How does he get his credibility back? Now, what does he do to win that? That's a much
He's
more
going to take to
serious
the streets
question.
again.
That's what I'm saying. So he cannot go to Gujarat.
I'll give you an
If he
example.
goes to Gujarat,
I'll give you an example. I will give you an example. If there was a chance that Aam Aadmi Party would have won this election, it was very clear within the Aam Aadmi Party that they were not going back to the proverbial Sheesh Mahal. So, that's an example of that. So there is already a certain amount of recalibration that is going in. There is already a certain amount of recalibration that has already gone in trying and putting your team and reassessing the people that you had in your team. And now try to create a second rank of leader.
The character itself, it has been narrated by too many viruses. You have a Raghav Chadha who is going to go see Wimbledon.
Arvind Kejriwal,
That's not
in the election.
Arvind Kejriwal's biggest problem today.
Okay, one by one. Yes,
Arvind Kejriwal's biggest problem today, where he's going to find it very difficult to take a flight again, is lack of intellectual fuel. When Arvind Kejriwal started his career, there was such a good, intellectual stuff which was there with him. Today, this party totally lacks on intellectual caliber. Look at the people who have been given ticket, all, migrant people with all kind of, credentials for which Aam Aadmi Party never came into existence. So today, with all its intellectual caliber gone, I think it's going to be very, very challenging for Mr. Arvind Kejriwal to rebuild
this also shows how deadly 10 years of anti-incumbency can be. Just the fact that you're in power, it all adds up. The same person doing the same job in the same function for a long time. And that also shows the significance of the 4th of June and Prime Minister Modi's hat-trick. He'd been in power for 10 years. Of course, his esteem took a bit of a hit, came down from 303 to 240, but 240 was still enough to stay in power. To come down from 62 to 25 just shows how Kejriwal has fallen. I want to show you now where the BJP's gains are coming from.
Before you go, all this Kejriwal bashing, and today is a good day perhaps to...
not bashing.
No, it is. No, 1 minute.
It is. He will get his due share. He has to get his due share.
All I'm saying is, and I'm open to being challenged on this, it was not a level playing field. Over the last 3 years, ever since Kejriwal went into Gujarat, the BJP consciously decided we are going to destroy him. It's that when the Delhi liquor...
politics for charity.
1 minute, sir.
What do you mean by this? He was in power. He was not. He cannot play victim card. See,
I'm asking you a question.
He has consistently played the victim card.
Let me finish. I'm not even doubting that he has consistently played the victim part. I'm only stating facts. Almost his entire top leadership at some stage or the other has faced court charges in the last couple of years. The fact is, laws were changed. Ordinance was brought in Parliament to essentially mean that bureaucrats would respond only to the LG and not to him. Please understand, the BJP ensured even YSR Congress stayed with them for enough time to change to ensure that the ordinance was passed in Parliament. You create a situation where you reduce the chief minister to a virtual,
Did he not know what he's signing up for? Why did he contest?
That's a different... But Rajdeep, this argument can't cut both ways. On the same day...
You choose your battles, you stick with those battles and see to the conclusion.
On the same day, on the 23rd of November, when results came out, it was a level playing field in Jharkhand and not in Maharashtra.
I'm talking about Delhi.
The point I'm making is, last 2 times when they won, Was it a level playing field in 2015? Was it a level playing field in 2020? When the Congress was in power, was it a level playing? The incumbent always has an advantage. It's not right or wrong.
No.
That's a
Delhi
different
is
argument.
distinct. Delhi is distinct. Do not use these examples to make.
In
Please
Jharkhand,
tell me, has an ordinance?
Because if it was,
In which state has an ordinance? Just a minute, ma'am. In which state has an ordinance been brought to reduce the powers of the chief minister to ensure that he responds to an
when
NG?
Kejriwal had credibility on the streets of Delhi, he won despite that.
You and I still build a narrative. In Jammu Kashmir, you tell me what better odds could have been there in favor of BJP. They still could not do that well.
You are talking about BJP winning a Muslim majority state at the moment. Come on,
See,
Rajat,
they were this
this.
close to actually winning and creating a dent even in Kashmir. Go to the analysis there. My point is that you cannot perpetually be in that victimhood. You could have done a better job.
I'll give you an example why Jharkhand and what's the difference. Number one, if it was Jharkhand, Arvind Kejriwal and company would have already started rolling out the direct cash transfer. It happened in Jharkhand, right? It couldn't happen in Delhi.
So
it couldn't happen in Delhi
this
for
is what
multiple
Rajdeep has been
reasons.
clarifying for past 1 week. He did not even attempt doing it because he was so full
it would not have
of
happened.
hubris.
It would not have happened. Number two, I do agree with you. I do agree with you that the halo of morality that Arvind Kejriwal had, that is gone. And I'll give you there are a number of reasons. I think he will have to really rethink who he stands for today, because look at the candidates, look at the kind of criminal cases they have. What he took a leaf out of BJP's playbook on winnability. Look at the number of tickets that he cut getting in the BJP candidates. It's never happened in the history of the Aam Aadmi Party.
On the flip side.
But he needs to understand he cannot be the BJP or the Congress. He was Arvind Kejriwal. He needs to come back to what his core values are, and I don't put it away from him.
Also he has to right now, Rajdeep, explain to the Anti-Corruption Bureau who were the 16 MLAs who were getting calls.
On the flip
because
side.
you've leveled the charge.
On the flip side, just as I believe that there was no level playing field, I believe Arvind Kejriwal made one or two major mistakes. One of those mistakes, of course, and the BJP capitalized on it effectively in this campaign, was this so-called Sheesh Mahal, as they call it.
True.
That, to my mind, that was the moment.
Stepped into that jacuzzi.
That was the moment.
One small step of a man, a giant, complete disaster for Aam Aadmi Party.
That
he
was
should
the
not
moment.
have entered into that jacuzzi.
You see, the
at all.
BJP was not able. You said, why did this happen in 2015 and 20? 2015 and 20, Arvind Kejriwal retained a certain moral aura as a politician with a difference.
No, so
that
if
is
your
what
moral
sustained
goes
it.
down, if your moral authority goes down, don't blame level playing field. You won despite it not being a level playing field in 2015 and 2020 as well.
And then 2023,
Now 1 minute. 2015 and 2020, I remember what were the talking points in the election. And it became a talking point in Punjab as well. The so-called Delhi model of governance with education and health, mohalla clinics and government schools. It was a time when Arvind Kejriwal could go to a public gathering and claim, I am a politician with a different, ye sab neta alag hai, main alag neta hu. By 2023-24, on the back of the alleged Delhi liquor scam and the Sheesh Mahal controversy that breaks, Arvind Kejriwal then loses the moral halo. The BJP has benefited hugely from that. It's not ever one factor. I'm only pointing out two issues. One is the lack of a level playing field that the BJP has ruthlessly exploited. Number two, Arvind Kejriwal's own mistakes, which he is paying a heavy price for. That's how politics works.
But why a loser lost cannot consume more time than what the winner now intends to do. And the fact that Delhi has
this
an
election is about the loser.
No,
this was a referendum on Kejriwal.
Rajdeep, that's looking at the rear view mirror. Look in front. There's a new Delhi that awaits.
Sure, sir.
The BJP has an opportunity to fix the ills of the last 10 years.
Do you and I agree?
Try and provide, if they can, a new model of governance to the capital.
Yes. Do you and I agree on a simple issue?
Which is?
That this election, and maybe everyone on this, was a referendum on Kejriwal.
Of course.
Of course.
That
And
whether,
he failed.
right? And he's lost the referendum. That's why I'm spending time on him. This election is not about the BJP. This election is about Mr. Kejriwal. It was a referendum on Arvind Kejriwal and his rule over the last 10 years. And the voters of Delhi for now have said, sorry, Mr. Kejriwal, we gave you 10
said
years.
one more thing around. It's important. He said, I'm going back to the public for public's court. BJP has cornered me and, issued all these fake notices and fake charge sheets against me. I'm going to the people's court. Now, the people's court has said that what you did was an error on your part, error on your core character. So I think the verdict is now clear in no uncertain terms. He has lost all credibility, all moral character, all moral capital. If he needs to regain, he needs to go back into his Hawaii chappal and do Rajniti, which actually suits him.
But then this Hawaii chappal is not going to be a sellable item now. Because that Hawaii chappal has lost credibility.
Okay, let's take a look at where the BJP's gains are coming from. This is in terms of seat share. the BJP's maximum gains have come from West Delhi, suggesting that in the Punjabi-dominated areas, the BJP has done far, far better than it did the last time round. The BJP's other big gains are coming from Northwest Delhi, 7 seats. I'll quickly translate this into votes which can be more illustrative. The maximum vote share leads for the BJP have come from West Delhi, 10% more than the last election. In New Delhi, 10% more than the last election. In Chandni Chowk, 8% more than the last election. In South Delhi, only 5% more than the last election. So East Delhi and South Delhi is where the BJP hasn't gained as much. The biggest gains for the BJP have come from West Delhi and from New Delhi. Let's, on the other hand, look at the vote share gains and losses for the Aam Aadmi Party. The Aam Aadmi Party has lost 12%. This whole Punjabi kind of vote in West Delhi, largely Punjabi, 12% move away from the Aam Aadmi Party in West Delhi. 13% move in New Delhi away from the Aam Aadmi Party. 9% move away from the Aam Aadmi Party in Chandni Chowk. 6% away in, so it's East Delhi and South Delhi where the AAP has lost the least. The biggest shift away from the Aam Aadmi Party has happened in New Delhi, West Delhi, and in Chandni Chowk. I want to show you something which is incredibly interesting. Look at the power map. Now, this is important because this was the last assembly where the Aam Aadmi Party swept everywhere. Now, if you see, in New Delhi and in East Delhi, it hasn't done that badly. Elsewhere, it's saffron. So the BJP, where it has won, and I think, just take this map on the screen so our viewers can spend some time trying to see it. The AAP had hope because if you see the pockets where the AAP has done well, they've got concentrated pockets of support. Where the AAP has lost, Rajdeep, they've been hammered so badly that there is no sign of the BJP on the outer periphery of the capital. Where the AAP holds in the southern part and in New Delhi, it is still quite strong. So where it holds in contiguous areas. Where it has lost, it's been bested almost entirely.
Rahul, the AAP has declined across Delhi. In all the regions you said, it's a question of scale. The scale is highest in areas where you will find what I call not just middle class, but I like to call them aspirational middle class. The areas where you've seen large middle class colonies mushroom over the years. Now we can define the medium income of middle class in Delhi as 3 lakhs, 6 lakhs, 12 lakhs. We can go into that debate. But the truth of the matter is, the more urbanized areas of Delhi, have chosen to reject AAP more strongly than the slightly more semi-urban, semi-rural. The more urbanized areas have rejected him wholesale. The areas...
But कैसे आप map देख के बोलो ना?
One minute.
But map देख के तो बोलो. It's the outer periphery that's picked
all these areas
the
are
southern
becoming,
parts of Delhi
all these are becoming also aspirational. Look at the affluence that is coming in. Look at the number of middle class families. We can go by CSDS numbers, 65 to 70% of Delhi is middle class. Arvind Kejriwal lost the Delhi middle class completely in this election. That is a fact. Now, you can say chipped away at income groups, of course that will happen. But the real loss for Arvind, the middle class hero, how did Arvind Kejriwal come to power, Rahul? Before 2015, he came to power as a middle class hero, anti-establishment. Later, he made, transformed himself into a pro-poor image. मैं आपको free power दूंगा, बाकी दूंगा. That part, a large part of it has stayed with him. Otherwise, you would not get even 24 seats. He would have been wiped out completely.
But 24 is very different from 30 plus. Earlier, they came to 30 plus. They've slipped and the BJP has gone up to 46.
I'm going by vote share out.
No, and also look at seats where the margin is less than 500. There are only 4 such seats. This election very quickly formalizing and stabilizing. The AAP at the most, if at all, can go from 24 now to 26. Rahul, the BJP at most can go up to 48.
Rahul, don't look at seats.
No, I know. I can look at votes as well.
Look at vote share. It's 44% to AAP, 49% to BJP. That's a 5% difference. At 44%, while it may be a big, it will translate into a number of seats, 44% is a substantial number of votes.
But also means that from last election...
इस बार 44 आए, 10% हट गया. Obviously, your base is so high. 10% उड़ गई आपकी vote share. Substantial तो होगा ही.
और लोकसभा चुनाव
You asked me where is the vote come. My limited point I will keep making is he has lost the middle class vote of Delhi overwhelmingly. everything else has been chipped away. But the real vote, the real damage to Arvind Kejriwal is someone who came to power as a middle class hero has lost the Indian middle.
Why do you think, Rajdeep ji? Why was he not listening to or reading the writing on the wall? It was so evident. He was making mistakes after mistakes. Everything that he, didn't want to stand for, he kept repeating those mistakes. He was in the political office.
In the last 12 months,
even in jail. Who could have been more shameless to be in jail and be a chief minister? He flouted every single thing that he was standing for.
Now you're pointing out to one of the big mistakes. He should have given up at the moment he went to jail. He could have given up.
You can go into all of that, Rajdeep, and we can discuss that in another mistakes. I'll just tell you, Rajat, exactly a week ago you were on my show, right? You yourself admit the turnaround happened in the last 1 week.
Fair enough.
You multiple times.
See, most BJP wanted a positive narrative.
Just allow me to complete. Most psephologists have come and confirmed that the turnaround has happened in the last 1 week. So before that, everything was seemingly fine, right?
No, not at all. See, let me counter. You asked me a question, let me counter. So Aam Aadmi Party is starting with 62 seats. Okay, they had to climb down. They climbed down because of Sheesh Mahal and the halo completely eroding. Okay, they climbed down to a level where there was a stiff competition, and then BJP wanted something, some positive agenda to go to the people. They've not been in power. They don't have the leaders. They don't have the bench strength within Delhi itself.
To what Preeti
they had
said,
to do something.
That last 7 days, 8 days, in last 7-8 days, one, the budget was announced, 12 lakh rupees tax rebate, and two, Amit Shah going out and saying that unauthorized colonies will give you property rights. That means if means the people. But again, reiterating it in election rally, कि अगर आप हमें जिताएंगे तो आपको हम property rights देंगे.
And I feel the Yamuna issue backfired.
नहीं जीतेंगे तो property rights नहीं मिलेंगे.
Am I right in saying when I list the mistakes, since we are looking at, the mistakes that Kejriwal made, he was jailed in March last year. One view could have been, I'm resigning as chief minister till I prove myself in a court of law. That I don't want to wait for 6 months before I took that decision. Was that a mistake? We will have to look at that. Sheesh Mahal and the way the BJP played it up, saying, look at the lifestyle of Arvind Kejriwal, a mistake. Possibly at the end of the day, therefore, Arvind Kejriwal found, I repeat, I think this election has been a referendum on Mr. Kejriwal 5 years after 2020, where he was seen as an anti-corruption crusader. Today, Arvind Kejriwal is seen by many of those who supported him, yaar, unme aur unme kitna farak hai. And I think that is the vote that you are seeing reflecting in this election.
Can I be honest? I think the biggest drawback for Arvind Kejriwal, or the mistake or something that has pulled him down more than the corruption charges and the liquor scam allegations, are the moral corruption, is how people have seen.
The Sheesh Mahal.
The Sheesh Mahal, you can call it the toilet seat or the 10 lakh pardas
or the jacuzzi,
or the jacuzzi or whatever, whatever that you might make it. So that has also added, especially where the middle class is concerned. But there were a lot of factors. The 8th pay commission, Rajdeep, a lot of people came government employees, especially New Delhi constituency, who when I was speaking to them, a lot of them did say that the 8th pay commission is coming now. It will come either way, but you give the credit to the incumbent, which is the central government.
Let's take a look at how the different seats in Delhi have performed. So I'm just trying to explain what I'm about to show you, and then we'll show the data. Now there are 12 reserved seats, Dalit reserved seats, but according to our data, there are 23 seats where the Dalits are in significant percentage on that seat, in a position to be able to influence the seat. On those 23 seats, the Aam Aadmi Party leads in only 12, down 10 from the last time. The BJP leads in 11, up 10 from the last time. So on Dalit-dominated seats, it is even Stevens, 11 versus 12, up versus BJP. This is Dalit-dominated seats. On the upper caste-dominated seats, there are 42 such seats. The BJP has a massive lead. 42 such seats, 30 for the BJP, 12 for the Aam Aadmi Party, a significant lead. Up here is down 24 seats. These are the upper caste-dominated seats. This data is very illustrative because it actually gives you a sense of what happened. On the 16 Punjabi-dominated seats, and this will send shockwaves in Chandigarh and through Punjab as much as it is on the Punjabi-dominated seats, because remember, the Punjabi vote matters to AAP, not just in Delhi, they're in government in Punjab as well. On the seats dominated by the Punjabi community, 11 for the BJP, up 10 from the last time, AAP only at 5, down 10. This particular data sheet will be looked at extremely closely all through Maja Malwa, where the Aam Aadmi Party is on extremely slippery ground, losing that core Panthik vote which it had in the 2022 assembly elections there. Now from there, let me now come to the Muslim-dominated seats. In the 11 Muslim-dominated seats, the AAP leads on 7, the BJP leads on 4. Now, for the BJP in Gandhinagar, Kharawalagar, Mustafabad and Simapur, they're leading on these seats, which is significant because these are supposed to be Muslim. So, this whole aspect of fragmentation of a part of the Muslim vote sees the AAP
BJP had won 2 of these seats last time, also 3 of these, 4 seats last time.
Rajdeep, that's the point I've been trying to make for a while, that it's the chipping effect. You're not going to pull something away completely. You need to chip at your adversary vote share, consolidate your own, which is what the BJP has done. They didn't let them consolidate their vote share. Usko todo, apna jodo. That's how the BJP has built this vote share.
No. If, for example, in SCC, it's out of the 12, I think 8 or 9 have been won by the Aam Aadmi Party. So the Aam Aadmi Party is holding out the reserve seats. You showed just now a graphic about upper caste.
Correct.
Just look at the big margin in the upper caste. 30 is playing, I think, 11. It's a virtual sweep for the BJP. Upper caste, OBCs, aspirational middle class is the one which has deserted Arvind Kejriwal en masse. The rest you can call chipping away. But you don't win this election by chipping away. You really win big when you consolidate your vote, which the other person had. Arvind Kejriwal won these 2 big victories with a genuine cross-caste grouping. He has now found that the middle class has deserted him.
Never had the upper caste vote in Delhi in any case, which is why the BJP started with 38. So you start with 38 and then you add whatever you can.
Fair enough.
And you chip on the AAP vote share. That's how you bring them down. And the rest of the damage. So what you're saying, upper caste is the upper caste. Most viewers of India today were never on AAP side.
No, my limited point is...
But Delhi
that's the broad
also
outlook.
has an anomaly.
Here are the OBC data. 50 OBC dominated seats. BJP leading on 34 on them. Aam Aadmi Party on 16. AAP down 16. And remember, Rajdeep, here is a clear transfer. Look at how many AAP is down by. AAP is down by 29. BJP is up by 29. It shows all the hype that we were seeing in this studio and elsewhere about the role of the Congress. The Congress is a fringe player. Last time it's a fringe player. This time. It's a direct transfer from AAP to BJP.
It is a direct transfer with one again caveat. Please appreciate, the BJP in Delhi swept the Lok Sabha elections 9 months ago with more than 50% of the vote. So the BJP is already, the only difference was in Delhi people would say, Kejriwal Delhi ke liye, Modi ji center ke liye. This time they have decided, humko Modi wahi chahiye. It's not that these are not BJP voters. These are BJP voters.
But Rajdeep, 46%, Delhi is one of those few city-states which has the maximum number of upper castes. So Delhi has 46% of upper castes. Where you talk about the middle class...
46%.
46%. One of the highest in the country, Delhi has. Now, the second part that we talk about, the proverbial middle class. Now, again, we'll say it's not a monolithic, but it's astounding. Delhi has 66% of Delhi is the middle class. Now, you can break it out into lower income groups or higher income groups, but 66% is the middle class. And a lot of that had voted for the Aam Aadmi Party in 2020. And we've got to understand it's moved away. So, yes, he's been able to keep hold. If you look at the 12 reserved seats, Aam Aadmi Party is still leading in 8 with this abysmal figure. 8 are coming in from the reserved seats.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Preeti. I was told 24%. These figures again vary. 24% of Delhi lives in Jhuggi Jhopdi clusters.
Yes.
So we've got Anna Hazare joining us. Anna Hazare joins us live. Anna ji, namaste. Welcome. आपने इतना रोल प्ले किया अरविंद केजरीवाल के इंडिया अगेंस्ट करप्शन कैंपेन, मतलब आपका कैंपेन था, उन्होंने बाद में हाईजैक कर लिया, इट्स अ डिफरेंट मैटर, बट आपका शुरू में कैंपेन था. आज जब बीजेपी जीत रही है, अरविंद केजरीवाल और आम आदमी पार्टी इस तरह से हार रहे हैं, आप इस नतीजे को अन्ना हजारे साहब कैसे देख रहे हैं? अन्ना जी.
हाँ
जी, दिल्ली के नतीजे को आप कैसे देखते हैं?
नतीजे को जब देखता हूँ, आज तक तो मैं केजरीवाल जब रायगंज में आता था, मेरे रूम में बैठा था, मैं जो बताता सुनता था, लेकिन आज जब उन्होंने शराब के बारे में सोचा, शराब की दुकान खोलने के बारे में सोचा तो दिल से उतर गया। इसके कारण मैं उससे दूर हो गया। जिस दिन वो पक्ष और पार्टी निकालने का मीटिंग बुलाया, मैं वो मीटिंग में गया दिल्ली में। ऐसे मैं दूर हो गया, आज तक दूर रहा, कभी बात नहीं किया।
आपको लगता है
ये बताइए अन्ना जी, अगर आप आज अरविंद केजरीवाल को कोई सलाह देते, अगर आज आप अरविंद केजरीवाल को कोई सलाह देते तो क्या सलाह देंगे, क्या एडवाइस देंगे उनको?
शुरू में मैं सलाह देते रह गया, समझाया, सिखाया, लेकिन समझाने से परे चला गया, तब मैं साथ छोड़ दिया। आज फिर से कभी बात नहीं किया।
आपने इतने सालों में कभी बात नहीं की, पिछले 8-10 साल में कभी अरविंद से बात नहीं की?
अभी जिस दिन पक्ष और पार्टी निकाला तब से मैं बात नहीं किया।
तो अन्ना जी, आज जब अरविंद केजरीवाल दिल्ली हारते हुए दिख रहे हैं तो आपकी इस पे क्या टिप्पणी है?
नहीं, अभी तो मैं बताने से परे गया, अभी कोई बता नहीं सकता।
रजत आपसे पूछने जाते हैं। रजत, गो अहेड।
अन्ना जी नमस्ते। मैं आपसे ये पूछना चाहता हूं कि युवाओं को आपका क्या संदेश है, जो युवा आज भी राजनीति में आना चाहते हैं? क्या आपको लगता है कि युवाओं को अब राजनीति में नहीं आना चाहिए केजरीवाल का एक्सपेरिमेंट फेल होने के बाद?
हेलो, नहीं, युवा शक्ति हमारी राष्ट्र शक्ति है। ये युवा शक्ति जाग जाए तो कल का भविष्य, उज्जवल भविष्य दूर नहीं, समाज और देश का युवक ही इस देश को बनाएगा, इस पर मेरा विश्वास है। उसका कारण, मैं एक 17 साल का युवक था। मैंने जीवन में तय किया कि जब तक मैं जीऊंगा, मेरा गांव, मेरा समाज और मेरे देश की सेवा करूंगा, और जिस दिन मैं मरूंगा उस टाइम पर गांव, समाज और देश की सेवा करते करते मरूंगा। ये मैंने व्रत लिया, आज तक मैं वो व्रत का पालन करते आए हैं।
ओके,
फिर से मैं अंदर गया नहीं पक्ष और पार्टी का।
We'll leave it there. You know, many such broken dreams of working together as Kejriwal forged his own blazing political path that meets resistance today from the voters of Delhi. Anna Hazare Saab, for joining us. Thank you very much. Appreciate you taking out time. 24 versus 46. It seemed as if it was tied. 24 versus 46 is not tied. It's a very comprehensive defeat of the Aam Aadmi Party at the hands of a marching BJP.
It is a comprehensive victory for the BJP. Anything over 40, frankly, is a victory when you have only 70 seats on offer.
In 1993, they had 47 seats.
Yeah, so they're almost going back to where they were in 1993. But I think the real story still remains, to me, in this particular election, not the BJP but the Aam Aadmi Party. Because I maintain, Rahul, what are the changes that have taken place in Indian politics in the last decade? One of the changes was 10 years ago, or 11, since we had Anna, a party comes up, startup party, says India against corruption, metamorphoses into Aam Aadmi Party. And there were a lot of people, Rajat mentioned, a lot of young people, a lot of people who are disenchanted with both the Congress and what the BJP stood for, who thought maybe we have an alternative. I recall being in places.
BJP. He gave a localized solution to a localized problem.
I remember going to an IT park in Bangalore, and a lot of the young guys who had been IITians, were looking up to Arvind Kejriwal as someone who was going to be a game changer. You go to Chennai, there were people in Chennai talking about it. In Mumbai, Arvind Kejriwal was a big talking point 10 years ago. And he came out of the cold. He didn't come from Mr. Modi had the full backing of the Sangh Parivar. The Congress leadership has, decades of being in power. Kejriwal was the outsider. I think on reflection, he will realize that he made mistakes. and is paying a price for it today.
Betrayal of an idea.
Betrayal of an idea. Well put. A betrayal of an
idea.
Is an idea. Aam Aadmi Party was not just a party, it was an idea. And today maybe that idea of providing that third alternative has gone down. What lies ahead? Huge question mark. You see,
That's Virendra Sachdeva is being held on the shoulders by BJP workers, dancing and celebrating. It's going to be a wild Holi at the BJP headquarters.
And let's be clear, it's not as if, you see, when we talk about bounceability, it's easier for a Congress leader or a BJP leader to bounce back. They have a structure in place. For someone like Arvind Kejriwal, whose party is built around his own image, once his image takes a dent, it's not going to be so easy for Arvind Kejriwal to bounce back. So as we see the BJP celebrating their Virendra Sachdeva, you know, the BJP has had many state presidents over the years.
But he's the one who hit the ball out of the park.
He's at the right place at the right time.
No, so he
can
wanted
take some credit.
Rajdeep a ticket for himself, gave his name on 3 seats, was sent out of the meeting. You can't be president and try and fight yourself. And let's listen to what he's saying. He's the one who did what Kiran Bedi, Harshvardhan, Vijay Goyal, Manoj Tiwari, all of them couldn't. Jo jeeta wahi Sikandar. Okay, Salman Soos joins us. There's some dissent breaking out within the Congress. We can see Udit Raj has tweeted, commenting on this defeat, saying that the local leadership was not in sync with the central leadership, that we could have taken this vote, Salman Soos, from this was originally a Congress vote, we could have taken it back. It seems to have gone to the BJP. Lots of murmurings of what could have been within the Congress already.
Oh, well, Rahul, the Congress party, it is inhabited by human beings. We all have feelings. We all are, obviously deeply upset. I mean, I'm very upset by what has happened here. This is the third time that we have such a poor performance. And I guess we're all looking for answers. And I hope, that, of course, the party leadership will sit and actually look for answers in a very forthright manner so that we can we can now, in some ways, of course, the BJP deserves congratulations. Aam Aadmi Party has also done well, but I think Rajdeep may have a point about Aam Aadmi Party and what this might do to Mr. Kejriwal. But frankly, this may also be an opportunity for the Congress now to force the path ahead. The BJP did not win in Delhi for all these years. And now, after all these years, they have won, and it is a very good victory. So no reason that the Congress cannot come back.
Okay.
But
Nalin Kohli joins us. Nalin Saab, itne din se TV se gayab, jeet gaye to aa gaye. That's a big complaint. You hardly make. You're all busy fighting all these fancy legal cases. Now that you won, welcome and congratulations.
Well, in fairness, Rahul, your comment is not incorrect, because I've been doing TV only in the last few weeks. Not too much of it. I normally tend to give bites, but it's nice to be back on your show. You did call me once, and I'm thankful for you to remember me from time to time.
Okay, so tell us, what do you attribute this big BJP victory to?
I think plenty. There are two stories, Rahul and Rajdeep. I'd like to basically want you to reflect that Delhi is at a unique position. The voters of Delhi, the citizens of Delhi, see the seat of power at the central government. They see the global face of India. They see the parliament, which reflects the whole of India. They have a government that's supposed to meet its needs, which is what the Aam Aadmi Party was supposed to do. And they have a municipal government. So they see a model at 3 levels. Here we had a model which came up in 2013, India against corruption. Tall promises of an alternative politics. Tall promises that we will not take homes, we will not take cars, we will serve the people, we will not allow corruption to take place. What do we have? No home versus Sheesh Mahal. No corruption versus a liquor scam. Virtually the top leadership going to jail. Any development, always a model of excuse or confrontation. Blame somebody. When Punjab was not the Aam Aadmi Party, they blamed it for the pollution. When Punjab came to the Aam Aadmi Party, they blame Haryana. How long will the people of Delhi give them a rope? They gave it for 10 years. The Yamuna is worse. The air is worse. Infrastructure is crumbling. So is education and health not keeping pace.
So how much time does the BJP need for voters and citizens in Delhi to start seeing a difference? You're now in the saddle. How many weeks or months before Delhi can tell the difference?
I think what you need to know is that we always hit the ground running. When Prime Minister Modi came in 14, he said, I will work 24 hours a day, 7 days a week as the Pradhan Sevak and show you that we will not stop the effort to transform India and make it a developed nation by 2047. That's the model of the BJP states. Why should Delhi be an exception? Delhi deserves better.
Okay. Nalin Kohli talking about the BJP's big victory. We are seeing all the big guns. You know, you made this a prestige battle. Kejriwal ko harana hai, Sisodia ko harana hai, Atishi ko harana hai. On all those three, at this moment, it seems you've succeeded. Sisodia has lost Jangpura. Kejriwal trailing on his own seat in New Delhi. Atishi has also been trailing for large parts.
So is Satyendra Jain. There are others also. Saurabh Bhardwaj, Somnath Bharti. I mean, the entire top leadership of Camp Kejriwal is facing the heat of an election, because elections is a time like an examination for anyone who studies in school or college or postgraduate. They are expected to come and say, how did we perform? And you give us the final verdict. The voters are giving their verdict. They are tired of a model of bluster, are tired of a model of fake promises, tired of a model of blaming somebody else, or tired of a model of excuses. They were elected to work. That's all. They should have worked. They came on promises, let me say.
But they say, aapne karne nahi diya. That is his constant complaint, that the BJP didn't let me work, that this wasn't a level playing field.
You know, there's an old story, very old story I grew up learning, of the camel and the tent. That the camel was feeling cold, so it gave an excuse. I put my head in, put my neck in, but the camel was never happy. And that's Mr. Kejriwal's model. He's always unhappy, always wants more, without even taking care of what he can do. Why there was no confrontation or problem when Sheila Dikshit was here, when the BJP was there and the Congress government was at the center? I mean, if you want to work, you will work. If you don't want to work, you will find an excuse or find someone to blame.
Was this in that sense, though, somewhere today was an election also about settling scores? I know you said elections are about exams and how you perform. Somewhere Kejriwal was a fly in the ointment. He got under the BJP skin time and again. Do you believe that you finally got him out of your system by doing what you've done today?
Rajdeep, you will have to permit me a few moments. Delhi is an interesting place. It is a union territory with a person who runs Delhi called a chief minister, but is not a chief minister like, say, Uttar Pradesh or Haryana or Punjab or any other state. Therefore, the person who's working in this municipal area of Delhi, because it's not a state and the size of other states, is required, has the whole global media looking at him as well as the national media. So that person occupies a predominant position in the national narrative, which is actually disproportionate to his punching size in reality. You can't compare him to, say, the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh or Maharashtra or Tamil Nadu or Karnataka or any of these states, even West Bengal. So he or she occupies that position. So therefore, the media likes to see him as a national alternative with 7 Lok Sabha seats, ignoring other states with 20 to 80 seats. They try to see him as the face against the Prime Minister who contests and needs to get 272 seats to be the Prime Minister of India. So I don't think Mr. Kejriwal was ever the person who was this national narrative. He failed miserably wherever he went, except Punjab. You pick up every election result, all Aam Aadmi Party candidates lost their deported. And basically, with due respect, someone like you in the media paints him at the national level. So that painting does not change the reality. You can paint me as whatever you want. You can paint me
I think he benefited, just as some leaders on the periphery of the country lose out because of tyranny of distance, he benefited from what I call doorstep journalism. Most TV channels are in Noida. Mr. Kejriwal was in Delhi and therefore got disproportionate coverage. But go ahead, Preeti.
But it was also, the Aam Aadmi Party, Mr. Kohli, was also one of the fastest growing political outfits that one has seen in the recent past.
It's also the fastest growing political outfit.
No, but go ahead.
You know, it was, but I want to bring in Salman Soz into this conversation. Salman Soz, it does
Can we listen to Manish Sisodia? He's speaking at this moment, just lost in Jangpura.
हम सब कार्यकर्ताओं ने मिलकर बहुत मेहनत से लड़ा। जंगपुरा के लोगों ने, जंगपुरा विधानसभा के लोगों ने भी बहुत प्यार मोहब्बत सम्मान दिया, लेकिन 600 वोट से लगभग 600 वोट से उसमें हम पीछे रह गए। तो मैं जो कैंडिडेट जीते हैं उनको बधाई देता हूं और उम्मीद करता हूं कि जंगपुरा की समस्याओं को वो हल करेंगे, जंगपुरा के लोगों की जितनी भी चीज़ें हैं उनको हल करेंगे। बाकी तो अब बाकी देखते हैं।
सर काफी टफ फाइट रही है।
600 votes. Salman Sauz, I want to come back to you. You know, what you were hoping to possibly engineer and cause a bigger dent in Delhi, you might actually get the benefit of that in Punjab, Salman Sauz, because there will be immediate ramification in the state of Punjab, and the viable option there is not the BJP, it's you. You can stand to gain in Punjab of what's going on in Delhi today.
You know, looking at Aam Aadmi Party's difficulties in Delhi and then saying that we will gain in Punjab, that is one way to think about it. What I would prefer that our party do is actually to see how we can actually emerge from the difficulties of the past 10 years. And I think that is important for us. I think we made some headway during the Lok Sabha election. We need to do more of that, much more of that. We've had some big reverses in the past few months. And we need to really understand what's going on. And then I think things like Punjab and everything else, they will fall in place. But if we start just going willy-nilly to, okay, now these guys are suffering here, let's take them out in Punjab, I don't know if that's going to be sustainable for the long run for us. We need a long-term
Take a look at this. In Jangpura, Manish Sisodia at 30,724 votes. Tarvinder Singh Marwa, who used to be a Congress MLA, now fighting on a BJP ticket, formidable local candidate, has 31,593. Farhad Suri, from the Congress, former mayor of Delhi, had 6,551. So he's lost by the narrowest of margins. And Rajdeep, as I traveled with him in Jangpura, there was a fair amount of goodwill for what he'd done originally in his first term around the Delhi education model. This is a very, when you lose, but if you lose badly, you say, kya kare yaar, pit gaye. When you lose like this, you keep saying, oh, 600 vote, yahan pe, wahan pe. Virendra Sachdeva is speaking at this moment. Just 1 second. BJP president, let's listen to it.
प्राथमिकता ये है कि हमने कहा, जैसा माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने भी, कि पहली कैबिनेट में जितने घोटाले हुए उसके लिए एसआईटी का गठन होगा, आयुष्मान योजना लागू होगी, महिला समृद्धि सम्मान योजना जो है वो लागू होगी, और दिल्ली में हर घर नल से जल, दिल्ली की सड़कें, यमुना का प्रदूषण, ये वो विषय है जिस पे हमको काम करना है, 24/7 काम करना है, दिल्ली को विकसित राजधानी बनाना है।
आप कई सारे मुद्दों को, भ्रष्टाचार के मुद्दों पर सवाल उठाते रहे आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार पे, क्या उनकी अब जांच होगी सरकार बनने के बाद?
कहा कि हर घोटाले की एसआईटी का गठन होगा, जांच होगी, दोषियों को बख्शा नहीं जाएगा।
इस मैंडेट को लेकर के उम्मीद थी बीजेपी को?
हमें अपने काम पर भरोसा था, हमें हमारे प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी पर भरोसा था, और हम जानते थे कि उनका नेतृत्व इस दिल्ली को विकास दे सकता है, और उनके नेतृत्व को दिल्ली की जनता ने सलाम किया।
जीत का श्रेय किसे देंगे?
एक ही जीत का श्रेय सिर्फ एक है, श्रीमान नरेंद्र मोदी। कार्यकर्ताओं ने मेहनत की है, लेकिन हम सब कार्यकर्ता हैं, लेकिन हम कार्यकर्ताओं को चलाने का काम, हमको प्रेरणा देने का काम माननीय प्रधानमंत्री करते हैं।
प्रधानमंत्री ने किया। यहाँ पर आप देख सकते हैं तस्वीरों में, यहाँ पर वीरेंद्र सचदेवा जो कि मीडिया से बातचीत करते हुए।
BJP president in 3 decades, Rajdeep, to lead the BJP to power. This would hurt. 600 votes in Jangpura.
I just wanted to make a point, and I think Preeti had an interesting observation which she can make, but the point I want to make, this is the classic triangular contest in Delhi. You see, wherever there were a few, they wouldn't have made a difference given the fact that you have such a big victory. Had it been 37 placed 33, you could have said Congress has caused the defeat. But this is the kind of constituency where a Congress candidate picks up 6,500, you lose by 600. Manish Sisodia clearly has lost to a large extent because Farhad Suri fought a tough campaign. He's a former mayor. He's a visible player.
He fought a strategic campaign.
Tell us how.
Which is because, if you look at it, Farhad Suri made sure he campaigned in certain areas in Nizamuddin, which felt dissatisfied, disaffectionate, especially at the time of the COVID controversy on the Tablighi Jamaat, where the Aam Aadmi Party hadn't taken a stand when an FIR was registered. So there's about 30,000 votes there. And he constantly only, Farhad Suri refused to speak to the press, only campaigned in Nizamuddin, in that particular area, and he's been able to draw out...
So you think that his sole objective was to defeat the Aam Aadmi Party?
Yes, he wanted to be the spoiler.
He wanted to be the spoiler.
He's an old Sheila Dikshit, loyalist. And you'll see them, there are a lot of old Sheila Dikshit's loyalists who are coming in just to,
that's an interesting observation.
It's revenge.
When I sort of the Congress people who are feeling elated today or vindicated are largely those who have worked in and around Sheila Dikshit. You may have heard, just the other day, Pawan Kheda said that, Kejriwal is anti-democratic. Now, I think the likes of Pawan Kheda, who works so closely with Sheila Dikshit, Sandeep Dikshit, her son, Farhad Suri, you've got a few others out there, Harun Yusuf. All of them went into this election knowing they would lose, but wanted to teach Kejriwal a lesson.
But look at how the numbers have changed. BJP is more than double the Aam Aadmi Party. See, it's not just victory and defeat. Kejriwal winning under Modi's nose is always a massive irritant. Now they've beaten him, and how? All his big guns have lost, and AAP is half. That is a big message by itself. Yeah. AAP is half.
AAP is half, and what Mr. Modi, all through this, his campaign is connect with the workers, his connect with the booth workers has been कि आपको अपने बूथ पे बहुत मजबूत करना है, and the whole idea was कि जो लोकसभा elections में when we can get 54-55% vote, why can't we retain it in assembly elections? And they have been able to save that vote shifting away from the Lok Sabha elections to Vidhan Sabha elections to Aam Aadmi Party. So that way, BJP has absolutely consolidated itself.
So I want to make the same point that you're saying.
Earlier thing which you showed, the Punjabi and the Vaishyas, Punjabi and the Banya votes, who in the earlier elections went to
the finance minister and arguably the woman of the match.
Yes.
Nirmala Sitharaman is speaking. She'll also get a big cheer when she goes to the next BJP meeting. Let's listen to Nirmala Sitharaman speaking at this moment.
अपने बजट स्पीच में ट्रस्ट शब्द का इस्तेमाल 18 बार किया है, क्रेडिट शब्द का इस्तेमाल 26 टाइम्स और लोन 15 टाइम्स रिपीट किया है. तो आपसे ये सवाल है गवर्नर सर कि क्या हम
Pull out what Nirmala ji is saying in just a moment. Here's what I want to show you. AAP ran a weak race on 22 seats where their vote share was less than 40%. 22 seats, AAP ran a weak race. That's a lot for a party which started with 62 out of 70. Fighting a weak race on 22 is a big number. BJP ran a weak race only on 11 seats. 9 plus 2, less than 40% vote share, only 11. BJP fought on 59 seats, a hard fight where they have more than 40% of the vote share. BJP fought an exceptionally good race, 50% plus on 28. AAP fought a good race, good 50% plus only on 14. That shows you the difference. Your Kamzor Kadi suddenly, because remember, as the BJP kept saying during the campaign, आपका उधारी का वोट है. There's nothing of their own. थोड़ा BJP से लिया है, थोड़ा कांग्रेस से लिया है. It's time to take it back. Rajat wants to come in, Rajdeep also wants to come. One at a time.
See, basically, the game plan of Kejriwal has always been that right before the Delhi Assembly elections, he used to never go out and contest.
Kejriwal has lost. Ladies and gentlemen, breaking this story now, right here on India Today television, the big political story of this moment.
Yes.
The man who once thought he could be the new Modi, the man who thought he could beat the Prime Minister in Varanasi, Arvind Kejriwal of the Aam Aadmi Party, its national convener. What a fall from political grace. Losing to Parvesh Verma. 24,743 votes for Parvesh Verma. There it is on your screen right now. Arvind Kejriwal with 21,561 votes. It's not a decimation, but it's a defeat. But for the AAP convener to lose, and remember, the gap is 3,113. I met Sandeep Dikshit in Kidwai Nagar in New Delhi. He denied that this is about revenge, but you speak to anyone around him, he wanted to teach Kejriwal a lesson. तूने मेरी माँ को हराया, मैं तुम्हें बताता हूँ.
Look, you can look at it that way that, here is Sandeep Dikshit who's got 3,113 votes. Arvind Kejriwal loses almost by an identical margin. And blame it on Sandeep Dikshit. But it goes beyond that. It's not as if every vote that Sandeep Dikshit got was a vote that was voting against Arvind Kejriwal. Truth of the matter, Rahul, is that Arvind Kejriwal has suffered, like every AAP candidate has suffered, anti-incumbency. It has been across the board. You see, this is a classic old-style election where people have voted to vote out Arvind Kejriwal, not necessarily vote in the BJP. Get that very clear. This election...
No, so your biggest asset became your biggest liability. It's as simple as that.
Because the parties... When you saw an AAP poster, who did you see but Kejriwal? How many other leaders have you ever seen on an AAP poster? It's only Kejriwal. It's like, say tomorrow if BJP was to lose Gujarat, when Mr. Modi was chief minister, it would lie on Mr. Modi. Modi was Gujarat, Gujarat was Modi. Today, for the last 10 years, for the Aam Aadmi Party, Delhi was Kejriwal, Kejriwal was Delhi. That's why even when he was in jail for several months, he did not even appoint someone else as chief minister, because he was the face. That face itself has been humbled, his lieutenants have been humbled, and this is a classic anti-incumbency election where the voters have chosen very clearly, the people's court, as Arvind Kejriwal called it, have decided, Mr. Kejriwal, we don't want you in 2025. So I think, look at all these numbers put together. It is a vote against Arvind Kejriwal. The BJP is a beneficiary of the referendum that's gone against him. It's not as if the BJP has stalwart leaders in Delhi whom people were hankering for. They didn't even know who the face was. They just wanted Kejriwal out this time, and they have trusted to some extent in Mr. Modi's promises. They believe, I told you in 2014, two middle-class heroes.
Not to some extent. Why are you underplaying this? Was 48 placed 22.
Sir,
they had faith, massive faith in Modi ji's promises and no faith in Kejriwal's promises.
Rahul, again you're looking at black. There are two reasons. The larger reason, according to me, is to defeat Arvind Kejriwal. This election was not about Narendra Modi. This was a referendum on Mr. Kejriwal. He has lost that. The fact that the BJP had Mr. Modi on their side is an added bonus. The real reason is not people went to vote कि मुझे मोदी जी चाहिए. They were मुझे केजरीवाल और आम आदमी पार्टी नहीं चाहिए. This is a negative vote. Negative vote.
Rajdeep, let's just come again. No, 1 second. Let's just make this point again. When you are at 48 versus 22, you have won votes from all communities. In fact, it is not as if only the rich and the fancy India Today viewers have voted for you, and that's how you won. All kinds of people across all communities. Maybe in certain communities, more people still voted up. That's obviously true. But you have won votes across communities. Nobody's political bias or personal bias should supersede the data. The data speaks loudly, and it speaks clearly.
Sorry, Rahul, I would have thought the fact is a party has come down from 62 to 22.
Yes.
When you come down, the vote principally is against you. The other side...
So you lose everywhere.
Sir...
Rajdeep, what was being said earlier, women and poor have disproportionately voted. You can't win 48 seats if the poor haven't voted.
This is a classic anti-incumbency election. People have voted out the incumbent. The entire top brass of AAP has lost. Not just Kejriwal,
so all kinds of people have voted against you, including the poor. You can't say only the rich, fancy pants have voted for us and BJP won 48 seats.
That's a foolish statement, Rahul.
That's what I'm saying, but which was being said.
44% of the vote, where have that come from?
So obviously, that is correct. No, that is correct. So I'm saying...
So how can you say that?
But Rajdeep, that's the point I'm making, that vote has got chipped away. You've lost a part of your co-vote. It cannot happen.
But the
हमारा सारा vote हमारे पास है, फिर भी हम 22 सीट पे आ गए. That makes no sense. You've lost a part of your vote. You have to wake up and feel the coffee. If not wake up and feel all that's happening across. Yes.
मैं एक सुमन के शब्द हैं, कवि सुमन रहे, बहुत जरूरी है. केजरीवाल हारना is a colossal loss.
Rajat getting poetic now. क्या बात है? I've never heard him.
No, this is what
the time he's been with us.
This is coming straight from the heart.
You see, Rajat Sethi is part of that group. All IITians who had invested a lot of hopes in Kejriwal. Some of them, like Rajat, also had a leaning towards Modi. He chose Modi over Kejriwal. Today is his day to exult.
Irshad.
So it says, आसमां इतनी बुलंदी पे जो इतराता है, आसमां इतनी बुलंदी पे तो जो इतराता है, भूल जाता है कि ज़मीं से ही नजर आता है. The problem of Kejriwal was that he started, thinking that he is that larger than life. And he forgot the gully nukkad from where he has risen. The problem with Kejriwal was that he started thinking that everything that he could stand for, he can just chuck it aside and go back and be a typical politician, enjoy all the glory that comes with politics, live lavishly, forget about your core promise. Janta to moorkh hai, freebie baat do. The biggest disservice that he has done to the entire country is introducing this virus of freebies. Who brought freebie culture in our country? It's him only. And it was never targeted. These freebies were pan-Delhi, pan-population, and he kept pushing this idea, and everybody, every other political party, Congress, BJP, had to join that bandwagon of giving freebies.
The defeat of Kejriwal, Rajdeep, is a big day in Indian politics. The fact that you had... And in some senses...
And while you...
this was linked to a startup, let's draw the startup analogy. I don't want to take any
I'll
one.
give you a startup example.
Sir, make a bol de do. I'm saying, let's not take any one company's name, but we've seen many Indian startups reach 10 billion, 16 billion dollar valuations.
I was going to say exactly
only
that,
to be proven to be made of feet of clay,
the whole
and they
sector takes a
collapse.
hit.
It's in some ways the equivalent of the Indian political startup story, and we've seen that happen in business. It's happening now in politics, right?
Look, in politics, it's far more difficult. When we compare, Kejriwal was India's only political unicorn of the 21st century. Let's be very clear. You have lots of unicorns.
You have lots of
valuation thing.
Exaggerated valuation.
No, with
not actually matching cash flows.
Agreed.
Exactly.
Agreed.
Zero profit.
You've had many such startups which have zoomed up, and dramatically so in terms of politics. Between he joins politics in 2012. By 2013, he's become chief minister. 2015, wins a big majority. He is a political unicorn. And I think the disappointment...
No, he may no longer be a unicorn.
The
unicorn requires 1 billion plus. You still hold on to Punjab, so I suppose you're unicorn to that extent.
I don't think he's...
But you had a multi-billion-dollar valuation. That's crashed. That's quite crashed.
While my friend Rajat Sethi exults over Kejriwal's defeat, I think the troubling part is simply this. He represented for those who supported him over the years, not just a political party, but an idea that you could do politics differently. The troubling part of today will be all those who thought you could do politics differently have realized
differently, could govern differently.
We've got Nimi Rastogi joining us from the AAP office. I've just received word from the AAP office. They've locked up the AAP office. They've apparently locked up the AAP office. They're restricting entry. Only party officials are allowed. Unknown media people are being sent outside. Known people are being kept inside. Unknown people are being sent outside. Nimi Rastogi, क्या हो रहा है? क्यों बंद कर दिया आपने आपका ऑफिस?
Dekhi, while everybody is hyperventilating on this winning and losing game, let me remind you that the difference in percentage is only 3.5%, and you win some, you lose some, and in all humility we accept people's mandate. But let me remind you, it was Arvind Kejriwal who set the narrative, who set the higher standards in electoral politics, who called a spade, and who had the guts to say even the most unthinkable
very
things
rare
which people shy
piece of
away.
good news.
And we
In the last round of counting in Khalkaji, Atishi at this moment is leading by 2,700 votes, which means unless all the votes which are still to be counted go against a chief minister, sitting incumbent chief minister, now on her way out, Atishi is likely to win. So you'll have somebody in the assembly on an AAP ticket who's a prominent leader. Atishi likely to win, though Kejriwal and Sisodia have both lost. Nimi Rastogi.
So we belong to the philosophy of Harivansh Rai Bachchan ki man ka ho to acha, man ka na ho to usse bhi zyada acha, because that strengthens our resolve. We are not going anywhere. We are a force to reckon with. We will continue fighting for the rights of people, for differentiating between what is right, what is wrong. We will not let corrupt politicians like BJP to have their way, to run all over the people of India. So we are here. We will check course correct.
But how will you
and
do
we
it?
will proceed from here.
Nimiji,
we
those
are
are
even
fine
more
words.
motivated to go ahead and serve
Nimiji,
people.
those are fine words. The truth of the matter is Delhi was your bastion, your fortress. When you want to expand, you first need to protect your fortress. Now your fortress has been breached. How do you expand or even contemplate the future? Do you accept that you have a very long marathon now to run? You are a startup, as we are calling it. You've met a huge bump. अब आप next level पे कैसे जाओगी?
Pehli baat to, we are not a startup, we are a national party. Second thing, the victory margin is less than 1,000 or 2,000, which is nothing. And third thing is we have governments in 2 states, or had. And we have our Vidhan Sabha members, MLAs in 5 states. We have 1 in MCD. So there is nothing that is writing us off. Don't be in hurry to write an epitaph for us. Else you will be,
there's a lot of concern, very serious concern, Nimi Rastogi, about how many of these 22 MLAs will stay with AAP. We saw this in Gujarat. You had 6. Most of them, I think, 1 odd stayed, the others left. Are you concerned that some of these 22 could leave too?
See, you are speaking as if you're normalizing horse trading and you're kind of almost anticipating that BJP
Parvesh
will
Verma
throw
is speaking
money
at this time, the
MLAs
biggest slayer in Indian politics at this moment.
क्या वजह रहा है जो इतना प्रचंड बहुमत जो है बीजेपी को मिला है और साथ में नई दिल्ली की सीट पर भी आप कैंपेनिंग में थे, लोगों की क्या कंप्लेंट्स है?
देखिए, जब 11 साल झूठ से कोई सरकार चलाएगा, जब लोगों को फुसलाएगा, उनकी बातें नहीं सुनेगा, तब लोग उसको एक बार मौका और दे सकते हैं। दूसरी बार मौका देना, ये गलती दिल्ली वाली नहीं करेंगे और उन्होंने नहीं करी है। हमारी जो बहुमत से सरकार बनी है वो बहुत एक्सपेक्टेड थी। जब आप लोगों की शिकायतें सुनते हैं, उन लोगों की जो दिक्कतें सुनते हैं, उसके बाद एक्सपेक्टेड था। मीडिया वाले कह रहे थे कि शायद पलट जाएगा इलेक्शन, लेकिन जैसे हम देख सकते हैं बहुत क्लियर कट विक्ट्री है। पापा की भी बहुत क्लियर कट विक्ट्री है, सुबह से लीड में चल रहे हैं और आप सबके समर्थन के लिए वापस धन्यवाद। थैंक यू।
जिस तरह से अकाउंट खुला था शुरुआत में, जब ट्रेंड कर की तरफ लगातार बढ़ रहे हैं, तो उस वक्त की स्थिति क्या थी?
सब बहुत टेंस थे, लेकिन जैसा हम तीनों ने 4 दिन पहले भी बोला था, बहुत क्लियर कट विक्ट्री आएगी, बस सही वक्त का इंतज़ार था। दिल्ली वाले समझ गए कौन उनका मजाक उड़ा रहा है, कौन उनकी भावनाओं के साथ खेल रहा है। इस बार दिल्ली ने झूठ को विक्ट्री नहीं दी।
लगातार हनुमान चालीसा चल रहा है घर में।
पापा बहुत बड़े भक्त हैं हनुमान जी के और हनुमान जी का साथ है, इसलिए हमें ये विक्ट्री मिली है। बस
अब जीत के बाद क्या करेंगे आप?
सबको धन्यवाद देना चाहते हैं। पापा सबको जाके धन्यवाद देंगे, पूरा परिवार जाएगा और बस सबको अपनी सबको बधाइयाँ देंगे और सबको अपने विशेस के लिए थैंकफुल हों।
सेलिब्रेशंस करेंगे?
जी ज़रूर।
Almost like it takes a village. When someone fights a campaign, it requires everyone, friends के friends, beta, beti, सब आ जाओ, लग जाओ. It's like a barat. And when I'd gone to their house, it was interesting to see how everyone was chipping in. They all had as if they were all deep data strategists, looking at the data, but just trying to chip in. It's like contributing to a barat, contribute in any big, small way that you can. Kejriwal has lost, and the one woman who's feeling that I told you so is Swati Maliwal. She joins us. Member of Parliament, once a core part of Team Kejriwal, now out on the streets, showing everything that's wrong with the Kejriwal model. Are you feeling happy? Are you feeling sad? Swati ji, do you say, I told you so?
I don't think I'm feeling any of the above, but yes, I think that if a person gets so arrogant that he stops listening to anyone, if a big person becomes so cruel that he ensures that a woman is beaten up in his own house and then throws her out and then assassinates her character and then protects the person who has actually beaten her up, promotes him again and again and again, I think then God does some justice.
आपने भी बड़ा लॉस किया। हर जगह आप जा रही है, वीडियो डाल रही है, बीजेपी वाले उसको वायरल कर रहे हैं. You kind of exposed the misgovernance everywhere. It was almost as if you were standing there showing the AAP model of governance in all its glory.
But I just showed the truth. It's not as if I created anything. सड़कें टूटी हुई पड़ी हैं, बुरा हाल हो रखा है। संगम विहार में चले जाइए, पानी एकदम आपको स्विमिंग करके सड़कों से निकलना पड़ रहा है। नालियां ओवरफ्लो कर रही हैं, सभी जगह की नालियां ओवरफ्लो कर रही हैं, बुरा हाल हो रखा है। कूड़ादान बन गई है दिल्ली। आप यू गो एनीवेयर, देयर आर जस्ट पाइल्स एंड हीप्स ऑफ गार्बेज दैट इज लाइंग ऑन द स्ट्रीट्स, ऑन द रोड्स. पीपल आर फेड अप. द वाटर दैट इज बीइंग डिलीवर्ड टू हाउसेस, यू सी इवन इन द्वारका, even in colonies of Dwarka, I went to one of the houses in Dwarka and black water was coming from the taps. Yellow water looking like beer with lot of froth that is coming from taps in Bhalsua, and this is not just 2 localities, this is across Delhi. So people are angry. What I did was I tried
Swati, but whatever you've rightly, in your right, exposed what you thought was best of the Aam Aadmi Party. You've defended your own self, very rightly so. The question that I ask you, Swati, then why continue on a Rajya Sabha ticket which comes on from the Aam Aadmi Party? Because when it comes down to Rajya Sabha, you'll still have to follow the whip of the Aam Aadmi Party, a party which hasn't performed, a leader who has been so cruel. The same leader gave you that ticket, promoted you as a Rajya Sabha MP. You should walk away from it then.
Why should I walk away from my party? Why will I walk away from my party? Do you understand who I am? For 18 years, I have given my blood and sweat to this party. And what have I done wrong? Just because I dared to challenge the system. I am sorry. If something wrong will happen, I will question again and again and again. If I'm beaten up, I will file a complaint. It is my duty. It is my right as a woman. What have they done? The moment I filed a complaint, they assassinated my character. Bibhav Kumar was given...
So you do feel... So Swati, you do feel, then you do feel you're a part of the party.
प्रीति जी, आप इतने सवाल अरविंद केजरीवाल जी से पूछती नहीं है, मुझे प्लीज आप कंप्लीट
मैम उतने ही पूछे थे, आपका सवाल ही पूछा।
आप मुझे कंप्लीट करने दीजिए, आपने मेरे बारे में नहीं पूछा उनसे, आप मुझे कंप्लीट करने दीजिए। नाउ प्लीज गिव मी द टाइम टू कंप्लीट।
आपके बारे में भी पूछा था।
मैं एक बार मैम प्लीज अपनी बात रख लेती हूँ।
जरूर।
मैं आपसे ये बताना चाहती हूँ कि जब मेरी लीडरशिप, विभाव कुमार जिसने मुझे पीटा, उनके घर में पीटा, उसको Z+ सिक्योरिटी देंगे, उसको पंजाब में एडवाइजर टू चीफ मिनिस्टर बनाएंगे और उसके बाद उसको डीजीपी और चीफ सेक्रेटरी रिपोर्ट करेंगे, उसके लिए 7-7 गाड़ियों का काफिला चलेगा। और मेरे को जिस तरीके से ट्रीट करा गया, मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि लोग देख रहे हैं, लोगों का आप बार-बार पागल नहीं।
Swati Maliwal, I agree with you. I agree with what you're saying.
I'm answering your question, Preeti ji, have some patience. क्वेश्चन आप पूछ रही हैं कि मैंने क्यों नहीं छोड़ा, मैं क्यों छोड़ूं? मैंने अगर कुछ गलत करा होता मैं सबसे पहले छोड़ती। आप ये कह रही हैं कि आप एक्सपोज कर रही हैं, मैं क्यों नहीं एक्सपोज करूंगी? मैं संविधान की शपथ लेके एक मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट बनी हूं, मेरा ये काम।
I agree with you. I don't think you're understanding my question. I agree with you.
How does that, ma'am? Swati Maliwal, how does that change the fact you're claiming you're exposing the Aam Aadmi Party and you're within? You're almost saying that we want inner party democracy. I want to fight for my rights, remain in the Rajya Sabha. I believe that I am still part of the Aam Aadmi Party. But you tell me, after this defeat today, right, where does the Aam Aadmi Party, according to you, go from here? If you're going to sit there, attack everyone else, have you in a way also contributed today to the defeat of your own party? You are among those who has attacked the... It's one thing to take on Kejriwal. You claim to be part of the Aam Aadmi Party. The Aam Aadmi Party itself has lost today, and you have contributed to the loss of a party of which you are the Rajya Sabha MP.
If I'm not contributing to my party, why doesn't my party throw me out? They can also throw me out. They are not throwing me out because I'm contributing to the cause of the Aam Aadmi Party. Aam Aadmi Party is my party, and it was built with a vision to change the system.
So what happens now? Not about you. What happens? Do you believe the Aam Aadmi Party can recover from what has happened today, being dismantled and decimated in Delhi? Do you see the Aam Aadmi Party recovering?
I think the leadership needs to sit down and think. I think we really need to think, and I think that we need to get all the contrary voices and sit down together. Why do I have to use Twitter in order to reach out to my leadership? What have I done? What is the wrong thing that I have done? If somebody beats you up or somebody beats up anybody else, that person is going to complain. I am a former Delhi Commission for Women chief. I am the member of parliament. If I don't complain, if I'm beaten up, what is wrong with that?
Of course, are you asking for a new leadership of AAP?
Of course, I'm going to work for Delhi.
Swati Maliwal, for the last 10 years,
I raised an issue about it. What is wrong with that?
Ma'am, for the last 10 years, the impression was Kejriwal is AAP, AAP is Kejriwal, right? Do you believe that has changed as a result of today? And do you therefore see a new AAP emerging, possibly with a new leadership at all?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think it is very important. I think that even Arvind Kejriwal, I hope that he realizes what has happened. I hope that he realizes that you cannot always play the blame game. You can't always act like a rondu bacha and get away with the lack of work, with lack of governance. I hope that he takes notice of it, and I hope he calls voices like me, and I hope that there can be some discussion as to what should be the future of the party.
Just one question, Swati Maliwal. In Parliament now, in Rajya Sabha, will you be following the whip of your party because you really do feel aligned with it? Will you follow the whip of your party?
Of course, why will I not follow the whip of the party? I will have a discussion and I will decide and I will follow the whip of the party.
Since you've been such a core part of Team Kejriwal for so long before you fell out.
Why don't we question Mr. Arvind Kejriwal ji for doing what he did? Have anyone
question, ma'am? You know, I don't think you watched. Just a second. Swati Maliwal, I don't think you watched enough interviews. The first interview that we did with Arvind Kejriwal, we had asked him about your case, ma'am.
Have you questioned Mr. Arvind Kejriwal ji for giving Z+ security to Bibhav Kumar? Have you questioned him like this?
Ma'am, I don't think it's okay. One second. Swati Maliwal, because you're a member of parliament, let me tell you, I had this question is not for. Madam, allow me to speak. You've asked me a question. This question is not for Arvind Kejriwal. This question was for Bhagwant Mann. And yes, Swati Maliwal, Bhagwant Mann was asked this question in this interview that I had conducted.
I think the voters of Delhi have spoken very loudly and all questions have been answered in that, Swati ji.
True.
You tell me this, where do you think Arvind Kejriwal lost the plot? You've been such a core part of his key team. Then you fell apart. Where do you think this man who thought he could be the messiah, the Moses Indian politics was waiting for, where do you think he went wrong?
So I think it is absolute arrogance. You see, when we got Punjab government, after that, the amount of money, the amount of power that started flowing in, I think that caused a lot of arrogance. Otherwise, there is no justification for this. You see, during COVID, the entire Delhi was burning. The country was burning. Why does a man have to build, the chief minister of Delhi, why does he have to build a sheesh mahal during that period? Doesn't, आपकी कथनी और करनी में कुछ भी समानता नहीं है.
केजरीवाल कहते काम नहीं करने दिया मुझे. मैं तो करना चाहता था, ये बीजेपी वालों ने, एलजी ने करने नहीं दिया.
सर, आपने दिल्ली महिला आयोग का काम देखा? 9 साल में दिल्ली महिला आयोग में थी. सर, मैंने 9 साल के अंदर 1,75,000 केसेस की सुनवाई करी. हर दिन 4,000 कॉल्स हमारी 181 हेल्पलाइन पे आती थी.
Stay with me, Swati, just for a moment. Parvesh Verma is speaking at the moment. I want to listen in. Okay, that's Parvesh Verma. We'll try and get more from him in just a moment, but go out and complete your argument.
सर, 2,500 से ज्यादा रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशंस करे. दिल्ली महिला आयोग का नाम आज पूरे देश में नहीं, विदेश में भी लोग जानते हैं. तो एलजी साहब तो हमारे साथ, मैं भी तो दिल्ली सरकार में थी, एलजी साहब वहां भी थे, केंद्र सरकार वहां भी थी, पुलिस हमारी भी बहुत बार नहीं सुनती थी, हमारी भी बहुत लड़ाई होती थी पुलिस से, लेकिन काम तो किया ना सर. तो काम ना करना ये मैं सही नहीं मानती, क्योंकि मैं ये मानती हूँ कि अगर आपकी इंटेंशन है तो आप कुछ भी कर सकते हो. पुलिस तो हमारे अंडर कभी भी नहीं थी, बट स्टिल द दिल्ली कमीशन फॉर वुमेन, जब हम कोई नोटिस इशू करते थे, दिल्ली पुलिस को काम करना पड़ता था, बिकॉज वी वर वर्किंग विद सोल फोर्स. आई थिंक इट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, इफ यू आर एन एक्टिविस्ट, इफ यू वांट टू ब्रिंग अबाउट पॉलिटिकल एक्टिविज्म, इट इज सो इंपॉर्टेंट टू मेंटेन दैट. यू कैन नॉट गेट करप्ट, यू कैन नॉट लिसन टू अदर्स, you cannot meeting people.
You're saying the turning point for you was the victory in Punjab. You believe the victory in Punjab led to the Aam Aadmi Party believing that it could walk on water. That's where you believe that the transformation took place. If you had one piece of final advice for Arvind Kejriwal today, Swati Maliwal, what would it be? What would you tell him if you met Arvind Kejriwal today?
सर, घमंड नहीं करना चाहिए, और घमंड और अहंकार तो रावण का भी चूर चूर हो गया था. मैं बस इतना ही कहना चाहूंगी, घमंड मत करिए और किसी भी महिला को कभी कमजोर मत समझिए. आपको लगा था ना कि एक अकेली महिला क्या बिगाड़ लेगी, मेरा क्या कर लेगी, तो एक अकेली महिला नहीं होती. जब एक महिला पे वार होता है ना, तो पूरा देश साथ खड़ा होता है. मुझे लगता है शायद वही हुआ.
Do you think BJP will do a better job?
I just hope, I really hope, and I think it will be really shameful if they are not able to perform, because you see, the people of Delhi have voted again with a strong mandate. They want a strong government and they are hoping that ये जो misgovernance हुई है 10 साल में, इसको ठीक किया जाए. तो मैं तो यही आशा करूंगी कि जो भी सरकार बने, जो भी मुख्यमंत्री बने, प्लीज जनता के लिए काम कीजिए, जनता के बीच में जाइए, सड़कों को ठीक कराइए, नालियों को ठीक कराइए, एजुकेशन सिस्टम को ठीक कराइए, हॉस्पिटल्स में हर दिन रात में 2500 लोगों की
can we continue to hope that even now you will continue to be steadfast and keep exposing what's wrong in Delhi, because you did a commendable job in the last few days?
And why will I not? I really hope that you also continue to do some exposes on.
Thank you, I appreciate it. But good luck with that.
Swati Maliwal, there's relief and vindication writ all over your, this has been all the nature of modern politics is such that it gets so personal. Your voice just demonstrates and exudes this great sense of relief, redemption in some ways, because it did frankly between
I'm not
आप
so
and you get
dramatic
very
as Mr.
personal.
Arvind Kejriwal. I'm not feeling any of that.
नहीं ड्रामा तो आपने भी खूब किया, जब अलग-अलग जगह जा रही है, कोई ड्रामे में कमी नहीं थी. There was a lot of theatre there and a lot of like.
नहीं, मैं तो ये काम ये मेरा आपको ड्रामा लगा होगा सर, मेरे को तो काम लगता है.
Dramatics, drama नहीं, dramatics.
महिला आयोग में मैंने यही काम करा है. रात भर में जब मैं दिल्ली महिला आयोग में थी, जब मैं दिल्ली सरकार में थी, तब भी सर रात भर निकलती थी, तब भी मैं स्ट्रीट लाइट्स ठीक करवाती थी, तब भी मैं टॉयलेट्स को एक्सपोज करती थी, दिल्ली पुलिस की फंक्शनिंग को एक्सपोज करती थी. तो सर मेरा तो हमेशा का स्टाइल ही है और ये स्टाइल काम करता है. ये स्टाइल मुझे
interestingly was the style that Kejriwal had as well.
और एमएलएस को यही स्टाइल अपनाना चाहिए, वो जमीन पे उन्हें जाना चाहिए सर, और उन्हें जनता के लिए काम करना चाहिए. एयर कंडीशनड ऑफिसेज में बैठ के अगर प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंसेस करोगे तो सीटें जाएंगी.
यही तो एक टाइम पे केजरीवाल का भी स्टाइल होता था, the same style that you're talking about.
Sir, I hope I will maintain my style for the rest of my life, and I'm very proud of it.
Okay.
Thank you.
It's interesting in a way. Swati Maliwal, speaking out today, and you will find possibly, she of course has been speaking out for a while, but I think over the next
Kumar Vishwas.
Over the next 6 to 12,
there are lots of these people.
Sure, but she's a member of parliament.
Yogender Yadav. It'll be interesting to see if Yogender Yadav joins
in the next 6 to 12 months. I think you will see many more voices speak out, with especially especially MLAs who perhaps are also looking at greener pastures. I think the Aam Aadmi Party is going to go through great amounts of churning. You'll have MLAs leaving, joining. There are MLAs in Gujarat.
Okay, let's now go across.
Okay, that's the big news. Atishi has won. So you've got the one silver lining on what has been a very, very cloudy day for the Aam Aadmi Party, that Atishi has won from Kalkaji. And look at the difference there. There, the Congress has been completely wiped out. Alka Lamba was there. Sandeep Dixit has got over 3,000 votes.
Ramesh Biduri loses his first Vidhan Sabha or a Lok Sabha election.
With that being said, let's go across now to the IT chief of the Bharatiya Janata Party. Came in for a lot of criticism during the last few months, saying BJP was silent on the IT cell, kuch kar nahi rahe hain aapke log. Well, on the ground, you had a good game, 47 versus 23. Amit Malviya, is it party time this Super Saturday already?
Well, of course, this is a great win, and the BJP has reclaimed the capital after 27 long years, and that makes it really special. But having said that, Rahul, I think it was important to defeat the Aam Aadmi Party and Arvind Kejriwal. The state that Delhi is in today is completely abysmal. If Lalu Prasad was the worst politician my generation had seen, Arvind Kejriwal is far, far worse. You have to just travel around Delhi to see how bad the city is, how terrible the roads are. There's a crumbling infrastructure, there's no healthcare, no education, but just a lot of talk about these things. Arvind Kejriwal had come to sort of personify a model which was all about advertisement, which was about high decibel communication and really no delivery on the ground. And finally, the people of Delhi have spoken, and have spoken unequivocally. And I think it's a new dawn for Delhi. Things will only get better from here. And the BJP, led by Prime Minister Modi at the center and now in the state, will ensure that India has the capital that it deserves. Capital for a Viksit Bharat of 2047.
Do you believe, though, that Arvind Kejriwal, Mr. Malviya, was not just another political rival? He was also someone who got under your skin for a decade, and today, finally, with this defeat, you believe that you have managed to ensure perhaps that Arvind Kejriwal is pushed to the margins. Is that the significance, apart from what you mentioned about Delhi, that political rivals, Arvind Kejriwal was one person that you were going for right from the beginning?
Arvind Kejriwal, one of the assets of the deep state operating here in India, and one of the last projects of the urban Naxals. And I'm glad he is defeated. He's defeated in New Delhi. And he never got under our skin at all. Some people saw him as the future prime ministerial candidate, including you. But the fact is that today he's lost his own assembly constituency. And how? So before we make these sweeping statements, we have to realize that somebody who was heading a city state and had never won a Lok Sabha in New Delhi could have never been an irritant for us. But yes,
then why did you all invest so much time in taking him on over this last decade? I would see your IT cell. Your IT cell had two targets, Rahul Gandhi and Arvind Kejriwal. You all didn't target any opposition chief minister as much as you targeted these two leaders.
Look, I think you probably do not look at all that we do quite closely, since you were probably busy doing other things. Every leader or every political party which is coming in the way of India's development, we are going to take them on. And Arvind Kejriwal was no exception. He didn't have our undivided attention as you would like to believe. And if you're putting him in the same league as Rahul Gandhi, it is for Rahul Gandhi and the Congress to answer. But the fact is that Arvind Kejriwal, like I said, was the chief minister of a city-state like Delhi. He was never somebody who we could have taken seriously beyond a point. But yes, it was important for us to win Delhi, and we put all our resources to do so.
So this,
Let's not
Mr.
forget,
Malviya, is a significant recovery for the
won
BJP,
all
given the fact that
Lok Sabha seats.
the city-state was the one oasis which eluded you for the last 2.5 decades. This verdict comes with a lot of expectations. You've set expectations so high. Yamuna 3 saal mein theek kar denge, we'll clean out the roads, we'll clean out the garbage, and that's the burden of expectations voters of the capital will judge you against. Can you deliver at the same level at which you pitched this campaign?
चलिए अच्छा है आप लोगों ने यमुना के बारे में पूछना तो शुरू किया. इससे पहले आप लोग जो अरविंद केजरीवाल का इंटरव्यू करते थे उसमें आप पूछते थे कि आप कुक्कड़ नहीं खाते, आप शराब नहीं पीते, तो आप पंजाब कैसे जीतेंगे. सो फ्रॉम देयर नाउ व्हेन द रिजल्ट्स आर जस्ट अबाउट कमिंग इन, यू स्टार्टेड आस्किंग अस अबाउट यमुना कब साफ होगी. जल्दी दिखाई, अच्छा किया. हमने साबरमती को साफ किया, हम यमुना को भी साफ करेंगे. हमने गंगा को भी साफ किया, हम यमुना को भी साफ करेंगे. एंड दिस इज नॉट अबाउट सेटिंग हाई एक्सपेक्टेशंस. वी आर यूज्ड टू डिलीवरिंग ऑन गवर्नेंस. लेट्स नॉट फॉरगेट दैट after being in power for 10 years, Prime Minister Modi has been re-elected for a third term. The BJP governments across the country have got several repeat mandates. That is because of the trust that people have built in us. They see us as a party that delivers on governance. We are the natural party of governance in India today. And it is very, very unlikely for a party to have come back this strongly in the state of Delhi after being out of power for the last 10 years and of course 15 years before that. So people of Delhi obviously realize that if there is any party that can deliver for Delhi, it is the BJP. And that is a huge endorsement for the kind of politics that Prime Minister Modi has brought in this country.
One of the arguments
Never
being made,
again
Mr. Malviya, was that
like
this
Arvind
election
Kejriwal
saw
will
a
ever
massive...
become relevant in India's politics after this.
No, one of the arguments being made by pundits was that this election saw a massive class war, that the poor didn't vote for the BJP, that the middle class and the rich did, but that there was massive class warfare in terms of vote share, that the poor stayed away from the BJP. What's your data telling you? What's your interpretation?
I mean, who are these pundits? Till yesterday, all these pundits were saying that the Aam Aadmi Party is leading. Till the exit polls started coming in. The moment exit polls started coming in, these pundits flipped saying the BJP is in the lead. So they are not pundits, they are propagandists. The truth of the matter is that Delhi voted for the BJP every single time in the Lok Sabha, and we had vote share in excess of 50% every time. Therefore, the people of Delhi were not averse to voting for the BJP. There was no class divide. Everybody voted for the BJP. The rich, the poor, those living in jhuggi jhopris, those living in high rises and urban pockets. The fact is that Arvind Kejriwal made promises to them, and the people of Delhi, particularly the poor, believed that it could be an opportunity for them to maximize. A kind of phenomena that we also saw during the 2024 Lok Sabha election, when the Congress and the India Alliance parties went around saying that we will put X amount of money in your bank account on 1st July and misled the voters. So people have now seen
so what impact does the Delhi verdict have on Punjab?
Only talk, and Arvind Kejriwal hasn't delivered anywhere.
नहीं वो कहते आपने काम नहीं करने दिया. LG was a big bottleneck that you never let him work. He would have done a better job if the LG hadn't tripped him over.
अरविंद केजरीवाल की पार्टी तो पंजाब में भी है. पंजाब में तो एलजी नहीं है. पंजाब में 1000 रुपए जो महिलाओं को वादा किया था चुनाव के समय, क्यों नहीं दिया और किसने रोका? और दिल्ली में भी जब अरविंद केजरीवाल ने कैबिनेट में 1000 रुपए का प्रपोजल पास करवाया तो एलजी ने उसको अप्रूव कर दिया। एलजी ने नहीं रोका, अरविंद केजरीवाल ने नहीं दिया। इसलिए आप अरविंद केजरीवाल और आम आदमी पार्टी की लाइन को पैरेट करना बंद कर दीजिए। द मैन हैज लॉस्ट। You guys need to find another potential candidate to build up against the BJP because he is now in the dumps. तो एलजी ने किसी को नहीं रोका। आप काम ही नहीं करना चाहते हो। एलजी ने सड़क बनाने के लिए रोका।
Amit Malviya, are you writing today obviously every election sees winners and losers. You seem to have written the obituary of Arvind Kejriwal. I come back to it. Are you saying that Arvind Kejriwal is over? That as far as the BJP is concerned now, Arvind Kejriwal no longer poses anything remotely like a challenge to you anymore?
We don't write anyone's obituary because writing obituaries in political sphere is the job of journalists like you, not of practicing politicians like us. He might still be around. He still has a government in Punjab for at least another 2 years. So we are not in a hurry to write anybody's obituary, but clearly the phase of Arvind Kejriwal's kind of politics is over. Just like Lalu Prasad Yadav, after he was defeated, he never came back to power in Bihar. Similarly, Arvind Kejriwal will never be the same Arvind Kejriwal who rode to power in Delhi with very large mandates, because clearly people have seen through him. And I repeat again, the era of charlatans like Arvind Kejriwal is over. This kind of sham politics where you would do nothing, use media, spend huge amount of money on advertisement, do propaganda and ensure that you do not work is over. This is an era of accountable governance, of politics that is visible, of politicians who will come and give hisab of their work like the BJP does. The kind of transparent politics that Prime Minister Modi has ushered in, where we are looking at quantifiable outcomes, that is the way forward for politics. And clearly people like Arvind Kejriwal have no room in this kind of politics.
Mr. Malviya, what impact or implications do you think this will have in the state of Punjab?
Well, Punjab government still has about 2 years to go, but it will be a very tough ride for them during the next elections, and we will sort of build up to that. And clearly Punjab is showing a great deal of shift away from the Aam Aadmi Party already towards the BJP. It is quite evident from the recently concluded Lok Sabha election, where the BJP has done exceedingly well. If you look at the results very closely, the BJP's performance across several assembly constituencies has been quite outstanding, and we'll build on it from here. And like I said, just like Arvind Kejriwal did not deliver here in Delhi, the Aam Aadmi Party in Punjab is also not delivering. The law and order is in shambles. No promises have been met. The same model of excessive advertisement, funding the media, shutting them up with a lot of money is happening in Punjab, but nothing will be able to save them. You will see a change in Punjab the next time there's an assembly election,
just
and AAP
to
will
ask you
clearly
this,
be on the fringes. Even
the
in
Aam
Punjab.
Aadmi Party says there was no level playing field in this election. We had one of their spokespersons come and say our leaders were jailed, the LG was non-cooperative, the bureaucrats were non-cooperative, ordinances were brought in Parliament reducing the powers effectively of the Chief Minister. The BJP spent a lot of money on this campaign. How do you respond? Was it a level playing field in your view in Delhi?
Did they make similar arguments when they won 62 seats and 68 seats? So why are they making this argument now? Did they not know what they have signed up for? Did they not know what the structure of Delhi's governance model is? That there is an LG, that there is central government, all of them have a say in the governance. And what is it that Arvind Kejriwal tried to do which the LG did not allow him to do? I just gave you an example. 1,000 rupees to women. LG approved it. Why did Arvind Kejriwal not implement it? Why was the liquor policy first introduced and then withdrawn when they were called out? Their leaders were in jail because the Congress party filed a complaint. The courts took cognizance. The agencies investigated, and eventually the Supreme Court gave them bail on technical grounds, not because they did not find them guilty. The matter is still being pursued. So what level playing field are you talking about?
Mr.
Are you
Malviya,
saying
their
that it is
grounds
kosher to be
stems from the
corrupt?
fact
You
that the
think
power
Kejriwal
equation
can ruin the
completely was
country,
tilted
ruin
after the
state,
ordinance
and
was
still
voted in
continue to be in office?
2023, overturning a Supreme Court order?
Madam, how did Sheila Dikshit deliver while Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji was the Prime Minister? Sheila Dikshit was the Congress Chief Minister. Atal Bihari Vajpayee was the Prime Minister of the NDA alliance. But there was no problem. Delhi had the most prosperous growth during that period. So the problem is with Arvind Kejriwal. The problem is with nobody else.
And so making the point, Mr. Malviya,
why did Arvind
that
Kejriwal
will now have a lot of time to train. Yes,
Rahul.
Go on, sir.
Rahul, let me just finish. You know, this whole boogie about LG ने हमें काम नहीं करने दिया. Health तो आपके पास था. Education आपके पास था. जब कोविड में LNJP hospital में the mortuary was full. Arvind Kejriwal did not even go there. It was Home Minister Amit Shah who went to LNJP and inspected. He was the one who ensured that burials and last rites of people who had died was ensured. Kejriwal was nowhere to be seen. School क्यों नहीं बनाए? सड़कें क्यों नहीं बनाई? इसके लिए तो LG का अप्रूवल नहीं चाहिए.
Meanwhile, on the screen we have Parvesh Verma.
Basically, Arvind Kejriwal को कुछ काम करना नहीं है.
Parvesh Verma, Amit, is Parvesh Verma the man who could now be the next Chief Minister of Delhi? We are seeing pictures of him being, held aloft by supporters of the BJP. Do you see a generational change now in BJP in Delhi?
देखिए, हमारा चीफ मिनिस्टर कौन होगा ये हमारी पार्लियामेंट्री पार्टी तय करेगी, है ना. तो ये टेलीविजन डिबेट का इशू नहीं है. बट द फैक्ट इज दैट ही हैज डिफीटेड अरविंद केजरीवाल. दैट इज द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट एस्पेक्ट एंड वी कांट लूज साइट ऑफ इट. लीव इट टू अस टू डिसाइड हु आवर चीफ मिनिस्टर विल बी. We'll let you know when we make that decision.
Some panelists were making the point that Kejriwal will now train his guns on Gujarat, that he has more time for Gujarat. He's going to try and uproot the BJP from Gujarat. What kind of a threat do you see from Kejriwal, given that Gujarat is 2 years away? Kejriwal now has no real political responsibility in Delhi. He's no longer Chief Minister's party isn't in power, and therefore has bandwidth, as these analysts were suggesting, to go for Gujarat now.
Rahul, Arvind Kejriwal always had a lot of time in Delhi. Because in all these 10 years, he was a chief minister without a portfolio. कभी कुछ काम ही नहीं किया उसने. तो हमेशा ही टाइम था. अब हार गया है चुनाव तो और टाइम होगा. इसमें क्या बड़ी बात है. और गुजरात तो पिछली बार भी गए थे, 5 सीट भी नहीं आई थी. तो ये सब बातें हैं और बातें करने के कोई पैसे नहीं लगते हैं और आप लोग उन बातों को आगे बढ़ाते रहते हैं. गुजरात जाए, पंजाब जाए, बंगाल जाए, जहां जाना है जाए. कौन रोक रहा है? पहले भी कोई नहीं रोक रहा था. पहले भी कुछ काम नहीं करते थे. कोई मंत्रालय नहीं था, कोई अकाउंटेबिलिटी नहीं थी, कहीं सिग्नेचर नहीं करते थे. बाद में सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने डिसअलाउ कर दिया तो रिजाइन हो गए. फिर बोले कि मुझे वोट दो, फिर मैं मुख्यमंत्री बनूंगा. तो लोगों ने ऐसा वोट दिया कि विधानसभा भी नहीं पहुंचेंगे, विधायक भी नहीं रहेंगे, मुख्यमंत्री तो बहुत दूर की बात है.
So, over 3 terms of the Congress government and 3 terms of the AAP, one being a truncated term, you've been trying to beat your opposition in Delhi but could not succeed. This is the longest political exile for the BJP right under the nose of the central government. Why do you think the BJP succeeded this time in an endeavor where you failed in the last 6 elections?
Look, I think what you have to understand is that it was quite circumstantial. When Sheila Dikshit was the chief minister, Arvind Kejriwal came on the back of a popular movement, right? He came in with the likes of Anna Hazare at a time when India was seeing absolutely abysmal governance. Corruption was at its peak. You had the Nirbhaya episode. He basically exploited the emotions of the people, the heightened emotions of the people at that point in time, in a campaign which was called India Against Corruption. He formed a political party out of it, and it was it was the emotions of the people that he sort of exploited to come to power in Delhi. He formed his own political party after saying that he will not do it for the longest time. And therefore, that particular moment was the inflection point where the BJP's return back to power was somehow thwarted. He then came in a very populist avatar. He made a lot of promises, so people in Delhi, particularly the poor, thought they should maximize it out. A lot of people, the urban middle class, also thought that it was a different kind of politics. Arvind Kejriwal has cheated all of them. And like I said, never again in this country, at least in my generation, will anybody trust somebody like Arvind Kejriwal who comes on very high promises and does not deliver. Give me a more traditional politician, who will deliver on what he promises, rather than a charlatan like him who will say things but do something completely different. I don't think India deserves this kind of politics. And to be fair, some of the more traditional politicians have done far better job of delivering their states or regions than Arvind Kejriwal has. He is perhaps the worst experience India has seen, and I'm glad that Delhi has dumped him, and dumped him how?
Okay. Amit Malviya has reason to celebrate. I maintain, Rahul, and I think we agreed on this.
No, but there are lots of these laddus in the BJP office. I hope you're sending some our way as well. Mr. Malviya, you can't eat all the laddus yourself and not give us any. We've been anchoring since early in the morning and are quite famished by now.
He's a diabetic.
He doesn't have to eat the laddus. He can send them to us.
Well, Rahul, the mood in your studio is pretty somber. I mean, I don't think people in your studio are up for laddus. And those of you in the studio who would celebrate the BJP win would get our laddus. But for some of the others,
हम तो किसी की भी win celebrate कर लेंगे.
I'm having orange juice and the color is saffron. I know exactly what the color of the day. The color is saffron. I'm having orange juice and I enjoy laddus. And I enjoy Mysore Pak. I enjoy all kinds of sweet. I hope Mr. Malviya sends me a box.
He's basically not sending us any. आपको नहीं खिलाना तो ऐसे ही
वो आपको खिलाना चाहता है. वो कहता है अगर बक्सा राहुल को भेजूं, राजदीप भी 2 लड्डू खा लेगा. वही मुसीबत है. हम भी खा लेते हैं.
सबका साथ सबका विकास.
सबका साथ सबका विकास. सबके लड्डू. सबके लड्डू.
No, so no laddus coming. Understood.
Okay.
Mr. Malviya has decided not to share his पचाने की क्षमता बढ़ाइए अपनी. काफी टफ दिन है आप लोगों के लिए. I can see it. And Arvind Kejriwal losing your last hope, it must be quite a painful thing. तो थोड़ी हिम्मत दिखाइए. होता है ऐसा सब चीजें. हिम्मत मत हारिए. आप लोग 22-23 साल से लगे हुए हैं. कोशिश में लगे रहिए.
लगे रहो Rajdeep bhai. That's what is the message from Amit bhai.
No laddus.
No laddus. Unfortunately, he doesn't want to share his sweets. But I've got some orange juice. But, the point, I can see the BJP, let's be honest, Arvind, they may not agree to it on camera, but he was very different to other opposition rivals that they had. He got under their skin. He was David against Goliath when he took on Modi in Varanasi.
No, but he's not a dynast. He doesn't come from privilege. And therefore, he's tougher to counter. No, but this had to unravel on its own.
He was punching above his weight all the time.
BJP goes after all its rivals in the same way. Look at Mamata Banerjee. Made life really difficult for her.
The BJP cannot
something
deny
different. Something different.
It's much easier for
I haven't seen Rajat exult as much as he exulted today on Kejriwal's defeat. I've never seen him exult with this. There is something that Arvind Kejriwal perhaps...
No, but it's very simple. Rahul Gandhi is much easier for the BJP to punch. Dynast, born into privilege. He's trying to change that in what he's doing, but that's the charge, and to a large extent it's stuck over the last decade.
He comes with more baggage.
Kejriwal is tougher to punch. He's also born outside the manor. He is challenging them. So he's as much a challenger and as much an outsider. Before this whole going into Sheesh Mahal and Jacuzzi and the Golden Cupboard, he was as much the outsider.
But I'll give you a very interesting story, and I think Mr. Malviya made the point, one of our guests made. You see, because Arvind Kejriwal was in Delhi, and most of the national media is located here, he was bound to get disproportionate importance. Look at where India Against Corruption took off. Delhi became the epicenter of politics. I remember once Manohar Parrikar, I met him at the airport. He was carrying his own bag. And I said, sir, you're carrying your own bag? He said, yes, I'm also an Aam Aadmi. The only difference is I'm in Goa. Your Aam Aadmi is in Delhi. You cover him, you won't cover me. So I think there was a lot of that bhadas, if I may use that word, within several of the BJP members and others. that Arvind Kejriwal gets disproportionate importance. I mean, the glee that I'm seeing both in Congress camp, the Congress camp is also gleeful. They think they've now got a window of opportunity to come back in Delhi.
No,
How
but
that
the
will happen,
Congress
we
is
don't know.
gleeful because he proved to be the Achilles heels in Gujarat. They arguably had a tougher time in Uttarakhand also as a consequence. So if you've hurt the Congress, why will the Congress not hurt you? Why?
But the same thing happened with BJP. You recall when he went to Gujarat. He went to Gujarat, Arvind Kejriwal, and said, I'm Krishna. I've come to finish off cunts. You see, Arvind Kejriwal using soft Hindu imagery at times. He was someone he was punching above his weight constantly. And I think the BJP today feels almost relieved and the Congress feels gleeful. For Congress, it was about Badla. For the BJP, it is about...
There are some very significant comments made by Arvind Kejriwal, which are now going viral. I want to play them out and just show viewers some of the things the former Delhi Chief Minister said. So here it is, Arvind Kejriwal from late last year to 2023. Arvind Kejriwal, on your screen now. Go for it.
मोदी जी को, बीजेपी को अब ये साफ हो गया, 2014 में हार गए विधानसभा चुनाव, 2015 में हार गए विधानसभा चुनाव, 2020 में हार गए विधानसभा चुनाव, फिर अभी एमसीडी का चुनाव हार गए। तो अब इनको ये तो पक्का हो गया भाई दिल्ली में आम आदमी पार्टी से जीत नहीं सकते, ये पक्का है। दिल्ली में ये कुछ भी कर लें, दिल्ली में आम आदमी पार्टी से ये जीत नहीं सकते। और एक फर्जी शराब घोटाला बना के उन्होंने हमारे संजय सिंह जी को गिरफ्तार कर लिया, सतेंद्र जैन को गिरफ्तार कर लिया, मनीष सिसोदिया को गिरफ्तार कर लिया, विजय नायर को गिरफ्तार कर लिया, अब ये मुझे गिरफ्तार करने जा रहे हैं। तो इनका मकसद ये है कि किसी भी तरह से आम आदमी पार्टी के टॉप के नेतृत्व को गिरफ्तार करके आम आदमी पार्टी को और सरकार को तितर बितर कर दिया जाए। इस तरह से नरेंद्र मोदी जी दिल्ली के अंदर अपनी सरकार बनाना चाहते हैं। उनको पता है चुनाव में नहीं हरा सकते, उनको पता है। मैं उनको कहना चाहता हूं केजरीवाल को चाहे जेल में डाल दो, जेल से भी जीत जाएगी आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार। मैं नरेंद्र मोदी जी को कहना चाहता हूं, मोदी जी इस जन्म में तो आप हमको नहीं हरा सकते दिल्ली के अंदर आम आदमी पार्टी को, आपको दूसरा जन्म लेना पड़ेगा, इस जन्म में तो नहीं हरा सकते आप आम आदमी पार्टी को दिल्ली में। दिल्ली के मालिक हम हैं, दिल्ली के मालिक ये लोग नहीं है। ये हमारे ऑर्डर को पास करेंगे, मानेंगे, हम दिल्ली चलाएंगे।
मोदी जी इस जन्म में नहीं हरा सकते।
परवेश वर्मा ने हरा दिया, मोदी की जरूरत ही नहीं पड़ी।
Parvesh Verma has bested him. You know, people should be careful. Anchors too about the extremity to which they go in terms of what they say, because this can be pulled out and be very, very dangerous. Rajdeep, that reeks of hubris. Modi ji is janam mein kya agle janam mein nahi hara sakte.
That is hubris.
Now you got Parvesh Verma, whose ticket was cut in the Lok Sabha elections. He's bested you.
You see, it is seen, it will certainly be seen as hubris today, particularly when we play it back. But for Arvind Kejriwal supporters, that was one of the reasons why he was also, so many people reached out to him. You see, for the last 10 years, a large number of people have been looking for who is that person who's going to take on Modi. And many of them who felt disenchanted and felt, can Rahul Gandhi really do it? Is he a dentist? Does he have it in him? Turned to Kejriwal. That's the reality.
Those people were not well-wishers of Kejriwal. They were actually enemies of... Because they catapulted him overnight to be this national champion. Look at the other people. I mean...
You're accepting the reality that there were people who projected Kejriwal thinking he could be the next challenger.
उसकी ज़मीन खिसक गई पैर के नीचे. उसको पता ही नहीं चला कि मेरी ज़मीन खिसक रही है.
You see, so I think
this is the problem.
I thought Swati Maliwal made that interesting point, Rahul, that after Punjab in particular, and Preeti, please weigh in on this, after Punjab in particular, Arvind Kejriwal decided now this is my moment to become a national challenger. I remember him telling some of us, I am going to go into areas where the Congress is weak and become the challenger to the BJP. What was the next step? You went into Gujarat, which is really the lion's den. So I think somewhere that victory in Punjab convinced him, I'm now ready for the next
league. This was personal, not just for Kejriwal.
A man in a hurry.
This was personal for Amit Shah also. He's tweeted just now. We'll take our viewers through what he said. Amit Shah Remember the way Kejriwal targeted him over law and order? You know, in that conversation I had with Amit Shah, it was very clear. He wanted to teach Kejriwal a lesson because he was getting irked with the fact that Kejriwal kept targeting him, made it seem as if it was Kejriwal versus Amit Shah in the campaign. Didn't attack Modi as much as he attacked Amit Shah. So here it is. Home Minister Amit Shah commenting for the first time. I'll take you through what he says. Delhi ke dil mein Modi. दिल्ली की जनता ने झूठ, धोखे और भ्रष्टाचार के शीश महल को नेस्तनाबूद कर दिल्ली को आपदा मुक्त करने का काम किया है। दिल्ली ने वादा खिलाफी करने वालों को ऐसा सबक सिखाया है जो देश भर में जनता के साथ झूठे वादे करने वालों को मिसाल बनेगा। ये दिल्ली में विकास और विश्वास के लिए एक नए युग का आरंभ है। It got personal, Rajdeep, quite bitterly so. And the Home Minister said, "ठीक है, दिखाता हूँ, पहले अपनी सीट बचा, forget the state."
No, but Freebie, you want to agree on the Gujarat point?
No, but no, I'll tell you why it's gotten personal. It's gotten personal because 2020 was an election where Amit Shah and it was versus Arvind Kejriwal. Amit Shah did 23 rallies, went across campaigning. It was seen as an Amit Shah versus Arvind Kejriwal election. So therefore, it has become personal between them. With what you speak, what we were talking of earlier, Rajdeep, not just Gujarat, Goa, Haryana, Uttarakhand. Yes. So, you know, you tried to spread further than what you could actually afford to. Yeah, and you realize that you shouldn't have done it. In hindsight, you know, should have Arvind Kejriwal gone to Gujarat at the time he did? No, and I'm sure that even the troubleshooters, and there are only few and far between where the Aam Aadmi Party comes into question, agree that maybe it was a bad idea. They should have gone to Haryana, maybe Goa, but, you know, Goa is a place where I think Arvind Kejriwal will still look at penetrating again.
But is Arvind Kejriwal someone, I mean, one of the challenges for all opposition leaders is to work with each other. When you're faced with the Modi-Shah juggernaut, can Arvind Kejriwal work with other leaders? Do you see him actually, you know, we blamed the Congress up to now. Let's now,
no, but
one minute. Let's put the, one minute. Whatever it is, whether in Goa, for example, in Goa, if you recall, the South Goa seat in Lok Sabha was won with AAP and Congress coming together. I'm just asking you, do you see Arvind Kejriwal being able to work with any other leader?
Can I tell you something? Arvind Kejriwal over the years has become quite amiable to working, especially with the Congress. And I'll give you an example. I think you will come in on this. Who brokered the deal of fighting the Lok Sabha 7 seats together? Arvind Kejriwal kept trying to get in touch with Rahul Gandhi. Rahul Gandhi never really gave him the time of day. It was Sharad Pawar who actually had to come in and broker that deal and say, okay, let them fight 4, you fight 3. So there have been multiple times. Gujarat, Arvind Kejriwal wanted to fight with the Congress. He was denied. Haryana, they would have settled on 3 seats. He was denied. Even Delhi, till 2 months ago, the Aam Aadmi Party was open with an alliance with the Delhi Congress.
But the reason I'm asking you this is because if you've seen in the last few weeks, Akhilesh Yadav campaigned with Arvind Kejriwal.
Yes.
The Trinamool Congress put its weight behind Arvind Kejriwal. Sharad Pawar also said Arvind Kejriwal is the man to take on the BJP. Uddhav Thackeray also, in a sense, sent out a message that
Rajdeep,
I'm just asking, is that now possible at all?
After this defeat.
Yes, what happens?
See, Mamata Banerjee could come out very strongly in the India alliance because she won Bengal, she won big, she won on her over his team. Now, if these figures were in somewhat way seem to identify that it's the Congress that had played the spoiler, then Arvind Kejriwal could have gone to the India alliance and said that, listen, it's the Congress which played into as the B team of the BJP. That hasn't quite happened. Arvind Kejriwal has lost this election on his own steam. So with what face will Arvind Kejriwal now go to the India alliance, the likes of his allies in the India alliance, which is the TMC Samajwadi Party, that, you know, now what? Because he will not have elbow room to continue being what his position was earlier.
So he's going to have to find some place to again.
And he was anyway alienated in the first place.
You know, Rajdeep, this is illustrative. Yes. It shows you how Kejriwal and AAP have suffered all-round defeat. You know, they've splintered everywhere. On the OBC seats, they're 29 down from the last time. Upper caste seats, they're 26 down from the last time. Why this is adding up to more than 17? Because some seats have more than 20% voters of different communities. On Gujar seats, they're 3 down from last time. Dalit seats, 10 down from last time. Muslim dominated, only 1 down. On Punjabi seats, 11 down. And this has ramifications for Punjab as well. That is as far as the stronghold seats are concerned. As far as the stronghold seats are concerned, the seats which AAP has won in 3 elections, they've lost now more than 50% of them. Seats which AAP won in every election for the last 3 elections. Seats which would typically be considered stronghold safe seats. AAP has lost more than half. Out of 26 such seats, AAP has won only 12, the BJP has won 14. So what was supposed to be the AAP's biggest strength became their biggest weakness, losing 12 of what was supposed to be stronghold seats, Rajdeep.
No, look, when you come down from 62, you're going to come down across the board. You know, you come down from 62 to 24, you've lost 38 seats. In a small state like Delhi, the losses have been all across. The losses have been disproportionately higher in certain areas. And I think the bottom line I maintain, Rahul, is that Arvind Kejriwal lost the middle class mind. You see, he was someone who had become the idea of Kejriwal, was very attractive to the middle class. That's gone. Recovering that is not going to be easy. India's middle class is notoriously fickle. You move from one leader to another. I remember VP Singh was once a middle class hero, Mr. Clean. The moment he started moving into decline, the middle class looked for other heroes. Now the middle class will look for new heroes.
There was no ideological base that way. I mean, it was not something that was weaved into Kejriwal's politics. That's where
he's been ideologically agnostic right from the start.
This is the problem. So,
but, you know, I'll tell
where
you
do you start from? When every tinka of that jhadu is being blown away in the wind, how do you get those tinkas back? Because there is no glue left now.
And you are right, at a level, you know, it did splinter, because Rajdeep, at about 11 o'clock, those who've been watching, you know, from the Aam Aadmi Party, there are 3 seats one had to watch out for. One, and Sangam Vihar, Malviya Nagar and Greater Kailash. These 3 seats were their safest seats. So minute at 11 o'clock, they realized that there is something going down. The indication came that it's not favorable to the Aam Aadmi Party from what was happening in these 3 seats. They've lost all 3.
You know,
Sangam Vihar, Malviya Nagar, Greater Kailash.
You know, I've got a WhatsApp,
core voter base
WhatsApp from Kiran Bedi. Kiran Bedi also has a score to settle with Arvind Kejriwal.
She was the
Says India deserves to get a capital as once was, that it gets its exuberance, creativity and energy back. Most of all, the trust back with a sense of pride in being a Delhiite. Now citizens too need to rise to the occasion of playing their responsibility. So you've got all these people who over the years have felt marginalized in some form or the other.
The vindication is going to be at some other level, Rajdeep, because at one end you'll have Ajay Makan, who was projected in 2013. You will have Dr. Harshvardhan, who was projected in 2013. Then you go across to Kiran Bedi. You know, today I would think, and I don't know, maybe Rajat Sethi would come in. Rajat Sethi, there was so much talk at one point of time of Smriti Irani coming into Delhi. This could have been the ideal platform for Smriti Irani to actually make her political re-debut after what had happened in a meeting.
See, there's no point in getting into counterfactuals.
No, of course there's not. But I'm just,
BJP always wanted this to remain a low affair, so that, you know, you reach out to people with your core messages. And the core messages are very simple for the BJP. Aapada hai ye. This is a disaster. That's all. I mean, they kept on reiterating this word so much so that it became a public lexicon. Everybody now doesn't call AAP. They're calling it Aapada now. See, this is where I'm saying that Kejriwal, where he lost even in the wits game, where he was so far doing good, towards the end, towards that last 1 month, when BJP's graph sort of started picking up, there was very little. You know, I was telling you about body language also. You remember, in the last week or so, when I was coming on your shows and on Rahul's shows, I was saying that something is off about the body language of the Aam Aadmi Party spokespersons and even their leaders. That confidence that was there suddenly was vanishing. And it was showing because they were among the people, they were getting pushed back, they were feeling the heat. And that heat was getting expression on...
You know, Rajdeep, the catchphrases, and I know it's surfaced because the Aapada word that Rajat spoke of really did catch on. Like, if you remember in 2020, the 5 Saal Kejriwal. So, you know, these were phrases which rung loud, and this time around it was that.
You know, the word Sheesh Mahal today was instantly identified by people with Mr. Kejriwal. Just look around the map of who's won and who's lost. The truth of the matter is, if I look at the Aam Aadmi Party, the only 2 big winners for them at the moment are Atishi, who has won in Kalkaji, won by a very narrow margin in Kalkaji, just over 1,000 votes against Ramesh Biduri. And that was a tough candidate that she took on. So she's won there. And Gopal Rai in Babarpur, who's won by a big victory. So for Atishi, this is a big day. She's the Chief Minister of the state. She's one of the few people who's won. She could well, along with Gopal Rai, be the face of the Aam Aadmi Party. They will need to have a strong face in place. Gender also works in favor of Atishi. So Atishi could well be one of the faces that emerges out of the debris that we see of the Aam Aadmi Party here. On the other hand, the BJP has several candidates, Rahul, who could be potential chief ministers. I mean, you know, do they play, you know, what kind of card do they now play? One of those candidates who could be a potential is losing at the moment in Karol Bagh. Dushyant Gautam is trailing. If he wins, many
Okay,
saw
let's listen
him
to
as a
Parvesh.
potential
Speaking of
candidate.
BJP CM candidates, a man who's announced his own candidature with his big victory. Parvesh Verma speaking now. Listen in.
हो नहीं पाएगा, ये वाला गाना बंद करो। एक सेकंड। देखो आप ऐसे करेंगे तो मैं भी नहीं करता। कर लेते हैं। आप एक सेकंड मीडिया के अलावा कोई ऊपर नहीं आएगा, विकी तू भी नहीं आएगा, सबको नीचे कर दो। सब
चाहो तो आप अंदर बैठ के देखो 2-2 मिनट
सर बाहर की सर बाहर की अरे यही हो जाता है यार। अरे बुला रहे
The fact that he's beaten Arvind Kejriwal, that also explains the frenzy around him. Although given the BJP's recent choices, you can't be quite certain that he will be chief minister. Although he has probably, Rajat, the strongest claim. Given that he's beaten Kejriwal in a battle which Kejriwal didn't think he was losing, which nobody in the AAP thought they were losing. They were thinking 50 plus, 55 plus, ho sakta hai 60 bhi aa jaye. From there to beat Kejriwal in his own den.
It is a huge personal victory for Parvesh. And I think, I mean, if you look at all the other leaders, somehow if Biduri loses, Dushyantji loses, then all these senior leaders losing, he becomes sort of a default choice in this setting because you don't have enough people left in that array of 47. No. But you know, you still, again, with BJP leadership, they have larger nationwide calculations in mind, what gender representation.
Gives him the stature. See,
certainly,
frankly,
no, it gives him the stature. He cannot be ignored anymore in Delhi politics.
Stature. If they make the choice for who the BJP cadre would want today,
it would be him.
It would be him.
No, there's another reason. Remember, in Haryana,
Jat, you
decided you chose an OBC. Yeah. In Rajasthan, there has been a silent, sullen anger among the Jats कि हमारे लिए जगह नहीं. Now, if in Delhi you have a Jat face in Parvesh Verma who is voluble and therefore will be out there. He's not someone who's going to sort of.
But he's not voluble like Ramesh Biduri.
No, not voluble like Ramesh Biduri, but he's not someone who's going to take a step back. So if you've got someone like that, an assertive Jat there,
he's a fighter.
As Chief Minister of Delhi, it is able to overcome one of the question marks over the BJP that they've suffered, which they, in 2024 Lok Sabha, it was certainly an issue. Whether it was in Haryana or Rajasthan, they lost a number of Jat-dominated seats.
That they do not also have a Punjabi face in the whole country, BJP. And on the Punjabi seats, you have one in stock.
Yeah, so that's the other option for them.
And you know, and there are prominent Punjabi candidates who have won. Like in Janakpuri, I was seeing this person called Ashish Sood, who was their Prabhari in Jammu and Kashmir.
Right. Yes.
He's leading by about 20,000 votes.
Yes.
Satish Upadhyay, another former leader of the
former BJP president.
BJP president. He has won his Malvinagar seat, defeating Somnath Bharti.
Yes.
So there are prominent faces.
Rajdeep, other than natural selection, because he's beaten Arvind Kejriwal, you know, the David who was now Goliath, coming to the fact that outer area, Parvesh Verma comes from outer Delhi, borders Haryana. This is that area where there was a certain amount of resentment because we kept talking about the Jat vote so much in Haryana. You appease that. In Rajasthan, everybody thought that the fulcrum of Jat politics from Haryana is now going to spin over to Rajasthan. At some level, you're giving messaging there as well. Western Uttar Pradesh, there's a certain amount of messaging that goes to Western UP as well.
So you're saying the Jat factor could well work in Parvesh Verma's
No, but you also need somebody with some stature and you need somebody who has some standing.
Stature का मतलब क्या है?
I'm saying felling Kejriwal gives him that stature instantaneously. Everything else, you know, you can find a Dalit, you can find a Jat. And also, you need somebody who the Delhi BJP voter says deserves to be chief minister. At this moment, he's the one who will have
and
the
it's
vote.
also generational. You're bringing in a much younger generation with him. You know, you're sort of suggesting sending out.
Rahul, not to forget, both the Satish Upadhyay and Ashish Sood are products of Vidyarthi Parishad. They have been pracharaks of RSS also at some point of time.
But then it counters
breaking news coming in. Breaking news coming in that the General Administration Department of the Government of Delhi has put out a notice. They have sealed the Delhi Secretariat to address security concerns and the safety of records. They think the AAP could be up to no good in the last few hours. They're imagining or suggesting that AAP might try to delete records. So it is requested that no files, documents, computer hardware may be taken outside the Delhi Secretariat complex without permission from the General Administration Department. It is therefore directed that necessary directions may be issued to the concerned branch in charges under the department offices situated in the Delhi Secretariat to ensure safety of records, files, documents, electronic files under the section. This is a bit like Kejriwal saying, "मेरे 15 MLO को ले रहे हैं, ये बोल रहे हैं ये लोग delete कर देंगे, हरा देंगे, जला देंगे before leaving." None of which is happened. But they're playing back in
fact, will there be vendetta?
I have a feeling things will get ugly. I actually have a feeling things will get ugly. I have a feeling.
How do you define ugly?
Who will make it ugly?
No,
will make it
I
ugly.
think, no.
No, will an SIT? Will an SIT? We just.
होना ही चाहिए SIT.
I think we heard Virendra Sachdev saying we will appoint an SIT to investigate into the previous
होना ही
government.
चाहिए. SIT होना चाहिए even on the allegations that were leveled yesterday. उसके ऊपर SIT, shoot and scoot. This strategy has been carrying him forward for all this while. This should not be the new normal of Indian politics. कुछ भी बोल दो, 15 करोड़, 50 करोड़. मैं बोल दूं केजरीवाल ने 50 करोड़ दिए. Defend करो मुझे.
I feel we haven't seen the end of the Sheesh Mahal controversy just yet. I think it's going to play out. I have a feeling that the BJP or the government which comes in will go in for the kill. They're not going to let it rest with just Arvind Kejriwal and Aam Aadmi Party's defeat. I have a feeling papers will be pulled out. I think they're going to make an example of Arvind Kejriwal and the Aam Aadmi Party.
Big message in the Delhi vote for all of Punjab politics. The Panthik vote, the Punjabi vote, the Sikh vote which AAP had, which really laid also the foundations for what followed in Punjab, where they won a decisive victory that slipped from right underneath their feet.
Yes, but just to take what Preeti said forward, this sort of politics of vendetta, let's not also forget that the Enforcement Directorate, in an extremely unusual move, actually named AAP as a political party, as one of the...
No, but that suggestion was made by Sisodia's lawyer.
Yes, exactly.
He said Sisodia's lawyer said if the benefit has gone to Aam Aadmi Party, why they not be made into this thing?
But my limited point that I'm saying, that's never happened that you named. So I believe...
No, but then in their defense, he said it.
Sir, but it was there. I'm only saying you have never named a political party until then. ED had done it, had already planned on it before Mr. Sisodia's lawyer came in. My limited point is, I believe now that you will have a government that will go for Mr. Kejriwal.
They should go for AAP also.
They should go for
Kejriwal also.
Why
They only asked for it. You asked that, okay, why should I?
Is that what you
the
want?
logic was, 100 crore मैंने नहीं लिए जी, वो तो जी पार्टी के पास आए थे जी. अगर ये डिफरेंस है आपके पास, then you
to finish off Arvind Kejriwal or to build a better Delhi?
नहीं, I'm telling you, to nab every criminal who's been doing corruption. Follow the law of the land. Now, what is there in the, trying to see vengeance or vendetta or anything? Follow the law of the land. It is in black and white.
The Delhi BJP has danced for other people's victories. Party's victory, but in other states. बहुत बार dance किया है. पहली बार अपने लिए dance कर रहे हैं. I've got this whole generation, all young kids, largely young, middle-aged kind of people. They wouldn't have danced on their own victory. They've danced for Modi ji at the center. They've danced for wins in Maharashtra, Haryana, elsewhere. They're dancing for themselves for the first time, guys. The big day for these guys.
No, I think the point you made earlier also, the fact that, you've got some prominent Sikh faces who won, is also an important moment for the BJP, given the fact that that is another vote, which certainly in the last few years, the BJP has struggled to hold on to, the Sikh vote. We saw that in Punjab. And we've seen it in general, the farmers' agitation, the feeling that...
It's the Punjabi vote versus Sikh.
Yeah, so, no, but there are Sikh faces who won.
Yeah, of course.
Manindra Singh Sirsa has won by a big margin.
But the Jitendra Shanti has also won, no? From who came in from the BJP to
Rajouri Garden was not seen to be an easy seat. They won by a big margin. So clearly at the moment, the message has gone down that they've won very strongly across West Delhi with a large Punjabi Sikh population.
West Delhi and Punjab are very closely related.
So therefore, you've got a situation that the BJP will have to take a call as to what kind of a government do you send out, what is the messaging you send out.
So let's ask that question to Sardar RP Singh about the impact of the Delhi verdict potentially on Punjab politics. Sat Sri Akal, RP ji, you must be celebrating big victory for the Bharatiya Janata Party. You've been waiting to dance in Delhi for a long time.
There was a crowd at my house another half an hour ago, and they have gone to the BJP Delhi office now. And with dhol and bhakar, everything there, with crackers also, although I told them not to burst it here, they should go to the party office and do it there itself. But coming to the issue, the Sikh votes, yes, there's a shift in the Sikh votes, and then also that Rajouri Garden and even in Tilak Nagar, we have done quite well. I mean, although there was a woman candidate we had lost that seat, but we have done quite well in Tilak Nagar. Harinagar, another seat, which is a Sikh seat. And mark my word, this will have a great impact on the Punjab politics also, because
what is the
Punjab,
impact on Punjab politics? What is your assessment of the impact on Punjab politics?
I'll commit to that. Because that message that BJP doesn't promote Sikhs or BJP doesn't push Sikhs will be washed out, because that's the message which these parties used to convey, that BJP is anti-Sikh or they don't promote Sikh. Although Prime Minister has done so much of work for Sikh community as such, which has not happened in the last 60, 70 years. For example, the Kartarpur corridor, the Sachin Kumar going to jail, Jagdish Shetty on the hook now. So all these have worked in psychologically, but the barrier was that Sikh faces. And then you were talking about who can be Sikh face, who can be a CM? Probably a Sikh face can be a CM of Delhi also.
तुसी किसको बना रहे हो? सिरसा जी को बोल रहे हो कि उनको बना दे CM?
I'm saying probably. I never said that. I can't name anyone. I'm no one to decide on that. But since you're talking about
Siddharth Mishra has a question for you.
आरपी जी, आपने 3 नाम मुझे व्हाट्सएप किया था कि रमेश, प्रवेश और आशीष जीत रहे हैं. आपके दोस्त हैं विद्यार्थी परिषद के. रमेश हार कैसे गए?
चलिए, मतलब मेरे तो सतीश भी हमारे पुराने दोस्तों में से हैं. दिल्ली में एक बार ये कहा जाता है ये 4 लोग ऐसे हैं जो कि पूरे दिल्ली के सिस्टम्स को देखते हैं, परंतु रमेश का हारने का कारण इसलिए कि थोड़ा सा मार्जिन कम रह गया, थोड़ा सा कुछ वहां पर वोट इस प्रकार के हैं जो क्लस्टर्स में कुछ दिक्कत रही है. उसको मैं अभी एनालिसिस आ जाएगी, डिटेल आ जाएगी. परंतु आपने जो एक नाम दिया था वो भी पंजाबी वोट फेस हो सकते हैं. सिद्धार्थ, आशीष कैन बी अनदर गुड पंजाबी फेस आल्सो. आई एम जस्ट नेमिंग. I'm not to decide on it.
You have fought an election in Delhi. इस बार अब लग रहा है लड़ लिया तो बेटर था राजेंद्र नगर से. पहले भी लड़ चुके हैं सर.
Preeti, good question. See, Preeti, there's a time to move on in the party also. Party called me, the party bosses called me and told me that it's time to move on from Delhi and to some other work. Let party decide on it. I'll be very keen, not to contest election, but to manage Punjab affair. I was in charge of Punjab affair when party won 19 out of 23 seats. So I don't mind. Party gives me a challenge.
No, so will Bhagwant Man's government last its term or not? Daso.
There's $1 million question. Mr. Kejriwal was already saying that we were poaching his MLAs 15 crore rupees each. So I'll appreciate that he should name all those people now, or all those will be repenting now that they should have made money at least 15 crore rupees each. They could have maintained that 15 crore rupees each. But fact is that nothing of this is there. But yes, there'll be Punjab government can be in trouble because Mr. Bajwa is on record saying that 32 MLAs, Bajwa, the Congress leader of the party there in the assembly, is on record saying that 32 MLAs are in touch with Mr. Bajwa. I don't know how much.
But they will need more than. They will need more than that to actually topple the government at the moment.
Rajiv, yes. It is the tumbling stone. Once start, then everything falls in place. I mean, you don't know how things will shape up. Because
no, so you're saying that the Bhagwant Mann government in Punjab could be toppled as a result of this election with the Congress leading the way. Am I correct?
I'm not saying Mr. Bajwa is on record saying that 32 MLAs are in
बड़ा बाजवा जी नु सुन रहे हो. So why is the BJP leader quoting a Congress leader? You seem very inspired by बाजवा जी. क्या हो रहा है? यही तो केजरीवाल बोल रहा है. सब मिले हुए हैं जी.
अच्छा, मिले हुए की बात कर ले. एक मिनट राहुल, मिले हुए की.
Okay, just give me a second. I'm coming back to you. Parvesh Verma is with my colleague Piyush. Let's listen to the man of the moment.
श्रेय किसको देंगे? देखिए, जीत का श्रेय है दिल्ली की जनता को.
चलो खुश रहो, बहुत अच्छा लगा.
जीत का श्रेय है दिल्ली की जनता को, सारी नई दिल्ली के मतदाताओं को. जीत का श्रेय है हमारे दुनिया के सबसे लोकप्रिय नेता आदरणीय श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को, जिनकी ऊपर में दिल्ली के लोगों ने विश्वास जताया. जीत का श्रेय हमारे पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष आदरणीय श्री JP नड्डा जी को. जीत का श्रेय है हमारे गृह मंत्री आदरणीय श्री अमित शाह जी को और तमाम उन लाखों कार्यकर्ताओं को पार्टी के जिन्होंने जी जान से मेहनत करी है. तो सभी को बहुत बहुत हृदय से बधाई.
कितना टफ एक कैंपेन रहा. आपने कई सारी चीजें कही, कई सारे वादे किए. अरविंद केजरीवाल ने आप पर पर्सनल अटैक्स भी काफी किए कि पैसे बांट रहे, काफी चीजें हो रही हैं. क्या कहेंगे, कितना टफ रहा है कैंपेन?
मैं यही कहूंगा, छोड़ो कल की बातें, कल की बात पुरानी, नए दौर में लिखेंगे मिलकर नई कहानी.
आपने कहा था शीश महल में बीजेपी का मुख्यमंत्री नहीं जाएगा, तो क्या ऐसा होगा?
अभी मैंने कहा था और ऐसा होना भी चाहिए. पार्टी पार्टी का विधायक दल, पार्टी की लीडरशिप तय करेंगे कि कौन हमारा मुख्यमंत्री होगा। तो जो मुख्यमंत्री बनेगा मैं उन तक अपनी बात को पहुंचाऊंगा।
पहली कैबिनेट का क्या फैसला होगा?
पहली कैबिनेट का फैसला होगा कि एसआईटी की जांच होगी, सारे करप्शन की जांच होगी, एसआईटी का गठन होगा और महिलाओं को जो हमने 2500 रुपए का वायदा किया है उसको पूरा करेंगे।
एक आखिरी प्रश्न, क्या आपको लगा कि एक सबसे बड़ा मुद्दा रहा जिसने दिल्ली की जनता को टच किया और उन्होंने अरविंद केजरीवाल के खिलाफ, आम आदमी पार्टी के खिलाफ वोट किया?
देखिए, अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने 11 साल में कोई काम ही नहीं किया, तो बहुत सारे मुद्दे थे, मगर दिल्ली की जनता को समझ आ गया था कि अरविंद केजरीवाल जी केवल और केवल झूठ ही बोलते हैं।
क्या हम अगले मुख्यमंत्री से बात कर रहे हैं?
ये जब पार्टी तय करेगी तो आपको नाम जो है सबको पता ही लग जाएगा और हमारा विधायक दल बैठेगा, उसके बाद में पार्टी की लीडरशिप बैठेगी, तो जो भी होगा वो सबको मंजूर होगा।
जो भी होगा वो सबको मंजूर होगा। इस तरह की बातें करते हुए परवेश वर्मा, जायंट किलर जो है वो
Verma, the giant slayer, besting the mighty Kejriwal in his bastion of New Delhi, trying to sound chief ministerial, if I may say so. छोड़ो कल की बातें, कल की बात पुरानी, नए दौर में लिखेंगे मिलके नई कहानी.
But you heard what he said, that the two decisions, SIT to be appointed, which will look into the corruption charges, which of course Rajat believes is the way forward. Good luck.
But they said it earlier also.
Yes, but you see what he's going to do, sometimes with leaders like Arvind Kejriwal, he will want, otherwise he'll be completely out of the news. He's going to use this then. The only hope that he still has is to somehow or the other claim that
ignoring him is the worst thing you can do to him.
Is that, you know, that this is a vendetta against me, but that's one part. Second, 2,500 to women. And I think once we get the gender breakup in a post poll, we'll know. All the pollsters who suggested that, you know, women were voting overwhelmingly for the Aam Aadmi Party, that's not happened.
Good. I'm glad you're changing some of the analysis.
No, 1 minute. I said very clearly, the class divide in Delhi is still there.
You still think all the poor voted for AAP?
A substantial.
Substantial, of course. I'm saying you said that the vote didn't break.
I am willing
that it was as consolidated as the last
I am willing to bet that Arvind Kejriwal's majority of the vote came from low-income classes.
No, of course. That's like saying the obvious.
No, it's not
the
saying
fact
the
that
obvious.
Splintered was being disputed earlier.
Splintered means what? 20% I get. I have won this election by consolidating the middle class.
20% of the poor people's vote splitting is a big split in your vote share.
It is, of course, but the bigger story of this election is the fact that the middle class deserted Arvind Kejriwal. I maintain that.
No, of course, there's no dispute about that. Gadkari ji is speaking at this time. Let's listen to Senior Union Minister Nitin Gadkari. We'll try and get some reactions from these big guns of the BJP as they speak and celebrate what will be a historic victory.
भाजपा की जीत,
let's listen to him.
प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने जो देश को विकास का मॉडल ऑफ गवर्नेंस दिया है, जो सुशासन से भारत आज विकसित भारत बनने के लिए तेज गति से आगे बढ़ रहा है, जो दिल्ली के लोगों ने गत 10 वर्षों में भ्रष्टाचार, अराजकता और विकास से वंचित रहने का दुख देखा है, उसके सामने प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी ने जो देश को एक विश्वास दिया है और अच्छे कामों से देशवासियों की सेवा की है, उसके लिए दिल्ली के लोगों ने मोदी जी को आशीर्वाद देने की जीत दी है। जैसे केंद्र में तीसरी बार, महाराष्ट्र और हरियाणा में तीसरी बार प्रचंड बहुमत मिली, अब दिल्ली के लोग विकास चाहते हैं, दिल्ली के लोग सुशासन चाहते हैं, डबल इंजन सरकार तो मोदी जी के मार्गदर्शन में उनके आशीर्वाद से जनता की सेवा करे, ऐसी सरकार के लिए ये दिल्ली का वोट एक अहम भूमिका निभाएगा। देश और दुनिया देख रही है कि मोदी जी के साथ पूरा देश खड़ा है, मोदी जी के अच्छा कामों के साथ जनहित और लोक कल्याण के काम समाज के हर वर्ग, चाहे गरीब हो, मिडिल क्लास हो, महिला हो, हर वर्ग को एक उज्जवल भविष्य देने के लिए प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के साथ पूरा देश खड़ा है।
केजरीवाल, मनीष सिसोदिया सहित तमाम उनसे विधायक बहुत नजदीक है, वो सबकी हार हो गई है।
ये स्वाभाविक था कि जो कुकर्म किए, जो अराजकता, जो झूठे वादे, जो भ्रष्टाचार, चाहे वो केजरीवाल जी हो, मनीष सिसोदिया जी हो, आपके सभी नेताओं ने जो धोखा दिया था दिल्ली की जनता को, ये उसका जवाब दिल्ली के मतदाताओं ने।
All right, Piyush Goyal there, of course, the BJP ecstatic, elated, Parvesh Verma coming in, and also suddenly, Rahul, for somebody who went out for Arvind Kejriwal very statesmanly when he was questioned, कि अब छोड़ दो जो पीछे हुआ, जाने दो.
That's why he's going to try and sound chief ministerial. He wants to make his case. He knows that there are people who... Okay, I want to go across to Pratap Singh Bajwa. He's joining us now. He's on the farms. There's lots of conversation about Bajwa being in touch with AAP MLAs in Punjab. So I thought, let's dial him in. Bajwa ji, Sat Shri Akal. What are you making of this Delhi verdict? Kejriwal bested. What does this mean for Punjab politics?
See, I think this is the best thing that has happened not only to Punjab, even to politics. See, in our ideological battle against the BJP, this man was one person who was creating a kind of a cloud in between. He was creating a confusion. I think so where he is going, it is a real, I think so, a good thing for Punjab, because people of Punjab were also taken in with their false promises and all those kind of things. That today, everything is in shambles. Finances are in shambles. Nobody's life is safe. Nobody's property is safe. People want an end to this government as they wanted presently what the Delhi people have done. So the people of Punjab are longing, Rahul, to give a kick on the backside.
No, your friend in the BJP, RP Singh, was saying that Bajwa is in touch with 30 AAP MLAs. What are you doing, Daso?
Chalo, they have been in touch with me for a long time because, see, when I was the Pradesh Congress president, 22 of my people only who were denied tickets by Amrinder Singh were given tickets by the AAP. They are presently MLAs in the Vidhan Sabha. So, you understand fully well, they understand this was just a one-way ticket to the moon. They are not coming in next time. So, obviously, they are opening their doors. Their doors are quite open.
No, so I want to press you further so that I have clarity. There are two things. One is that you will fight them in the next election, which is fine. That will happen in 27, that you'll fight them in the next election. The other is that because of what happened in Delhi, the Congress in Punjab feels that there could be a threat to the Bhagwant Mann government at this moment. What's your take, sir?
See, Rahul, both the things can work. See, one thing is for sure, Bhagwant is already in touch with the Ministry of Home Affairs for long.
For what?
And I've been seeing, just see, there's already a battle between Punjab AAP and Delhi AAP. See, recently, just 2 or 3 days earlier, the AAP president, Aman Arora, said that it's not necessary in a state like Punjab that only a Sikh should be the chief minister. You understand?
Okay.
So I feel that Kejriwal had already had this kind of inclination coming that they won't be able to make it in Delhi. And they are already pitching for Kejriwal to land up in Punjab. Because one of our MLAs has recently committed suicide. He's died and that seat is vacant from Ludhiana, Gurpreet Singh Gogis. And I think so, primarily Aman Arora was made to say this 2 or 3 days earlier to the Tribune paper.
You're saying Kejriwal will fight from Ludhiana. Is that what you're insinuating?
Rahul ji, main kadi galat patang nahi udai. Every single person knows whatever I have said regarding Punjab has always come out true. It is, see, Rahul, I was the first person who put on, I said we would have no alliance with the AAP. We have been proven right in Punjab. And even at that time I had said we should not have any alliance with the AAP even in Delhi. Had we not aligned in the parliament polls, Congress would have done a much better performance this time.
No, so let me try and understand what you're saying a little more. You're saying that Bhagwant Mann is in touch with Home Minister Amit Shah for what? Like all chief ministers are in touch with the Home Minister. Are you saying something is brewing there, you think?
Not from that point of view. See, even the Ministry of Home Affairs knows that they want to get rid of Bhagwant. They were just waiting for a positive result in Delhi. So what I feel is now, because they have already got an active result over there, they will now like to bring in Kejriwal from Punjab. Primarily, that's why the AAP president, a person who has been handpicked by Kejriwal just 2 months early, Aman Arora, who's also minister there, is already, for the first time, and you know it well, this is primarily the only state. It is just like saying a Muslim should not be a chief minister of Jammu Kashmir. This is the only state that we have.
No, so what makes you think that there could be a threat to the Kejriwal-led AAP government in Punjab at this moment? Bhagwant Mann is Chief Minister. You are saying that there is a possibility of an imminent threat?
100% when he wants to plonk in there and he will ask Bhagwant to take place for him. So then that split is going to take place. And instead of we have to open our doors open for the AAP MLAs. Why should we allow most of them to run away to
No, but you need 2/3. You need 50 plus.
See, that I do agree. We need 2/3. But obviously, we are keeping all our options open. I understand it fully well. And see, they are going to crumble like house of cards.
Why do you think they'll crumble like a house of cards? Why do you think they may crumble like a house of cards?
So they exactly know this is the first and the last time. Every single AAP MLA knows they have no future ahead. ये तो पहले भी पता था since
But sir, Congress लड़ नहीं पाती. Haryana में also you had a chance. Your party, not you, found a way of botching it up. I mean, what's the guarantee, even if there is anti-incumbency, that you will be the beneficiary?
Rahul, I can't answer on Haryana. At least on Punjab, I can say that we fought them. See, Bhagwant was saying, I'm going to win 13. And we won 7 and he won just 8. And from 92, we brought them down to 32. And from our 18 MLAs, we went up to 38. So we are fighting tooth and nail and we are sure 100%. We are going to pin them down in the next elections. But before elections, if something takes place, we should not be sitting as ducks over there. No? We should be prepared. A lot of MLAs are in touch, obviously.
किन्ने MLAs वाले को touch में जाए?
मैं जिन्हें को तानु इन्होंने RP सिंह ने दसे इन्हें क्या ही थे?
Why are you talking to RP Singh? की चल रहा है? वही तो केजरीवाल कहना है, सब मिले हुए हैं जी.
I am not talking. See, you have quoted RP Singh. I even do not know from where this figure has come in. You only told me it is RP Singh who said that. So I have just endorsed what you have said.
Okay, I'll leave it.
I had no kind of a talk with RP Singh. Jo ne endorsed kiya, in touch, and they have been in touch with me for almost a year now.
1 or 2 MLAs?
Not 1 or 2, more than 30.
More than 30?
Yeah. They are willing to leave these people. They are willing to
but
leave.
They'll get disqualified. They'll get disqualified if they come to you.
Oh, bhai, we are not getting them over as such. Huh?
तो की करोगे फिर?
They are keeping the options open. See, even a lot of things are going to take place now.
Like what?
Just wait for a couple of days more. Do you think this present government at the center is going to sit idle over there after this victory in Delhi?
Why? What do you think will happen?
Then they will try their tricks in Punjab too. That's a dream project to get around to Punjab.
So you are saying that Bhagwant Mann could switch over to the BJP? You are saying Bhagwant Mann could switch over? That's the level of unhappiness.
He's almost there.
Oh, तुसी ऐसी ही लड़ाई करा रहे हो नादी. How do you know he's always there?
See, this statement is there since the last 1.5 years. Whenever this Maharashtra plane lands in Delhi, in Chandigarh, Lahore, the first passenger who will become Eknath Shinde would be Bhagwant Mann. I've been saying this consistently for the last 2 years. You can ask your reporters in Chandigarh. And this is going to come out true.
You think now is the moment that the BJP will strike?
Now is the moment. That is go between is Ravneet Bittu.
No, what is Bittu doing?
Bittu is the go between the Ministry of Home Affairs and Bhagwan. This is known to every single person. It may not be common knowledge in Delhi, but in Chandigarh, every single person knows. All operations of Bhagwant Mann with the Minister of Home Affairs are through Ravneet Singh Bittu. They already won.
आप लड़ाई करा रहे हो. चलो ठीक है. For the time being, Pratap Bajwa, I'll leave it there. You have made a dramatic declaration that in 48 hours, the games will begin in Punjab, that Bhagwant Mann could switch over, become the new Eknath Shinde.
No, don't misquote me. I never said 48 hours. I said very soon things are going to start brewing over there also.
And that Bhagwant Mann could become the new Eknath Shinde.
Oh, 100%. He's already there. He may not be having the numbers as yet. See what had happened.
Why is Bhagwant Mann upset with Kejriwal?
Yeah, obviously they are.
Kyun? Why?
Because, see, because now his own old chief secretary, Pepul Kumar, they are running the show over there. all important all important positions over there, the chief secretary, home secretary, whatsoever, the postings are being done straight by Kejriwal, not by Bhagwan. He just a duck over. बिल्कुल इसका सारा काम दाम बंद कर दिया है. हाँ.
Chalo, I leave it there. Pratap Bajwa, let's see whether you're the oracle who told the truth or whether this was just political fantasy. We'll find out soon.
This is going to come true. And you had promised me earlier that when Congress wins Punjab, I'll give you a call, and you forgot to call me then. And when this happens...
So election to 2 saal baad hai. Jeete kahan ho tusi?
I told... This we talked about the
Lok Sabha elections.
Parliament election.
Okay, done.
You remember?
ठीक है, done. So we will catch up soon then. Pratap Bajwa for joining us. Thank you very much. Parvesh Verma's daughters are speaking to us right now. Let's go across live.
राजधानी है, अगर लोगों को वहाँ पर साफ पानी, बिजली की दिक्कतें हों तो दिल को बहुत दुख पड़ता है और हम सभी को बहुत मुश्किल लग रहा था उनकी स्थिति को देखकर, क्योंकि हम उनकी सेवा नहीं कर पा रहे थे, लेकिन उन्होंने हमें आश्वासन दिया था और आज आशीर्वाद दिया है, समर्थन दिया है और हम 5 साल उनकी मेहनत करके उनकी सारी दिक्कतें दूर करें.
आप युवा हैं, कितनी बड़ी डबल इंजन की सरकार युवा के लिए हो सकती है दिल्ली में?
बहुत बड़ी. एजुकेशन, एम्प्लॉयमेंट, जो विमेन एम्पावरमेंट है, इन सारे इश्यूज पे एक यूथ सबसे ज्यादा अफेक्टेड होता है और उससे भी ज्यादा जो दिल्ली का यूथ है उनमें एक जोश हमेशा से रहा है एंड वो बहुत क्लियर कट रहे हैं. वो कोई भी बात दिल में छुपा के नहीं रखते हैं, वो उस पर पूरी तरीके से एक्ट करते हैं और उन्होंने इस बार भी एक्ट करा है. यूथ का सपोर्ट था, वुमेन का सपोर्ट था, इसीलिए पूर्ण बहुमत से बीजेपी की सरकार आई है.
थैंक यू. आपका नाम? शिवेंद्र, आप किस तरह देखते हैं पापा की इतनी बड़ी जीत को?
बहुत हिस्टोरिकल मोमेंट है, हमारे लिए बहुत बड़ी चीज़ है. ये एक झूठ के अंत की जीत है, ये एक उस गवर्नमेंट की एंड है जिन्होंने सिर्फ झूठ बोला, जिन्होंने लोगों का कुछ भला नहीं करा, लोगों से प्रॉमिसेस बनाए, एक्सक्यूजेस भी बनाए और लोगों को बस झूठा आश्वासन दिया कि वो काम करेंगे पर कुछ डेवलपमेंट नहीं लाया.
जब अनाउंस हुआ कि नई दिल्ली से वो उम्मीदवार होंगे, अरविंद केजरीवाल के खिलाफ होंगे, क्या आपके दिमाग में था? किस तरह से लोगों के बीच में जाएंगे, किस तरह से लोगों को कहेंगे कि वो बीजेपी के लिए और प्रवेश जी के लिए वोट करें?
देखिए, स्टार्टिंग से हमें पता था कि पापा जीतेंगे, फुल कॉन्फिडेंस था, क्योंकि अरविंद केजरीवाल का तो सिर्फ नाम था पर काम कुछ भी नहीं था. वो झूठ बोलते रहे थे और पूरी नई दिल्ली उनसे तंग हो गई थी, उनसे थक गई थी. कुछ काम नहीं हुआ उनके 11 साल उनकी गवर्नमेंट के अंडर. तो हमें बस पूरा पता था कि नई दिल्ली की जनता हमारे साथ होगी.
थैंक यू. आपका नाम? प्रिशा, आप इस जीत को किस तरह से देखते हैं? और एक सवाल जो मेरे को आप सबसे एक एक करके पूछना भी है कि जब कैंपेन हो रहा था तब उस वक्त कितना टफ आप लोगों के लिए भी था ये पूरा दौर?
जी, हमें पहले जब अनाउंस हुआ था लगा था कि बहुत मुश्किल सीट होगी, लेकिन जब हमने ग्राउंड पे गए, हमने लोगों से बातचीत करी, तब हमें पता चला कि केजरीवाल से सब तंग आ चुके हैं. वो दिल्ली की जनता का मजाक उड़ा रहे थे, उन्हें इतना झूठ बोल के, और तब भी दिल्ली की जनता उन्हें ही वोट दे रही थी. तो वो एक तरफ से मजाक ही उड़ रहा था सबका. लेकिन इस बार दिल्ली की जनता समझ गई थी, वो हमारा साथ देने को तैयार थी, बस सही मौके का इंतजार था जो आ चुका है.
क्या आपको लगा कि सिर्फ एक मुद्दा ऐसा जो कि दिल्ली की जनता को ज्यादा हिट किया एंड यू ऑल्सो फाउंड दिस ऑन ग्राउंड, आपको लगा कि ये इस मुद्दे पर दिल्ली की जनता वोट करेगी बीजेपी को?
आई थिंक लाडली बहना और महिलाओं का सम्मान देने जो पापा ने शुरू किया और जो मोदी सरकार ने पूरे देश में शुरू किया, जहां जहां उनकी सरकार बनी है, वो बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट मुद्दा था. बिकॉज हमेशा विमेन डेवलपमेंट की हमेशा बात ही होती थी, लेकिन कभी कुछ काम नहीं होता था उसके टुवर्ड्स. और मुझे जो लिकर पॉलिसी केजरीवाल जी ने शुरू करी थी, उससे सब तंग आ चुके थे. घर खत्म हो गए थे, माएँ बहनें सब परेशान हो गई थी इस पॉलिसी से, और इसने हमें बहुत बेनिफिट दिया.
मैम, अब एक प्रश्न जो मैंने कहा था कि किस तरह से ये महीने आपके रहे, क्या घर आ पाते थे, समय मिल पाता था परवेश जी को?
नहीं, काफी लेट आते थे, पर कोई बात नहीं. उनका मकसद ही यही था कि मुझे ये सीट जीतनी है, अरविंद केजरीवाल से दिल्ली को मुक्त कराना है. तो हार्ड वर्क पेड.
आपने मिस किया पापा को इन दिनों में?
मिस तो बहुत करा, हम लोगों के विंटर वेकेशंस थे, लेकिन कोई बात नहीं, काम पहले आता है, काम हमेशा पहले आया है. और नई दिल्ली क्या, पूरी दिल्ली हमारा परिवार है, तो हमारे साथ नहीं, अगर वो उनके साथ टाइम स्पेंड कर रहे हैं तो हमें कोई दिक्कत नहीं.
आप क्या बोलते थे पापा को, किस तरह से उनको गुड लक विश किया करते जब वो जाते थे?
हर दिन रात को जब वो लेट आते थे तो उनके साथ बैठते थे, उनसे बात करते थे, पूछते थे उनका दिन कैसा गया, कि वो क्या क्या आइडियाज़ हैं उनके मन में. पर हमें पता था कि अगर अंदर से कि even if he's not spending time with us, he's doing it for the betterment of Delhi. He's doing it to serve the people of New Delhi, and that was all right with us.
तो तस्वीरों में आप देख सकते हैं किस तरह से परिवार के चेहरे पर मुस्कान है, परिवार के लोग जो हैं वो बहुत खुश हैं, गौरवान्वित जो है वो महसूस कर रहे हैं कि
I want to go across to the Chief Minister of Haryana, Nayab Singh Saini joins us. I want to welcome Gaurav Sawant. Gaurav, welcome. Saini साहब, केजरीवाल is gone. Will the Yamuna finally get cleaned? आपको लगता है कि दिल्ली वालों को साफ यमुना का पानी मिलेगा फाइनली?
राहुल जी, मैं धन्यवाद करता हूं दिल्ली की जनता का और आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी की उन नीतियों का जो केजरीवाल ने लगातार झूठ बोल करके उन योजनाओं से वंचित रखा दिल्ली के लोगों को। मेरे लिए खासकर ये गौरव की बात है कि अब दिल्ली के लोगों को मोदी जी की वो सारी योजनाओं का लाभ मिलेगा जिनसे केजरीवाल ने वहां पर दिल्ली में उनको वंचित रखा है। और जिस प्रकार का झूठ का नैरेटिव केजरीवाल ने सेट करने की कोशिश की है, दिल्ली के लोगों ने उसका जवाब दिया है। जो व्यक्ति जिस माटी के ऊपर, मैंने कहा भी था राहुल जी, जिस माटी के ऊपर इसने जन्म लिया उस माटी का नहीं हुआ तो दिल्ली का कैसे होगा? दिल्ली के लोग उसको नकारेंगे। और आज मुझे इस बात की ये है कि वो झूठ का जो इसने नैरेटिव सेट किया था उससे आज आपदा से दिल्ली के लोगों को मुक्ति मिली है और उन्होंने मोदी जी की नीतियों को स्वीकार करते हुए बड़े मार्जिन के साथ भारतीय जनता पार्टी 27 वर्षों के बाद दिल्ली के अंदर आई है।
गौरव,
और
लेकिन नायब सिंह सैनी जी, लेकिन अब एक बड़ी चुनौती होगी यमुना को साफ करना। अभी तक तो जो आरोप लगे कि यमुना में जहर मिला दिया और पॉइजन्ड है यमुना या पानी नहीं दे रहा हरियाणा, अब तो हरियाणा में भी आपकी सरकार है, दिल्ली में भी आपकी सरकार है, तो मतलब बीजेपी की, तो अब तो यमुना को साफ करना ही होगा।
हमने जो कहा है उसको 100% पूरा करेंगे। हम दिल्ली के लोगों को पहले भी स्वच्छ जल पहुंचाते थे और आगे दिल्ली को पानी को ट्रीट करके बिल्कुल स्वच्छ जल देने का काम वो करेंगे। आदरणीय मोदी है उस गारंटी के ऊपर दिल्ली के लोगों ने विश्वास किया है और मोदी जी का जो एक विजन है कि हमने भारत को विकसित बनाना है, उस दिशा के अंदर दिल्ली भी आगे बढ़ रही है और हम यमुना को स्वच्छ करते हुए दिल्ली को स्वच्छ जल देने का काम हमारी सरकार करेगी। हम आदरणीय मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में लोगों तक सब सुविधाएं पहुंचाएंगे।
आपके हिसाब से क्यों हारे केजरीवाल, क्यों हारी बीजेपी आज? व्हाट इज योर असेसमेंट? आप
नहीं, देखिए राहुल जी, क्योंकि ये झूठ बोलता था, हर बार एक लिमिट होती है झूठ की। अब दिल्ली के लोगों के झूठ का पानी सर से ऊपर से चला गया था और ये 5 वर्ष के लिए कोई व्यक्ति चुना जाता है, इसको 10 वर्ष का समय दिया। इसने मांगा कि मुझे 5 और दो, मैं सुधार करूंगा, नहीं कर पाया, भ्रष्टाचार में ज्यादा इन्वॉल्व हो गया और सुविधाएं ना देने के कारण आज इसकी ये पोल खुली है कि ये तो भ्रष्टाचारी था, ये ईमानदार नहीं था और ये तो यहाँ पर अपनी सुविधा के लिए आया था। दिल्ली के लोगों ने नकार दिया है। आदरणीय मोदी जी की गारंटी, आदरणीय मोदी जी की नीतियों को दिल्ली के लोगों ने मुहर लगाई है। मैं दिल्ली के लोगों का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूं, उनको शुभकामनाएं देता हूं और हरियाणा से हम मिलकर के दिल्ली के अंदर जो यमुना को स्वच्छ करने की बात है, हमारा पानी स्वच्छ जा रहा था, उसको और क्लीन करके दिल्ली के लोगों तक पहुंचाने का काम हमारी सरकार करेगी।
अब आप ये बताइए, दिल्ली में आपकी सरकार है, हरियाणा में बीजेपी की सरकार है, राजस्थान में है, क्या अब इन सब का असर पंजाब में पड़ेगा? क्या अगला गेम पंजाब में खेला जाएगा?
देखिए राहुल जी, क्योंकि पंजाब के अंदर भी सेम पोजीशन है, कांग्रेस और आम आदमी दोनों एक ही थैली के चट्टे बट्टे हैं, दोनों मिले हुए हैं और दोनों भ्रष्टाचार के माहिर हैं और दोनों झूठ बोलने के भी माहिर हैं और इस प्रकार का जाल बुनते हैं झूठ का कि सजा भाग दिखाते हैं। पंजाब के लोग भी अब समझ रहे हैं, पंजाब के लोगों के ऊपर गहरा असर दिल्ली का पड़ेगा और आने वाले समय के अंदर अभी जो चुनाव आ रहा है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी पंजाब के अंदर भी बहुत बड़े मार्जिन के साथ वो सरकार बनाएगी।
चलो, हरियाणा के सीएम साहब के तौर पे अब आपको दिल्ली के नए सीएम के साथ अच्छे से मेहनत करनी है, यमुना जी को साफ करना है, फिर आप और हम मिलकर साथ में डुबकी लगाएंगे यमुना जी के साफ पानी में।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, मोदी जी का आशीर्वाद है और मोदी जी के आशीर्वाद के अंदर कोई कोर कसर नहीं छोड़ेंगे, हम डट करके काम करेंगे।
Nayaab Singh Saini for joining us. Thank you very much. The Chief Minister of Haryana, it became personal, Gaurav, for him also. Kejriwal attacked him, zehar mila rahe hain, toxin mila rahe hain. That's a very serious charge.
And it wasn't just a political sort of one-upmanship here. It was something where Prime Minister and lot of BJP people felt emotional about it, that this is going below the belt. This is not where the politics should descend
सर
down.
माथे पर मैं भारतीय जनता पार्टी को इस जीत के लिए बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं और मैं उम्मीद करता हूं कि जिस उम्मीद के साथ और जिस आशा के साथ लोगों ने उनको बहुमत दिया है वो उन सभी उम्मीदों और आशाओं पे पूरा उतरेंगे। हमने पिछले 10 साल में जनता ने जो मौका दिया हमें, उन 10 सालों में हमने बहुत सारे काम किए। शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में, स्वास्थ्य के क्षेत्र में, पानी के क्षेत्र में, बिजली के क्षेत्र में और भी अलग अलग तरीके से लोगों को राहत पहुंचाने की कोशिश की उनकी ज़िंदगी में और दिल्ली के इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को भी हमने सुधारने की कोशिश की। अब जो जनता ने हमें निर्णय दिया है, हम न केवल एक कंस्ट्रक्टिव ऑपोजिशन का रोल निभाएंगे बल्कि हम समाज सेवा, जनता के सुख दुख में काम आना, व्यक्तिगत तौर पे जिसको भी जो ज़रूरत होगी हम लोगों के सुख दुख में हमेशा काम आएंगे, क्योंकि हम राजनीति में कोई सत्ता के लिए नहीं आए। हम राजनीति को एक ज़रिया मानते हैं जिसके ज़रिए जनता की सेवा की जा सके, जिसके ज़रिए लोगों के सुख दुख में काम आया जा सके। वो काम हम करते रहेंगे और हमें आगे भी इसी तरह से जनता के सुख दुख में काम आना है। मैं आम आदमी पार्टी के सभी कार्यकर्ताओं को बहुत बहुत बधाई देना चाहता हूं। वो बहुत शानदार चुनाव लड़े, बहुत मेहनत की, उन्होंने बहुत कुछ सहा इस पूरे चुनाव के दौरान। उन्होंने बहुत शानदार चुनाव लड़ा, इसके लिए मैं उन सबको, सभी कार्यकर्ताओं को बहुत बहुत बधाई देना चाहता हूं। नमस्कार।
Arvind Kejriwal, Siddharth, what do you make of his first? He's accepting the defeat, saying we'll play the role of a constructive opposition.
They never played the role of a constructive government. What role they will play of a constructive opposition? They will be out, to the old ways, the way while they were in government, they always behaved like an opposition. Yeah. So now that they are in opposition, I think they will be lost for the ideas of what role to play actually.
No, but they may be better at opposition than being in government.
You see,
that's the nature of their agitational politics.
That activist politics, activism in politics was over, 10 years back. When in 2015, when he came to power, all his activist friends, all his activism had left. And as my friend Rajat was saying, the biggest discredit he has done to Indian politics, that nobody is going to trust a social activist now for doing any good.
The one AAP leader who's won, Chief Minister Atishi, outgoing Chief Minister Atishi, speaking at this moment to the media. Let's listen to him.
तमाम नेताओं ने देखा, मनीष सिसोदिया हूँ, चाहे अरविंद केजरीवाल, चाहे तमाम सौरभ भारद्वाज हों, जो बड़े चेहरे आम आदमी के थे, जिनकी उम्मीद थी, तमाम चीजें थी, वो लोग हार जाते हैं। किस तरह से इस सबको देख रहे हैं?
सबसे पहले तो मैं कालका जी विधानसभा की जनता का धन्यवाद करना चाहती हूँ, जो उन्होंने मुझ पे भरोसा दिखाया। मैं अपनी पूरी टीम का धन्यवाद करना चाहती हूँ, जिन्होंने बाहुबल, गुंडागर्दी, मार पिटाई का सामना भी करते हुए ज़मीनी स्तर पे मेहनत करी और जनता तक पहुँचे। बाकी दिल्ली की जनता का जनादेश है, हमें जनादेश स्वीकार है। ये मैं अपनी सीट जीती हूँ, लेकिन ये जीत का समय नहीं है, ये जंग का समय ही है। जंग जारी रहेगी भारतीय जनता पार्टी के खिलाफ, उनकी तानाशाही और उनकी गुंडागर्दी के खिलाफ। आम आदमी पार्टी हमेशा गलत के खिलाफ लड़ती आई है और हमेशा गलत के खिलाफ लड़ती रहेगी। ये ज़रूर एक सेटबैक है, लेकिन आम आदमी पार्टी का संघर्ष दिल्ली के लोगों के लिए, देश के लोगों के लिए कभी खत्म नहीं होगा। मैम प्लीज अगेन, नहीं।
Through? Okay. Let's go across now to the man of the moment, the man who scripted electoral history for the Bharatiya Janata Party, the man who's being celebrated all the way from Kashmir to Kanyakumari amongst the BJP cadre, Parvesh Verma, the giant slayer, now joins us live. Parvesh bhai, from a BJP lens, आपने तो कमाल कर दिया.
सर मैंने कमाल नहीं किया, ये तो प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का कमाल है कि दिल्ली वालों ने उनके ऊपर विश्वास जताया है। जो उन्होंने देश में काम किए, दिल्ली में काम किए, ये कमाल है हमारे पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष आदरणीय जेपी नड्डा जी का। ये कमाल है हमारे गृह मंत्री आदरणीय श्री अमित शाह जी का, जिन्होंने दिल्ली में सारे चुनाव की कमान अपने हाथ में ली है। ये कमाल है दिल्ली के पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं का, जिन्होंने जी जान मेहनत करी है। और ये कमाल है दिल्ली वासियों का, जिन्होंने एक अच्छी सरकार बनाई है।
कई सारे लोगों को लगता है कि तुक्का है, आपने ऐसे ही हरा दिया। उनको मालूम नहीं कि पिछले 1 महीने में आपने कितना काम किया नई दिल्ली में। तो थोड़ा बिहाइंड द सीन्स, पर्दे के पीछे की कहानी बताएं कि आपको कब बताया गया गृह मंत्री द्वारा कि दिल्ली जाना है, आपका शुरू में क्या रिएक्शन था, कैसे आपने जमीन तैयार की जो कि आज लोगों को वो इमारत दिखाई दे रही है।
देखिए, अभी मैं आपको 2 मिनट में तो सारी राम कथा नहीं बता सकता हूं, मगर आपके साथ में कभी बैठूंगा आपके चैनल पे, फिर आपको विस्तार से बताऊंगा। मगर पार्टी ने मेरे को 2 महीना पहले बता दिया था कि आपको लड़ना है नई दिल्ली, और मैंने काफ़ी तैयारी करी और यहाँ के कार्यकर्ताओं ने काफ़ी जो है मेहनत करी। और सबसे बड़ी बात है कि प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी का जो यहाँ के लोगों ने उनके ऊपर विश्वास जताया, ये सबसे बड़ी बात थी।
कई सारे बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता सोचते हैं कि केजरीवाल को हराने के बाद अगले मुख्यमंत्री के लिए सबसे प्रबल दावेदारी आपकी है। मन में थोड़े थोड़े लड्डू, थोड़ी अनिश्चितता कि बना भी सकते हैं, काट भी सकते हैं, क्या होगा, क्या आपके दिलो दिमाग में क्या चल रहा है?
देखिए राहुल जी, मैं ऐसा व्यक्ति हूँ, मैं बड़ा जो स्पिरिचुअल आदमी हूँ। तो मैं बहुत ज्यादा खुशी होती है तो बहुत ज्यादा खुश नहीं होता, बहुत ज्यादा दुख होता है तो बहुत ज्यादा दुखी नहीं होता। तो जो भी पार्टी का विधायक दल तय करेगा, जो पार्टी की लीडरशिप तय करेगी, वो सभी को मंजूर होगा।
My colleague Gaurav has a question for you. Gaurav,
हम लोगों ने आपके पिताजी का भी चुनाव कवर किया था, साहिब सिंह वर्मा जी का, दिल्ली में उनकी नीति और जिस तरह से उन्होंने दिल्ली में काम किया था, वो किस तरह से आप आगे ले जाना चाहते हैं?
देखिए, बहुत सारे काम किए थे और उनके बाद में मैं कहूंगा कि 20 साल अगर मैं कहूं तो उनको केवल 2.5 साल का समय मिला था। 2.5 साल में हजारों काम किए, मगर 20 साल में मैंने देखा कि कोई काम नहीं हो पाए दिल्ली में जितने काम हो सकते थे। तो ये चुनाव में सबसे अच्छी बात ये रही कि हमारी ऊपर सरकार है और जो हमें प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी का साथ मिलेगा, उनका विजन मिलेगा दिल्ली में, तो दिल्ली में डबल इंजन की सरकार नहीं 10 इंजन की सरकार काम करेगी और 5 साल में बहुत सारे काम करेंगे। दिल्ली के सारे लोगों को फर्क दिखाई देगा।
आपको इस बात का एहसास तो है कि बहुत जिम्मेदारी है, क्योंकि लोगों ने देखा 10 साल में क्या हुआ। अब उनकी ढेरों उम्मीदें हैं कि अगर बीजेपी जब सरकार बनाएगी तो बहुत जल्दी जल्दी आपको दिल्ली की तस्वीर बदलनी पड़ेगी।
बहुत जल्दी बदलनी पड़ेगी और बहुत जल्दी बदलेंगे। आपको 5 साल में हमने जितने वायदे किए, सारे वायदों को पूरा करेंगे और दिल्ली के लोगों के ग्राउंड पे दिखाई देगा। अगर हम यहाँ से नई दिल्ली से बाहर निकलते हैं, 10 किलोमीटर दूर जाते हैं, तो हमको दिल्ली की सही पिक्चर दिखाई देती है कि वहाँ पे सीवर लाइन की क्या हालत है। शायद कट गया क्या? नहीं, यहाँ पे सीवर लाइन की दिल्ली में क्या हालत है, गाँव की, कॉलोनियों की क्या हालत है, रोड्स की क्या हालत है। तो बहुत सारे काम करने राहुल जी, हमारे ऊपर में बहुत बड़ी जिम्मेदारी है, क्योंकि दिल्ली की हालत को मैं समझता हूँ। मैंने दिल्ली की सही पिक्चर देखी है, सही मैंने तस्वीर देखी है और क्या दिल्ली में प्रॉब्लम्स है मैं जानता हूँ। तो बहुत सारे काम करने हमारे सामने बहुत बड़ी चुनौती है, मगर सबसे हमें जो है विश्वास है कि प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के साथ में मिलकर बड़े से बड़ी चुनौतियों को पूरा करेंगे।
ये बताइए, जो शीश महल का केस है या दिल्ली लिकर वाला जो मामला है, क्या उसमें वो आपकी प्राथमिकता रहेगी या दिल्ली में सुधार आपकी प्राथमिकता रहेगी?
देखिए, सारी चीजें एक साथ ही करेंगे, दिल्ली में विकास भी करेंगे और दिल्ली के टैक्स पेयर का पैसा कहाँ पे करप्शन में गया, कौन से स्कैम में गया, उसकी भी जांच करेंगे। तो अगर किसी सरकार ने स्कैम किया है तो उसकी जांच होनी चाहिए। कौन कौन उसमें कल्प्रिट थे, कौन ऑफिसर थे, कौन पॉलिटिशियन थे, वो सभी को सजा मिलेगी।
शीश महल में रहेगा नया मुख्यमंत्री की नहीं?
मेरे से पूछेंगे तो नहीं रहना चाहिए।
अच्छा, ये बताएं सेलिब्रेट कैसे करते? परवेश वर्मा पॉलिटिक्स को लेके तो बहुत सीरियस लग रहे हैं। आप सेलिब्रेट कैसे करेंगे अपने यारे दोस्तों के साथ, फैमिली के साथ? इतनी बड़ी जीत हुई, इतना गंभीर क्यों लग रहा है? ये भी नहीं समझ में आ रहा। इतनी बड़ी आपकी जीत हुई, आप इतना सीरियस लुक दे रहे हैं।
मैंने कहा राहुल भाई कि देखिए, ये जो होता है ना जीत और सुख दुख ये चलता रहता है जीवन में। मैंने कहा कि बहुत ज़्यादा कोई वो होती है, खुशी होती है तो ज़्यादा खुशी होना भी ठीक नहीं है, बहुत ज़्यादा दुख हो तो दुख होना भी ठीक नहीं है, क्योंकि बहुत सारे काम करना है मुझे, केवल इस बात की चिंता है। तो बहुत बड़ी जीत है, मैं जानता हूँ, मगर ये जीत का श्रेय दिल्ली के कार्यकर्ताओं को जाता है, दिल्ली वासियों को जाता है, प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी को जाता है।
क्या एमसीडी आपके लिए चुनौती रहेगी? क्योंकि इस समय जब अरविंद केजरीवाल मुख्यमंत्री थे और बीजेपी एमसीडी में थी तो कहते थे सहयोग नहीं मिल रहा है, या फिर एलजी का सहयोग नहीं मिल रहा है, केंद्र का नहीं मिल रहा है। आपके साथ वो वाली प्रॉब्लम्स तो नहीं रहेंगी, लेकिन एमसीडी?
देखिए, वो प्रॉब्लम तो कभी इनके साथ भी नहीं थी, ये केवल उसको इशू बनाते थे, ये ऐसा नैरेटिव बनाते थे, क्योंकि काम नहीं करते थे इसलिए ये नैरेटिव बनाते थे कि मुझे कोई काम नहीं करने देता। ऐसी बिल्कुल कोई बात नहीं है, चाहे वो एलजी साहब हो चाहे प्रधानमंत्री जी हो, सभी चाहते दिल्ली में विकास हो, क्योंकि दोनों यहीं तो रहते हैं। तो दिल्ली में अच्छे काम होंगे, ये हमारी प्राथमिकता है। दिल्ली को वर्ल्ड कैपिटल जैसे होती है वैसी कैपिटल बनाएंगे ताकि दिल्ली वासियों को गर्व हो।
चलिए, अभी आपके पास बहुत काम है तो आपको ज्यादा रोकेंगे नहीं, तसल्ली से बैठेंगे। आपने कहा राम कथा सुनाएंगे तो सुनेंगे आपकी राम कथा।
थैंक यू, धन्यवाद।
अभी आपने हमारे लिए वक्त निकाला, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। परवेश वर्मा, द मैन ऑफ द मोमेंट, द जायंट स्लेयर, एंड रिमेंबर फ्रॉम द लेंस ऑफ द बीजेपी सपोर्टर, दिस मैन इज अ हीरो। आई मीन, टू बीट केजरीवाल is just the biggest thing that the BJP karyakarta could have hoped for.
And he, as you rightly pointed out, a giant slayer, defeating somebody like an Arvind Kejriwal, easier said than done. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has just reacted. He said the BJP's victory is now guarantee for development. Through the campaign, Rahul, the Prime Minister had said, talked about Modi ki guarantee of development in Delhi, development that hadn't taken place for the past 10 years, as the BJP put it, of the Aam Aadmi Party rule. He's hailed the BJP's landslide victory. Perhaps not even the BJP expected 48 seats, Rahul.
Jan Shakti is paramount. Development wins, good governance triumphs. The first time we are hearing from Prime Minister Modi after this big victory. No matter who says what, make no mistake, having Kejriwal run Delhi under the noses of Messrs Modi and Shah irritated the BJP more than anything else. They've got rid of that irritation today, and less than half. AAP is 22, BJP is 48. It's not just a somehow crossing the finishing line, it's an emphatic victory. I bow to my dear sisters and brothers of Delhi for this resounding and historic mandate to the BJP. We are humbled and honored to receive these blessings. It is our guarantee that we will leave no stone unturned in developing Delhi, improving the overall quality of life, and ensuring that Delhi has a prime role to play in the building of a Viksit Bharat.
And, you know, Delhi being the capital, the Prime Minister will ensure through Delhi BJP that they're able to deliver, that Delhi does become a world-class capital. You travel across the world and you see how good those capitals are. The challenge is huge, and especially Yamuna often looks like a drain. Will they be able to do something about the Yamuna, Rahul? It has to be one of their top priorities, especially after the Mahakumbh.
The Delhi BJP karyakartas are dancing. They've danced on other Bharats before this. You know, whether it's Haryana, whether it is Maharashtra, whether it was the general elections. This is the first time they're dancing for themselves. I mean, this whole generation, many of them would be in the late 20s, early 30s. They've never danced on their own victory.
Absolutely. First victory after 27 long years. We'd covered, Madan Lal Khurana and Saib Singh Verma, and when Sushma Swaraj was brought in. And after that, 15 years of Congress, 10 years of the Aam Aadmi Party, and the BJP getting low numbers in the past 10 years, especially 3 and 8. Now suddenly 48. It's a spectacular turnaround for the Bharatiya Janata Party.
And the question also is whether the AAP can hold on to these 22. Will they all stay with the AAP, as Kejriwal and the AAP would naturally hope, or could some of them break away, as was the case in Gujarat?
What's extremely interesting, Rahul, if you notice, Rahul Gandhi, after Maharashtra defeat, is questioning the electoral rolls. He's asking a lot of questions. Arvind Kejriwal, at least as of now, has said, I concede, we will be a constructive opposition.
No, but he's been questioning everything for the last several days.
For the past so many days, he has been. Now it remains to be seen what's his next course of action.
No, but there were some smart ideas, like this business of taking Form 17C from all your polling agents, uploading it the next day. So you give no one any scope for hanky-panky. You tell the voters, हमने सारे 17C upload कर दिए. Now you can tally what's on the AAP website with the EC website.
And yet he said that though they're not uploading those forms and they're not giving us those forms, that the Election Commission had to then put out a clarification.
The EC can't dance to their tunes and function as per their time. Yes. They put out the data, they did. I mean, they should do it sooner, no doubt. But they did put out the data.
It's very interesting, Rahul, as you know, you asking Pratap Singh Bajwa what happens next in Punjab. The big story very quickly will shift from Delhi to Punjab, because will Aam Aadmi Party be able to keep their flock together in Punjab?
But that depends on how Messrs Modi and Shah see it. Do they want to precipitate a crisis, or do they want the AAP to stew in its own troubles for the next 2 years? The elections are in 27. If you let them play itself out, there would be enough anti-incumbency. What Bajwa was saying, can they turn Bhagwant Maan into a Shinde and get him to cross over?
What do you think?
No, it depends on how you see it. They can try and engineer that crisis, but is it to their long-term advantage? Is it better? There's no better vindication than winning a genuine election. You try this hanky-panky game. You can, of course, unsettle your opponents, and the BJP has done that. But is that the right thing to do? Probably not.
And will they then want to shift focus and concentrate on Bengal? That's one bastion that's become a huge prestige issue
and anti-incumbency building up there as well. So now you've got multiple terms of anti-incumbency. But Mamta, again, is a pugnacious street fighter.
Yes.
So that will be a very exciting contest too.
Bengal after this, Kerala that the BJP has never been able to do, they'll again focus on Bengal. But clearly, Delhi was that big litmus test. After 27 years, the BJP is back in power. The Aam Aadmi Party has been swept out of power. The BJP's next course of action, Rahul, will also be extremely interesting. What does the BJP do next, especially on cases like Sheesh Mahal? What will they do on cases like the Delhi liquor scam? Because these are cases which will have a ripple effect in Delhi and in Telangana.
No, but they'll go all guns blazing. They want to just go after Kejriwal and not leave him. So if there's a case and they can prosecute the case, they're not going to let up on it. There's no sympathy and no love lost between the two.
What Amit Malviya told you in the conversation on India Today just a short while back is very, very significant if they have evidence to back it. He said Arvind Kejriwal was a deep state asset. Saying that on live television by the BJP's...
but in Sheesh Mahal and in this liquor scam, they allege so many things. I mean, they have to go out and prove it, right?
Correct. They have to prove this. If that is truly the case, on what kind of funding have people received in our country? Who are the people who've received that kind of funding and why? How have those funds been used? That becomes extremely significant.
Jai Panda ran the Delhi campaign for the BJP. He's taken the BJP to victory. He was an import from the Biju Janata Dal in Orissa. From there, his stock is risen, vice president, leading the BJP to victory for the first time in 27 years.
And he's worked extremely hard on Delhi. He's focused extensively on Delhi. So Jai Panda, BJP vice president...
they keep eating these laddus and I keep feeling hungry. They've been just like chomping away on all these laddus. And they got reason to as well. They won a big victory. And this, they're celebrating at Naddaji's residence. So you see Anil Baluni, the media wing head. You see Rohan Gupta, an import from the Congress party, now BJP leader, Jai Panda. It just also shows how they've pulled in different people from different parties. It's all this coming together rainbow coalition that's now taken the BJP to this historic victory.
What explains these numbers in your view? Because you've traveled across the length and breadth of Delhi, Rahul. What explains the 48 mark? You know, because... Some exit polls had predicted yes between 35 and 45, maybe 46. Many said that Arvind Kejriwal had his nose ahead and may scrape through with 36. That didn't happen.
But the BJP was quite confident. You know, the BJP, if you ask them, doesn't agree with this thing that we won after the union budget. They think this was already building up. Union budget के बाद आपको दिखने लगा, हमें पहले से ही पता था. That's their line on it. And the fact is, you can't turn around an election in the last 2 days. There were many people who were unhappy with Kejriwal, didn't have that trigger or the instinct to emphatically say they'll vote BJP. So Finance Minister Sitharaman provided that trigger, arguably, but it's not as if the election turned in the last couple of days. It never is the case. You ask Amit Shah, you ask Nadda ji, you ask any of the top BJP leadership, they'll say, "This is TV में बोलने के लिए होता है." That's not how elections actually. You have to work on the ground for long to build the mahal which ultimately culminates in a particular voting preference on polling day.
And the figures are there for all to see. Some of the Aam Aadmi Party's biggest leaders, including Arvind Kejriwal and Manish Sisodia, losing. Some of them losing in their strong
Satinder
seats.
Jain, Somnath Bharti, apart from Gopal Rai and Atishi, the entire battery of AAP leadership has lost.
And it's surprising that Atishi was able to pull through as chief minister in a seat where Biduri has never lost.
In a narrow margin.
Not assembly.
Yeah. No, but she's also sitting chief minister.
Yes.
MLA from Khalkaji. So she has some advantages and she's barely scraped through. When the battle gets that tight, there's no way of knowing. A few hundred more votes here a few hundred more votes there, it could have changed the verdict, Gaurav.
It indeed could have, and it did for Atishi. So she makes it to the Delhi Assembly. Delhi Assembly will perhaps see a very vocal Aam Aadmi Party, but minus Arvind Kejriwal. The BJP has all along said he took no responsibility. Even as Chief Minister, he didn't sign anything.
No, but the AAP hardly had any assembly sessions. There was very little legislative work in that sense. So therefore, having a strong opposition is important. You question and counter the government and you hold them to account. So it's a good balance. It's not 60, 65 where the BJP can do what they want. 23 is a fair number. 23 if they can hold on to that 23 and push the government of the day back.
What would you make of the Congress now that 80% of the votes polled have already been counted? The Congress remains at a big zero.
I'm sure most of our viewers would have seen that meme that is now viraling and how in different avatars. One of the Congress leaders at a petrol pump and the petrol pump attendant saying, "Zara zero check kar lo." It's been 3 elections. They've been 0 in 15, 20 and now again. Very, very embarrassing. I mean, this is a party, Gaurav. In 2009 in the Lok Sabha election, that 57% vote share. When they won that vote share in the mid-40s, from there now to just be at 6 is quite embarrassing.
Ruling for 15 long years. When Sheila Dikshit was Chief Minister, her son sadly could poll just about 3,800 odd votes.
No, but he caused the defeat of Kejriwal.
Caused the defeat.
Those are 3,000 priceless votes from the BJP's lens.
Absolutely, and he's in a way avenged all that was said about his mother by Arvind Kejriwal.
It became so personal. Kejriwal made it seem as if Sheila Dikshit was the biggest charlatan Indian politics had ever seen, which wasn't the case. Nope. I think 10 years of Kejriwal being in power, give viewers some perspective. But the thing is, our voters are so young that many of them didn't remember Sheila Dikshit and her term in office.
And the great work that had been done when Sheila Dikshit was Chief Minister for 15 long years in the national capital. Rahul and I are slipping into a quick break. Back
की जनता का मजाक उड़ा रहे थे, उन्हें इतना झूठ बोल के, और तब भी दिल्ली की जनता उन्हें ही वोट दे रही थी, तो वो एक तरफ से मजाक ही उड़ रहा था सबका। लेकिन इस बार दिल्ली की जनता समझ गई थी, वो हमारा साथ देने को तैयार थी, बस सही मौके का इंतजार था जो आ चुका है।
क्या आपको लगा कि सिर्फ एक मुद्दा ऐसा जो कि दिल्ली की जनता को ज्यादा हिट किया, एंड यू ऑल्सो फाउंड दिस ऑन ग्राउंड, आपको लगा कि ये इस मुद्दे पर दिल्ली की जनता वोट करेगी बीजेपी को?
आई थिंक लाडली बहना और महिलाओं का सम्मान देने जो पापा ने शुरू किया और जो मोदी सरकार ने पूरे देश में शुरू किया जहां जहां उनकी सरकार बनी है, वो बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट मुद्दा था। बिकॉज हमेशा विमेन डेवलपमेंट की हमेशा बात ही होती थी, लेकिन कभी कुछ काम नहीं होता था उसके टुवर्ड्स। और मुझे जो लिकर पॉलिसी केजरीवाल जी ने शुरू करी थी, उससे सब तंग आ चुके थे। घर खत्म हो गए थे, माएँ बहनें सब परेशान हो गई थी इस पॉलिसी से, और इसने हमें बहुत बेनिफिट दिया।
मैम, अब एक प्रश्न जो मैंने कहा था कि किस तरह से ये महीने आपके रहे, क्या घर आ पाते थे, समय मिल पाता था परवेश जी को?
नहीं, काफी लेट आते थे, पर कोई बात नहीं। उनका मकसद ही यही था कि मुझे ये सीट जीतनी है, अरविंद केजरीवाल से दिल्ली को मुक्त कराना है। तो हार्ड वर्क पेड।
आपने मिस किया पापा को इन दिनों में?
मिस तो बहुत करा, हम लोगों की विंटर वेकेशंस थे, लेकिन कोई बात नहीं, काम पहले आता है, काम हमेशा पहले आया है। और नई दिल्ली क्या, पूरी दिल्ली हमारा परिवार है, तो हमारे साथ नहीं, अगर वो उनके साथ टाइम स्पेंड कर रहे हैं तो हमें कोई दिक्कत नहीं।
आप क्या बोलते थे पापा को, किस तरह से उनको गुड लक विश किया करते जब वो जाते थे?
हर दिन रात को जब वो लेट आते थे तो उनके साथ बैठते थे, उनसे बात करते थे, पूछते थे उनका दिन कैसा गया, कि वो क्या क्या आइडियाज हैं उनके मन में। पर हमें पता था कि अगर अंदर से कि even if he's not spending time with us, he's doing it for the betterment of Delhi. He's doing it to serve the people of New Delhi, and that was all right with us.
तो तस्वीरों में आप देख सकते हैं किस तरह से परिवार के चेहरे पर मुस्कान है, परिवार के लोग जो हैं वो बहुत खुश हैं, गौरवान्वित जो है वो महसूस कर रहे हैं कि।
I want to go across to the Chief Minister of Haryana, Nayab Singh Saini joins us. I want to welcome Gaurav Sawant. Gaurav, welcome. Saini साहब, केजरीवाल is gone. Will the Yamuna finally get cleaned? आपको लगता है कि दिल्ली वालों को साफ यमुना का पानी मिलेगा फाइनली?
राहुल जी, मैं धन्यवाद करता हूं दिल्ली की जनता का और आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी की उन नीतियों का, जो केजरीवाल ने लगातार झूठ बोल करके उन योजनाओं से वंचित रखा दिल्ली के लोगों को। मेरे लिए खासकर ये गौरव की बात है कि अब दिल्ली के लोगों को मोदी जी की वो सारी योजनाओं का लाभ मिलेगा जिनसे केजरीवाल ने वहां पर दिल्ली में उनको वंचित रखा है। और जिस प्रकार का झूठ का नैरेटिव केजरीवाल ने सेट करने की कोशिश की है, दिल्ली के लोगों ने उसका जवाब दिया है। जो व्यक्ति जिस माटी के ऊपर, मैंने कहा भी था राहुल जी, जिस माटी के ऊपर इसने जन्म लिया, उस माटी का नहीं हुआ तो दिल्ली का कैसे होगा? दिल्ली के लोग उसको नकारेंगे। और आज मुझे इस बात की ये है कि वो झूठ का जो इसने नैरेटिव सेट किया था, उससे आज आपदा से दिल्ली के लोगों को मुक्ति मिली है और उन्होंने मोदी जी की नीतियों को स्वीकार करते हुए बड़े मार्जिन के साथ भारतीय जनता पार्टी 27 वर्षों के बाद दिल्ली के अंदर आई है।
गौरव,
और
लेकिन नायब सिंह सैनी जी, लेकिन अब एक बड़ी चुनौती होगी यमुना को साफ करना। अभी तक तो जो आरोप लगे कि यमुना में जहर मिला दिया और पॉइजन्ड है यमुना या पानी नहीं दे रहा हरियाणा, अब तो हरियाणा में भी आपकी सरकार है, दिल्ली में भी आपकी सरकार है, तो मतलब बीजेपी की, तो अब तो यमुना को साफ करना ही होगा।
हमने जो कहा है उसको 100% पूरा करेंगे। हम दिल्ली के लोगों को पहले भी स्वच्छ जल पहुंचाते थे और आगे दिल्ली को पानी को ट्रीट करके बिल्कुल स्वच्छ जल देने का काम वो करेंगे। आदरणीय मोदी है, उस गारंटी के ऊपर दिल्ली के लोगों ने विश्वास किया है और मोदी जी का जो एक विजन है कि हमने भारत को विकसित बनाना है, उस दिशा के अंदर दिल्ली भी आगे बढ़ रही है और हम यमुना को स्वच्छ करते हुए दिल्ली को स्वच्छ जल देने का काम हमारी सरकार करेगी। हम आदरणीय मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में लोगों तक सब सुविधाएं पहुंचाएंगे।
आपके हिसाब से क्यों हारे केजरीवाल, क्यों हारी बीजेपी आज? व्हाट इज योर असेसमेंट? आप
नहीं, देखिए राहुल जी, क्योंकि ये झूठ बोलता था, हर बार एक लिमिट होती है झूठ की। अब दिल्ली के लोगों के झूठ का पानी सर से ऊपर से चला गया था और ये 5 वर्ष के लिए कोई व्यक्ति चुना जाता है, इसको 10 वर्ष का समय दिया। इसने मांगा कि मुझे 5 और दो, मैं सुधार करूंगा, नहीं कर पाया, भ्रष्टाचार में ज्यादा इन्वॉल्व हो गया और सुविधाएं ना देने के कारण आज इसकी ये पोल खुली है कि ये तो भ्रष्टाचारी था, ये ईमानदार नहीं था और ये तो यहाँ पर अपनी सुविधा के लिए आया था। दिल्ली के लोगों ने नकार दिया है। आदरणीय मोदी जी की गारंटी, आदरणीय मोदी जी की नीतियों को दिल्ली के लोगों ने मुहर लगाई है। मैं दिल्ली के लोगों का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूं, उनको शुभकामनाएं देता हूं और हरियाणा से हम मिलकर के दिल्ली के अंदर जो यमुना को स्वच्छ करने की बात है, हमारा पानी स्वच्छ जाना था, उसको और क्लीन करके दिल्ली के लोगों तक पहुंचाने का काम हमारी सरकार करेगी।
अब आप ये बताइए, दिल्ली में आपकी सरकार है, हरियाणा में बीजेपी की सरकार है, राजस्थान में है, क्या अब इन सब का असर पंजाब में पड़ेगा? क्या अगला गेम पंजाब में खेला जाएगा?
देखिए राहुल जी, क्योंकि पंजाब के अंदर भी सेम पोजीशन है, कांग्रेस और आम आदमी दोनों एक ही थैली के चट्टे बट्टे हैं, दोनों मिले हुए हैं और दोनों भ्रष्टाचार के माहिर हैं और दोनों झूठ बोलने के भी माहिर हैं और इस प्रकार का जाल बुनते हैं झूठ का कि सजा बाग दिखाते हैं। पंजाब के लोग भी अब समझ रहे हैं, पंजाब के लोगों के ऊपर गहरा असर दिल्ली का पड़ेगा और आने वाले समय के अंदर अभी जो चुनाव आ रहा है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी पंजाब के अंदर भी बहुत बड़े मार्जिन के साथ वो सरकार बनाएगी।
चलो, हरियाणा के सीएम साहब के तौर पे अब आपको दिल्ली के नए सीएम के साथ अच्छे से मेहनत करनी है, यमुना जी को साफ करना है, फिर आप और हम मिलकर साथ में डुबकी लगाएंगे यमुना जी के साफ पानी में।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, मोदी जी का आशीर्वाद है और मोदी जी के आशीर्वाद के अंदर कोई कोर कसर नहीं छोड़ेंगे, हम डट करके काम करेंगे।
Nayab Singh Saini for joining us. Thank you very much. The Chief Minister of Haryana, it became personal, Gaurav, for him also. Kejriwal attacked him, zehar mila rahe hain, toxin mila rahe hain. That's a very serious charge.
And it wasn't just a political sort of one-upmanship here. It was something where Prime Minister and lot of BJP people felt emotional about it, that this is going below the belt. This is not where the politics should descend
सर
down.
माथे पर मैं भारतीय जनता पार्टी को इस जीत के लिए बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं और मैं उम्मीद करता हूं कि जिस उम्मीद के साथ और जिस आशा के साथ लोगों ने उनको बहुमत दिया है, वो उन सभी उम्मीदों और आशाओं पे पूरा उतरेंगे। हमने पिछले 10 साल में जनता ने जो मौका दिया हमें, उन 10 सालों में हमने बहुत सारे काम किए, शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में, स्वास्थ्य के क्षेत्र में, पानी के क्षेत्र में, बिजली के क्षेत्र में और भी अलग अलग तरीके से लोगों को राहत पहुंचाने की कोशिश की उनकी ज़िंदगी में, और दिल्ली के इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को भी हमने सुधारने की कोशिश की। अब जो जनता ने हमें निर्णय दिया है, हम न केवल एक कंस्ट्रक्टिव ऑपोजिशन का रोल निभाएंगे, बल्कि हम समाज सेवा, जनता के सुख दुख में काम आना, व्यक्तिगत तौर पे जिसको भी जो ज़रूरत होगी, हम लोगों के सुख दुख में हमेशा काम आएंगे, क्योंकि हम राजनीति में कोई सत्ता के लिए नहीं आए। हम राजनीति को एक ज़रिया मानते हैं जिसके ज़रिए जनता की सेवा की जा सके, जिसके ज़रिए लोगों के सुख दुख में काम आया जा सके। वो काम हम करते रहेंगे और हमें आगे भी इसी तरह से जनता के सुख दुख में काम आना है। मैं आम आदमी पार्टी के सभी कार्यकर्ताओं को बहुत बहुत बधाई देना चाहता हूं। वो बहुत शानदार चुनाव लड़े, बहुत मेहनत की, उन्होंने बहुत कुछ सहा इस पूरे चुनाव के दौरान। उन्होंने बहुत शानदार चुनाव लड़ा, इसके लिए मैं उन सबको, सभी कार्यकर्ताओं को बहुत बहुत बधाई देना चाहता हूं। नमस्कार।
Arvind Kejriwal, Siddharth, what do you make of his first? He's accepting the defeat, saying we'll play the role of a constructive opposition.
They never played the role of a constructive government. What role they will play of a constructive opposition? They will be out, to the old ways, the way they while they were in government, they always behaved like an opposition. Yeah. So now that they are in opposition, I think they will be lost for the ideas of what role to play actually.
No, but they may be better at opposition than being in government.
You see,
that's the nature of their agitational politics.
That activist politics, activism in politics was over, 10 years back. When in 2015, when he came to power, all his activist friends, all his activism had left. And as my friend Rajat was saying, the biggest discredit he has done to Indian politics, that nobody is going to trust a social activist now for doing any good.
The one AAP leader who's won, Chief Minister Atishi, outgoing Chief Minister Atishi, speaking at this moment to the media. Let's listen to him.
तमाम नेताओं ने देखा, मनीष सिसोदिया हूँ, चाहे अरविंद केजरीवाल हो, चाहे तमाम सौरभ भारद्वाज हो, जो बड़े चेहरे आम आदमी के थे, जिनकी उम्मीद थी, तमाम चीजें थी, वो लोग हार जाते हैं। किस तरह से इस सबको देख रहे हैं?
सबसे पहले तो मैं कालका जी विधानसभा की जनता का धन्यवाद करना चाहती हूँ, जो उन्होंने मुझ पे भरोसा दिखाया। मैं अपनी पूरी टीम का धन्यवाद करना चाहती हूँ, जिन्होंने बाहुबल, गुंडागर्दी, मार पिटाई का सामना भी करते हुए ज़मीनी स्तर पे मेहनत करी और जनता तक पहुँचे। बाकी दिल्ली की जनता का जनादेश है, हमें जनादेश स्वीकार है। ये मैं अपनी सीट जीती हूँ, लेकिन ये जीत का समय नहीं है, ये जंग का समय ही है। जंग जारी रहेगी भारतीय जनता पार्टी के खिलाफ, उनकी तानाशाही और उनकी गुंडागर्दी के खिलाफ। आम आदमी पार्टी हमेशा गलत के खिलाफ लड़ती आई है और हमेशा गलत के खिलाफ लड़ती रहेगी। ये ज़रूर एक सेटबैक है, लेकिन आम आदमी पार्टी का संघर्ष दिल्ली के लोगों के लिए, देश के लोगों के लिए कभी खत्म नहीं होगा। मैम प्लीज अगेन, नहीं
Through? Okay. Let's go across now to the man of the moment, the man who scripted electoral history for the Bharatiya Janata Party, the man who's being celebrated all the way from Kashmir to Kanyakumari amongst the BJP cadre, Parvesh Verma, the giant slayer, now joins us live. Parvesh bhai, from a BJP lens, aapne to kamal kar diya.
सर, मैंने कमाल नहीं किया, ये तो प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का कमाल है कि दिल्ली वालों ने उनके ऊपर विश्वास जताया है। जो उन्होंने देश में काम किए, दिल्ली में काम किए, ये कमाल है हमारे पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष आदरणीय जेपी नड्डा जी का। ये कमाल है हमारे गृह मंत्री आदरणीय श्री अमित शाह जी का, जिन्होंने दिल्ली में सारे चुनाव की कमान अपने हाथ में ली है। ये कमाल है दिल्ली के पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं का, जिन्होंने जी जान मेहनत करी है, और ये कमाल है दिल्ली वासियों का, जिन्होंने एक अच्छी सरकार बनाई है।
कई सारे लोगों को लगता है कि तुक्का है, आपने ऐसे ही हरा दिया। उनको मालूम नहीं कि पिछले एक महीने में आपने कितना काम किया नई दिल्ली में। तो थोड़ा बिहाइंड द सीन्स, पर्दे के पीछे की कहानी बताएं कि आपको कब बताया गया गृह मंत्री द्वारा कि दिल्ली जाना है, आपका शुरू में क्या रिएक्शन था, कैसे आपने जमीन तैयार की जो कि आज लोगों को वो इमारत दिखाई दे रही है।
देखिए, अभी मैं आपको 2 मिनट में तो सारी राम कथा नहीं बता सकता हूं, मगर आपके साथ में कभी बैठूंगा आपके चैनल पे, फिर आपको विस्तार से बताऊंगा। मगर पार्टी ने मेरे को 2 महीना पहले बता दिया था कि आपको लड़ना है नई दिल्ली, और मैंने काफी तैयारी करी और यहाँ के कार्यकर्ताओं ने काफी मेहनत करी। और सबसे बड़ी बात है कि प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी का जो यहाँ के लोगों ने उनके ऊपर विश्वास जताया, ये सबसे बड़ी बात थी।
कई सारे बीजेपी के कार्यकर्ता सोचते हैं कि केजरीवाल को हराने के बाद अगले मुख्यमंत्री के लिए सबसे प्रबल दावेदारी आपकी है। मन में थोड़े थोड़े लड्डू, थोड़ी अनिश्चितता कि बना भी सकते हैं, काट भी सकते हैं, क्या होगा, क्या आपके दिलो दिमाग में क्या चल रहा है?
देखिए राहुल जी, मैं ऐसा व्यक्ति हूँ, मैं बड़ा जो अपना स्पिरिचुअल आदमी हूँ, तो मैं बहुत ज्यादा खुशी होती है तो बहुत ज्यादा खुश नहीं होता, बहुत ज्यादा दुख होता है तो बहुत ज्यादा दुखी नहीं होता। तो जो भी पार्टी का विधायक दल तय करेगा, जो पार्टी की लीडरशिप तय करेगी, वो सभी को मंजूर होगा।
माय कुलीग गौरव हैज अ क्वेश्चन फॉर यू। गौरव,
हम लोगों ने आपके पिताजी का भी चुनाव कवर किया था, साहिब सिंह वर्मा जी का, दिल्ली में उनकी नीति और जिस तरह से उन्होंने दिल्ली में काम किया था, वो किस तरह से आप आगे ले जाना चाहते हैं?
देखिए, बहुत सारे काम किए थे और उनके बाद में मैं कहूंगा कि 20 साल अगर मैं कहूं तो उनको केवल 2.5 साल का समय मिला था। 2.5 साल में हजारों काम किए, मगर 20 साल में मैंने देखा कि कोई काम नहीं हो पाए दिल्ली में जितने काम हो सकते थे। तो ये चुनाव में सबसे अच्छी बात ये रही कि हमारी ऊपर सरकार है और जो हमें प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी का साथ मिलेगा, उनका विजन मिलेगा दिल्ली में, तो दिल्ली में डबल इंजन की सरकार नहीं 10 इंजन की सरकार काम करेगी और 5 साल में बहुत सारे काम करेंगे। दिल्ली के सारे लोगों को फर्क दिखाई देगा।
आपको इस बात का एहसास तो है कि बहुत जिम्मेदारी है, क्योंकि लोगों ने देखा 10 साल में क्या हुआ। अब उनकी ढेरों उम्मीदें हैं कि अगर बीजेपी जब सरकार बनाएगी तो बहुत जल्दी जल्दी आपको दिल्ली की तस्वीर बदलनी पड़ेगी।
बहुत जल्दी बदलनी पड़ेगी और बहुत जल्दी बदलेंगे। आपको 5 साल में हमने जितने वायदे किए, सारे वायदों को पूरा करेंगे और दिल्ली के लोगों के ग्राउंड पे दिखाई देगा। अगर हम यहाँ से नई दिल्ली से बाहर निकलते हैं, 10 किलोमीटर दूर जाते हैं, तो हमको दिल्ली की सही पिक्चर दिखाई देती है कि वहाँ पे सीवर लाइन की क्या हालत है। शायद कट गया क्या? नहीं, यहाँ पे सीवर लाइन की दिल्ली में क्या हालत है, गाँव की, कॉलोनियों की क्या हालत है, रोड्स की क्या हालत है। तो बहुत सारे काम करने राहुल जी, हमारे ऊपर में बहुत बड़ी जिम्मेदारी है, क्योंकि दिल्ली की हालत को मैं समझता हूँ। मैंने दिल्ली की सही पिक्चर देखी है, सही मैंने तस्वीर देखी है और क्या दिल्ली में प्रॉब्लम्स है मैं जानता हूँ। तो बहुत सारे काम करने हमारे सामने बहुत बड़ी चुनौती है, मगर सबसे हमें जो है विश्वास है कि प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के साथ में मिलकर बड़े से बड़ी चुनौतियों को पूरा करेंगे।
ये बताइए, जो शीश महल का केस है या दिल्ली लिकर वाला जो मामला है, क्या उसमें वो आपकी प्राथमिकता रहेगी या दिल्ली में सुधार आपकी प्राथमिकता रहेगी?
देखिए, सारी चीजें एक साथ ही करेंगे, दिल्ली में विकास भी करेंगे और दिल्ली के टैक्स पेयर का पैसा कहां पे करप्शन में गया, कौन से स्कैम में गया, उसकी भी जांच करेंगे। तो अगर किसी
swept aside, and how in Delhi the BJP has won or is leading in 47 of the 70 seats. The Aam Aadmi Party has been restricted to 23. But the bigwigs of the Aam Aadmi Party, including Arvind Kejriwal, convener of the Aam Aadmi Party, Manish Sisodia, former Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi, they've all lost elections. Atishi managed to win. We get you all details. I'm Gaurav Sawant as always. Let's get started with the headlines. Landslide victory for the Bharatiya Janata Party in Delhi Dangal. BJP ends 27-year-long exile in Delhi. Top Aam Aadmi Party leaders lose. Congress fails to open its account again. Arvind Kejriwal loses his 3-time bastion in New Delhi by 4,089 votes. BJP's Parvesh Verma wins New Delhi, emerges as the giant slayer.
मैं आम आदमी पार्टी के सभी कार्यकर्ताओं को बहुत बहुत बधाई देना चाहता हूं। वो बहुत शानदार चुनाव लड़े, बहुत मेहनत की।
मैंने कमाल नहीं किया, ये तो प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का कमाल है कि दिल्ली वालों ने उनके ऊपर विश्वास जताया है।
बीजेपी वाले कहते हैं केजरीवाल फ्री कर रहा है।
The biggies defeated in Delhi Dangal. Arvind Kejriwal, Manish Sisodia, Saurabh Bharadwaj and Satyendra Jain lose their seats. Only Chief Minister Atishi survives the saffron wave, wins Kalkaji. Prime Minister Narendra Modi hails the BJP's landslide victory in Delhi, says development and good governance won, claims Jan Shakti is supreme. BJP set to celebrate blockbuster Delhi victory. Prime Minister Narendra Modi to arrive at the central BJP headquarters at 7 p.m. Delhi political quake leads to political tremors in the Aam Aadmi Party ruled Punjab. Punjab Congress claims Aam Aadmi Party MLAs are ready to jump ship, claims Aam Aadmi Party MLAs are in touch with the Congress. BJP wins the prestige battle against Samajwadi Party in Uttar Pradesh's Milkipur by-poll. BJP's Chandraban Paswan defeats Samajwadi Party's Ajit Prasad. It's a big win for the Bharatiya Janata Party. After 27 long years, the BJP is back in power in Delhi, and how? Winning or leading as of now in 47 of the 70 seats. But one man is being talked about very extensively, and that is the giant slayer. That's right, Parvesh Verma in the New Delhi seat has defeated Delhi's former Chief Minister and the Aam Aadmi Party convener Arvind Kejriwal by a margin of over 4,000 votes. How did he do this? Now, we spoke to him just a short while back, but now his daughters join us on this special broadcast. I have Sanidhi Verma joining me on this broadcast. Also with me is Prisha Verma on this broadcast, and both the girls worked extremely hard with their father for this election victory. And Sanidhi, let me begin by asking you, your first reaction to your father's victory. Were you scared before the election results were coming in, or were you confident?
I would say that we were all in the family very confident that my dad is going to win this election. I think that confidence did not come from a place of ignorance or a place of bliss. It came from talking to the people on the ground. It came from campaigning, talking to them about their problems, about the work that Arvind Kejriwal ji, as their Vidhayak, as their MLA, had not done. And the confidence came from the fact that we knew that our dad would be the right solution and the right contender against him.
You know, Prisha, your dad was always in the line of Aam Aadmi Party fire. People were saying, look, he's paying money to win elections. Openly, money is being paid. But the young generation is someone that both of you also reached out to in a big way, I'm told. Tell us about how all of you campaigned as a team for your father's victory.
I think it was a very, he knew from the start that he's going to lose the elections, so he tried every single possible way to put the people against Papa, which did not work. People were tired of his excuses, of his lies, of him making fun of them by giving them all fake promises and never completing any one of them. So it was a very easy way to convince them to support us, to help us in removing him from power. They wanted us to go away, sit home, and let them campaign for us. So I'd say the groundwork was very easy. Initially, we thought it would be tough, but it wasn't.
So what was the family strategy? Let me also bring Shivan into this conversation. Shivan is Parvesh Verma's son, so this was actually a team and the family working together. Shivan, was it tough, this entire campaign in New Delhi, something that was seen as Arvind Kejriwal's bastion? Nobody had defeated him in 3 elections. Okay, Shivan could not hear my question then. So, Shivan, Arvind Kejriwal had won 3 times in the New Delhi constituency, and many said it's virtually impossible to defeat him. What strategy did you as youngsters adopt to reach out to first-time voters?
I mean, firstly, I wanted to rephrase your sentence because the word is not impossible. Sure, everybody was saying that it's impossible. Everybody was saying that it's such a difficult election, that Arvind Kejriwal is bound to win again. But we knew that deep down when we were going on the ground, when we were going for door-to-door campaigning, we knew that everybody was tired of his excuses. We just appealed to voters by telling them all the promises that Arvind Kejriwal did not complete, that we would complete them. We did introduce a lot of new schemes that will come into play after, like right now, because Papa has won the elections. We appealed to them by bringing up the idea of cancelling the liquor policy, because that just ruined every single household. Because there during lockdown, when people were distributing oxygen masks, when people were distributing oxygen cylinders, Arvind Kejriwal was there and he was distributing alcohol bottles, which just deepened the wound for the families during the lockdown when they were already grieving the deaths of their loved ones. So I think that it wasn't really a very tough election. Sure, everybody was saying that it was, but deep down everybody was tired of this government and they just wanted a new person in power who would actually benefit them.
And Sanidhi, what would you want your dad's priorities or the BJP's priorities to be in these elections? Because many said that getting women to vote for the BJP would be very difficult. Women in large numbers were voting for the Aam Aadmi Party and especially Arvind Kejriwal in New Delhi seat.
I would honestly ask my dad to focus on education and employment. I feel as though the most essential of issues can boil down to the fact that has the person received a chance to educate themselves, a chance at sustaining themselves financially, and the fact that the Delhi government for the past 11 years under Arvind Kejriwal ji had not had the chance to sort of work on these issues. They say that they built schools, but if 80% of the schools that they built still have a vacant position for their principal, then what kind of schools have they built? A school is not built just from the building. A school is not built from pools, auditoriums. A school is built when the students are ready to study. I ask AAP's government why none of their ministers' kids had studied in these government schools that they said that they had built in these colleges. So I feel as though these are the priority issues that BJP and my dad is going to work on and is going to deliver in the next 5 years.
And Prisha, for you, what are priority areas where the BJP or your father especially should be focusing on, that you would want your father to focus on?
I think air pollution is one thing which is, I've been studying environmental science and even listening to all youth concerns. The main one that came out, that stood out, was air pollution. How Delhi, which is the capital of the nation, nobody wants to visit this place because of the air quality index, and how people are scared to even send their kids to schools every day. Schools are shutting down. If because of such an issue, schools, their education is coming at risk, that they have to sacrifice going to schools because of such reasons, then I think the government should definitely work towards it. And I think Papa's main focus, one of his main focuses, should be on combating air pollution.
Okay. Shivan, there are those who say that the BJP may have come to power, but connecting with the youth does remain a challenge. But that is something that during the campaign, all of you worked on extensively with the BJP. A youth connect, a women connect.
Kejriwal did say that women are voting for him, but I did not see that happen. I think all they want is for their families to stay intact, their families to stay close-knit. And in during COVID, when their family members were dying, he was busy releasing the liquor policy, which was instead destroying their families. And I think the youth and women have given their support to us, have put their trust in us, and we will not let them down.
Okay. Sanidhi, what was the toughest part of this battle in the past 1.5 months, when your dad came home and said, it's the New Delhi seat that I have to contest on? What was it that the family went through?
I would say that initially we were all quite doubtful. He had been talking about wanting to fight against Mr. Arvind Kejriwal for quite some time by then, and we were all quite stressed. But when we started door-to-door campaigning, when we started connecting with people on the ground, the confidence slowly started to build up. The people, as my sister and my brother have already pointed out, were quite sick of the AAP government and of Mr. Arvind Kejriwal ji. And so it was quite obvious that the election results were going to be positive. None of us had expected a margin of 5,000, but we would like to thank the New Delhi constituents for their support. And we promise to deliver on everything that we've talked about for the past 2 months.
For joining me here on India Today. Many thanks and wish you all the best and celebrate. How are you celebrating tonight? Sanidhi and Priya, how are you celebrating tonight?
I think we're going to be celebrating with family, with friends. Right now we're celebrating with the people of New Delhi, and I think the celebrations are going to continue. We have a lot of people to thank for this moment, whether it be a party member, whether it be a family member, whether it be friends who've worked tirelessly, who've, sacrificed their work for the past 2 months. So I think we're going to be celebrating with all of them, and it's going to be a fun couple of weeks before we get back to work.
Okay, so enjoy your celebrations and many thanks for joining me here on India Today. So the fact remains that Kejriwal that everybody was talking about, that Kejriwal has come crumbling and crashing down. The Aam Aadmi Party has been swept aside by the Bharatiya Janata Party in these elections, and Arvind Kejriwal, he's just released a video. He's of course said that they accept the mandate and they will play the role of a constructive opposition. Listen in.
आज दिल्ली के चुनाव के नतीजे आए हैं और जनता का जो भी निर्णय है, जनता का जो भी फैसला है, उसे हम पूरी विनम्रता के साथ स्वीकार करते हैं। जनता का निर्णय सर माथे पर। मैं भारतीय जनता पार्टी को इस जीत के लिए बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं और मैं उम्मीद करता हूं कि जिस उम्मीद के साथ और जिस आशा के साथ लोगों ने उनको बहुमत दिया है, वो उन सभी उम्मीदों और आशाओं पे पूरा उतरेंगे।
So while he talks about being a constructive opposition in Delhi, he also listed out the work that the Aam Aadmi Party did in the past 10 years for the people of Delhi. He thanked leaders and cadres and workers of the Aam Aadmi Party for putting up this spirited fight. They were hoping to return to power, even scraping through to get at least 36 to remain in power after 10 long years. Let's listen in.
हमने पिछले 10 साल में जनता ने जो मौका दिया हमें, उन 10 सालों में हमने बहुत सारे काम किए। शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में, स्वास्थ्य के क्षेत्र में, पानी के क्षेत्र में, बिजली के क्षेत्र में और भी अलग अलग तरीके से लोगों को राहत पहुंचाने की कोशिश की उनकी ज़िंदगी में और दिल्ली के इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को भी हमने सुधारने की कोशिश की। अब जो जनता ने हमें निर्णय दिया है, हम न केवल एक कंस्ट्रक्टिव ऑपोजिशन का रोल निभाएंगे, बल्कि हम समाज सेवा, जनता के सुख दुख में काम आना, व्यक्तिगत तौर पे जिसको भी जो ज़रूरत होगी, हम लोगों के सुख दुख में हमेशा काम आएंगे, क्योंकि हम राजनीति में कोई सत्ता के लिए नहीं आए। हम राजनीति को एक ज़रिया मानते हैं जिसके ज़रिए जनता की सेवा की जा सके, जिसके ज़रिए लोगों के सुख दुख में काम आया जा सके। वो काम हम करते रहेंगे और हमें आगे भी इसी तरह से जनता के सुख दुख में काम आना है। मैं आम आदमी पार्टी के सभी कार्यकर्ताओं को बहुत बहुत बधाई देना चाहता हूं। वो बहुत शानदार चुनाव लड़े, बहुत मेहनत की, उन्होंने बहुत कुछ सहा इस पूरे चुनाव के दौरान। उन्होंने बहुत शानदार चुनाव लड़ा, इसके लिए मैं उन सबको, सभी कार्यकर्ताओं को बहुत बहुत बधाई देना चाहता हूं।
You heard Arvind Kejriwal's words, you've heard his tone. Now hear what Arvind Kejriwal had said in 2023 when he said the BJP can never defeat the Aam Aadmi Party in this life of Prime Minister Narendra Modi or in this Janam, that BJP can never defeat the Aam Aadmi Party. You heard his tone. Now hear what Kumar Vishwas, once of the Aam Aadmi Party, describes as the arrogance of Arvind Kejriwal then. Listen in.
मैं उनको कहना कहना चाहता हूं केजरीवाल को चाहे जेल में डाल दो, जेल से भी जीत जाएगी आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार। मैं नरेंद्र मोदी जी को कहना चाहता हूं, मोदी जी इस जन्म में तो आप हमको नहीं हरा सकते दिल्ली के अंदर आम आदमी पार्टी को। आपको दूसरा जन्म लेना पड़ेगा, इस जन्म में तो नहीं हरा सकते आप आम आदमी पार्टी को दिल्ली में। मोदी जी को, बीजेपी को अब ये साफ हो गया, 2014 में हार गए विधानसभा चुनाव, 2015 में हार गए विधानसभा चुनाव, 2020 में हार गए विधानसभा चुनाव, फिर अभी एमसीडी का चुनाव हार गए। तो अब इनको ये तो पक्का हो गया भाई दिल्ली में आम आदमी पार्टी से जीत नहीं सकते, ये पक्का है। दिल्ली में ये कुछ भी कर लें, कुछ भी कर लें, दिल्ली में आम आदमी पार्टी से ये जीत नहीं सकते।
There's an old saying, pride goes before the fall. BJP, of course, has finally conquered the national capital. The BJP swept Delhi after 27 long years. It's been swept into power. The Aam Aadmi Party has been swept out. The BJP finally managed to breach what was seen as the Aam Aadmi Party fortress for the past 10 years, decimating Arvind Kejriwal, defeating him in the New Delhi seat. In fact, except Atishi, some of the top leaders of the Aam Aadmi Party have lost elections, whether it's the former Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia in Jangpura or even Saurabh Bharadwaj in Greater Kailash. The BJP won the middle-class dominated seats of West Delhi, East Delhi, South Delhi. Outer Delhi is one area where the BJP is won in a big way. The Aam Aadmi Party is now leading in 23 seats. The Congress nowhere in the picture. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is set to meet party workers at the BJP headquarters for a victory celebration that happens at 7 this evening. 2025 election results is a huge turnaround for the BJP that had won only 3 seats in 2015 elections and could increase it only to 8 seats in the 2020 elections.
जीत का श्रेय है दिल्ली की जनता को, सारी नई दिल्ली के मतदाताओं को। जीत का श्रेय है हमारे दुनिया के सबसे लोकप्रिय नेता आदरणीय श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को, जिनकी ऊपर में दिल्ली के लोगों ने विश्वास जताया। जीत का श्रेय हमारे पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष आदरणीय श्री जेपी नड्डा जी को। जीत का श्रेय है हमारे गृह मंत्री आदरणीय श्री अमित शाह जी को और तमाम उन लाखों कार्यकर्ताओं को पार्टी के जिन्होंने जी जान से मेहनत करी है। तो सभी को बहुत बहुत हृदय से बधाई।
कितना टफ एक कैंपेन रहा, आपने कई सारी चीजें कही, कई सारे वादे किए। अरविंद केजरीवाल ने आप पर पर्सनल अटैक्स भी काफी किए कि पैसे बांट रहे, काफी चीजें हो रही हैं। क्या कहेंगे, कितना टफ रहा है कैंपेन?
मैं यही कहूंगा, छोड़ो कल की बातें, कल की बात पुरानी, नए दौर में लिखेंगे मिलकर नई कहानी।
आपने कहा था शीश महल में बीजेपी का मुख्यमंत्री नहीं जाएगा, तो क्या ऐसा होगा?
अभी मैंने कहा था और ऐसा होना भी चाहिए। पार्टी का विधायक दल, पार्टी की लीडरशिप तय करेंगे कि कौन हमारा मुख्यमंत्री होगा। तो जो मुख्यमंत्री बनेगा मैं उन तक अपनी बात को पहुंचाऊंगा।
हम अगले मुख्यमंत्री से बात कर रहे हैं।
ये जब पार्टी तय करेगी तो आपको नाम जो है सबको पता ही लग जाएगा और हमारा विधायक दल बैठेगा, उसके बाद में पार्टी की लीडरशिप बैठेगी, तो जो भी होगा वो सबको मंजूर होगा।
There is a process. That process will start immediately. It will take a little time because finally it has to be approved at our highest body, which is the parliamentary board. And after that, whoever becomes the leader of the BJP in the assembly, in the Delhi assembly, will be a very good leader and will start implementing the Sankalp Patra immediately from day one.
Can we expect a name in the next 15 days at least?
Oh, I'm sure it'll be before that, earlier than that. Yes.
Earlier than that. So some name we'll get a clarity at least in a week's time or 10 days' time?
I don't want to speculate because, as I said, we're a party which believes in principles and processes. And although I'm a member of the team, as an individual, I should not be making any comments. It'll go through the process and the parliamentary board will decide.
मारवा साहब, आपके समर्थक बहुत देर से इंतजार कर रहे थे। बहुत बहुत बधाई और धुआंधार जीत।
ये इनकी जीत है, जो हमारे कार्यकर्ता, मैं भी एक कार्यकर्ता हूँ भारतीय जनता पार्टी का। जिस दिन मोदी जी ने स्टेटमेंट दे दी थी, रैली कर दी थी, उस दिन पूरी दिल्ली में एक संदेशा चला गया था मोदी जी का और इसीलिए मैं बार बार कह रहा था हम 2/3 मेजॉरिटी से आएंगे। वो पूरा हुआ और केजरीवाल भी भारी मतों से हारा, सिसोदिया भी भारी मतों से हारा। अभी चेहरा था क्योंकि डिप्टी सीएम रहा है 11 साल, तो चेहरा करके।
थी कि आपको लगता है मोदी जी आए उसका ज्यादा असर हुआ?
मोदी जी और अमित शाह जी भी आए, उसका बड़ा असर पड़ा लोगों में। जो अमित शाह जी कह के गए उसी दिन कह दिया था कि मैं जीत रहा हूँ।
जी अब तो मुस्कुरा दो।
नहीं मुस्कुरा देंगे।
अच्छा ये बताइए, अरविंद केजरीवाल के बाद सबसे बड़ा, अरविंद केजरीवाल के बाद सबसे बड़ा देखिए यहाँ पे जय श्री राम के नारे हो रहे। अरविंद केजरीवाल के बाद मनीष सिसोदिया ही सबसे बड़ा चेहरा है, तो आपको लगता है आपकी दावेदारी भी बड़ी हो जाती है जहाँ तक सीएम, उप मुख्यमंत्री और मंत्री बनने का सवाल है?
देखो, कार्यकर्ता की कोई डिमांड नहीं होती, पहली बात तो सुन लो। हम मोदी जी के, अमित शाह जी के, जेपी नड्डा जी के कार्यकर्ता है। हमारी कोई डिमांड नहीं। मैं तो यही शुक्रिया करता हूँ भाई अमित शाह जी का, नरेंद्र मोदी जी का और जेपी नड्डा जी का, जिन्होंने मुझे इस काबिलियत समझा कि मुझे मनीष सिसोदिया के खिलाफ उतारा, क्योंकि और भी बड़े चेहरे थे लेकिन उन्होंने विश्वास दिखाया।
गढ़ था आम आदमी पार्टी का, जंगपुरा
गढ़ था, लगातार गढ़ था। मेंबर पार्लियामेंट के भी इलेक्शन में हम 2400 से हार के निकले थे, आपको मालूम है।
लड्डू की बरसात होगी, लड्डू और गुजिया की,
लड्डू जलेबी की भी होगी।
मिल्कीपुर विधानसभा उपचुनाव का परिणाम झूठ एवं लूट की राजनीति पर पूर्ण विराम का स्पष्ट संकेत कर रही है। आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में सेवा, सुरक्षा, सुशासन और लोक कल्याणकारी जो कार्य पिछले 11 वर्षों से निरंतर चल रहे हैं, उनकी विजय है। मैं दिल्ली में विजयी हुए सभी प्रत्याशियों को, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के सभी कार्यकर्ताओं को हृदय से बधाई देता हूं और आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष आदरणीय श्री जेपी नड्डा जी, रणनीतिकार के रूप में केंद्रीय गृह और सहकारिता मंत्री आदरणीय श्री अमित शाह जी समेत केंद्रीय नेतृत्व को 2.5 दशक के बाद दिल्ली में कमल खिलाने के लिए हृदय से अभिनंदन करता हूं। दिल्ली में झूठ और लूट की राजनीति पर पूर्ण विराम हुआ है। अब हमारा राष्ट्रीय राजधानी भी विकास, सुशासन और लोक कल्याणकारी योजनाओं का सही लाभ दिल्ली वासियों को प्रदान करने में सफल होगा। पिछले लगभग 2.5 दशक से और पिछले 11 वर्षों से तो जो स्थिति दिल्ली के अंदर पैदा कर दी गई थी, उसने दिल्ली को बहुत पीछे धकेल दिया, जनता को बुनियादी सुविधाओं से वंचित किया। वेलफेयर के नाम पर वास्तविक जो लोक कल्याणकारी योजनाएं थी, उनसे जनता को वंचित रख करके जिस प्रकार की लूट और झूठ की राजनीति को प्रश्रय दिया, उसका पर्दाफाश हुआ। अब हम कह सकते हैं मां यमुना के तट पर बसी हुई दिल्ली विकास का रसास्वादन करेगी और दिल्ली वासियों को उन सभी वेलफेयर स्कीम का लाभ प्राप्त हो पाएगा जिसमें बैरियर का काम दिल्ली के अंदर आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार पिछले 11 वर्षों से कर रही थी। ऐसे ही उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर अयोध्या जनपद की मिल्कीपुर विधानसभा का उपचुनाव इस समाजवादी पार्टी के परिवारवाद और झूठ की राजनीति को पूर्ण विराम देते हुए डबल इंजन सरकार के सेवा, सुरक्षा और सुशासन के मॉडल को अंगीकार किया है। जनता जनार्दन ने बहुत स्पष्ट किया है कि भले ही अपने राजनीतिक स्वार्थ के लिए समाजवादी पार्टी कितना भी झूठ का सहारा क्यों न ले ले, कितना बड़ा प्रोपेगेंडा क्यों ना कर ले, लेकिन जनता जनार्दन उन्हें सबक सिखाने के लिए पूरी तत्परता के साथ कार्य कर रही है। अयोध्या का ये परिणाम लगभग 61,000 वोट से भारतीय जनता पार्टी के चंद्रभान पासवान की विजय इस बात को प्रमाणित करती है कि जनता जनार्दन का विश्वास डबल इंजन की भारतीय जनता पार्टी सरकार और प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में है। मैं चंद्रभान पासवान की विजयी होने पर भारतीय जनता पार्टी और सहयोगी दलों के सभी पदाधिकारियों को, अयोध्या के मिल्कीपुर विधानसभा के सभी कार्यकर्ताओं का हृदय से अभिनंदन करता हूं, बधाई देता हूं और उन्हें इस बात के लिए आश्वस्त करता हूं कि जिस विश्वास के साथ उन्होंने डबल इंजन की भारतीय जनता पार्टी पर विश्वास जताया है, उनकी आशा और अपेक्षाओं पर ये डबल इंजन की भारतीय जनता पार्टी सरकार खरा उतरेगी और झूठ और लूट की राजनीति को हमेशा के लिए पूर्ण विराम देने के लिए दिल्ली और उत्तर प्रदेश के इन चुनावों ने जो परिणाम दिए हैं वह सचमुच अभिनंदनीय हैं और एक सुखद भविष्य की ओर हमें ले जाने के लिए एक नई प्रेरणा भी प्रदान कर रहे हैं। मैं सभी कार्यकर्ताओं को इसके लिए हृदय से बधाई देता हूं।
सबसे पहले तो मैं दिल्ली की जनता का धन्यवाद करूंगा, अपने मोती नगर के परिवारजनों का धन्यवाद करूंगा, मेरे ऊपर जिन्होंने आशीर्वाद दिया, मेरे पिताजी, हमारे मोदी जी का आशीर्वाद, अमित शाह जी का आशीर्वाद, नड्डा जी का आशीर्वाद, उनकी ब्लेसिंग, उनका जो सब स्नेह रहा, उनके लिए मैं उन सबको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूं। जिस प्रकार से सब लोग दिल्ली के अंदर भी और मेरी मोती नगर विधानसभा के अंदर भी कार्यकर्ता भी लगे रहे, उनका भी दिल से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। ये जीत जो है जनता की जीत है और जिस प्रकार से उन्होंने एक जो जिम्मेवारी सौंपी है उसको हम निश्चित तौर के ऊपर अच्छी तरह निभाएंगे।
So Arvind Kejriwal had asked voters of Delhi before the elections, vote for me if you think I am kattar, imandar or absolutely honest, and he's been voted out of power. The people of Delhi have spoken. The government meanwhile has just issued a clarification. The government has said that rumors are being spread that the Delhi Secretariat has been sealed off. These reports are incorrect. These reports are mischievous. The Delhi Secretariat is functioning as normal. It's functioning in a normal manner as it was functioning earlier. It is being ensured, and the sting is in the tail. Hear the government statement. It is being ensured that no official papers, no files, no records, no data, no laptop, no computers, no hard drives, etc. are being removed by anyone from any of the offices in the Delhi Secretariat, and safety and security of all official records is being ensured. The cooperation in this regard from all concerned is solicited. That's the statement that comes in from the government on reports that the Secretariat had been sealed after Arvind Kejriwal's Aam Aadmi Party lost elections, reduced to 22, leading or won in 22 of the 70 seats, as 87.4% of all polls voted have been counted so far. Lot of reactions that are coming in from across the national capital. We'll get to those reactions. We'll also tell you in greater detail the significance of BJP's victory in Ayodhya, in Milkipur. And you just heard Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath talk about it. He campaigned extensively even in Delhi. Much, much more on the other side of a short break. Stay with us.
Google, how do I do a wing liner? AI Ray. Flip the script with the new Motorola Razr 50 series.
Hello, Moto.
They decode the complex, making sense of the battle for power. They stand for trust, built over decades, earned with every analysis, every trend. They question.
सारी दिल्ली को शराबी बना दिया.
They challenge.
अभी जो सरकार आई हुई है, लोग बाग खाने के भी लाले पड़े हुए हैं.
They report to empower your choice.
We don't want LG taking our decisions. We don't have that kind of access to him.
They are your eyes on the ground, always there, where every vote matters. They are the election dream team.
In association with Tata AIG Health Insurance.
मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी, चाहे जो भी हो मैं हूँ, चाहे जो भी हो मैं हूँ, गले से लगा बिन सोचे कल हो.
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप? सर,
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता. टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस. विद यू लाइक फैमिली. विद यू ऑलवेज.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Hi, I am AI anchor Sana, bringing the top headlines for you, presented by Motorola. BJP heads for landslide victory in Delhi, BJP to form government after 27 years. Arvind Kejriwal loses New Delhi seat, Manish Sisodia also loses Jangpura seat. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is scheduled to visit BJP headquarters in Delhi today at 7 p.m. to address workers.
Budget day viewership super smash, crushing claims, shattering competition, not just domination, total annihilation.
Just the massive, monstrous lead that India today enjoys over all competition.
Goodbye to fakers, fixers and fuzzies, forever unstoppable, unbreakable, untouchable. India's only #1 channel, India Today, the gold standard.
कि बीजेपी के ऐसे कौन से मुद्दे थे जो आगे उसको लेकर के गई और आम आदमी पार्टी एकदम पीछे चली गई.
भरोसा.
आम आदमी पार्टी
नड्डा जी
का काम दिल्ली के अंदर आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार पिछले 11 वर्षों से कर रही थी. ऐसे ही उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर अयोध्या जनपद की मिल्कीपुर विधानसभा का उपचुनाव इस समाजवादी पार्टी के परिवारवाद और झूठ की राजनीति को पूर्ण विराम देते हुए डबल इंजन सरकार के सेवा, सुरक्षा और सुशासन के मॉडल को अंगीकार किया है. जनता जनार्दन ने बहुत स्पष्ट किया है कि भले ही अपने राजनीतिक स्वार्थ के लिए समाजवादी पार्टी कितना भी झूठ का सहारा क्यों न ले ले, कितना बड़ा प्रोपेगेंडा क्यों ना कर ले, लेकिन जनता जनार्दन उन्हें सबक सिखाने के लिए पूरी तत्परता के साथ कार्य कर रही है. अयोध्या का ये परिणाम लगभग 61,000 वोट से भारतीय जनता पार्टी के चंद्रभान पासवान की विजय इस बात को प्रमाणित करती है कि जनता जनार्दन का विश्वास डबल इंजन की भारतीय जनता पार्टी सरकार और प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में है। मैं चंद्रभान पासवान के विजयी होने पर भारतीय जनता पार्टी और सहयोगी दलों के सभी पदाधिकारियों को, अयोध्या के मिल्कीपुर विधानसभा के सभी कार्यकर्ताओं का हृदय से अभिनंदन करता हूं, बधाई देता हूं और उन्हें इस बात के लिए आश्वस्त करता हूं कि जिस
all the latest information, inputs and analysis. And this is very, very interesting. Where does the victory come from? Where does the victory margin come from? So the BJP as of now at 48, leading in 48, that's up 40. The Aam Aadmi Party at 22, and that's down 40. So that spectacular shift of the Aam Aadmi Party vote has happened directly to the Bharatiya Janata Party. Now, when you look at the victory margin, because often a lot is talked about the victory margin. If the victory margin is less, the seats can go either side. But when you look at the victory margin, only 3 seats with less than 500. Of course, all 3 have gone to the BJP. Less than 1,000, just about 5 seats. One's gone to AAP, 4 to the Bharatiya Janata Party. Less than 3,000. I also want to get you those seats. 7 to the BJP, 2 to the Aam Aadmi Party. To a very large extent, it's a very decisive mandate for the Bharatiya Janata Party. I also want to get you what many people say, that some castes were not voting for the Bharatiya Janata Party. But how does that pan out? When you look at the Dalits, the Aam Aadmi Party has won 10, which is down 12. The BJP has won 13, which is up 12. So that big Dalit outreach has worked for the Bharatiya Janata Party. What about the Gujars, which was seen as a stronghold for the Bharatiya Janata Party? The outer area, the BJP has won 6, which is up 3 from last time. The Aam Aadmi Party has won 3, down. As far as the Congress Party is concerned, well, the Congress Party was at 0, remains at 0. But then they have damaged the Aam Aadmi Party in some seats. We'll talk about that also. But now when you talk about the upper caste votes, and there are 42 seats here, the BJP at 33, up 27. The Aam Aadmi Party 9, down 27. And very, very interesting matrix all over. When you take a look at, well, if you talk about the swing seats, let me also get you information on the swing seats in Delhi. But before I get you that, I want to get you the latest on what's been happening in the national capital. The Aam Aadmi Party has been swept out of power in Delhi, and how the BJP has breached the Aam Aadmi Party fortress of the national capital after 27 years. And it was a shocking defeat for Arvind Kejriwal personally in the New Delhi seat. But if you look at some of his top associates, from former Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia to, of course, Atishi has won in Kalkaji, but several others who were seen as very strong. Satyendra Jain was seen as a very, very strong candidate. He's lost. Saurabh Bharadwaj has lost at Greater Kailash. Arvind Kejriwal conceded defeat. He lost to Parvesh Verma in New Delhi by a margin of about 4,000 votes. He said he accepts the mandate of the people of Delhi and will play the role of a constructive opposition. Former Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi, Manish Sisodia, he too lost the Jangpura seat to BJP's Tarvinder Singh Marwa. Again, the BJP has made a big effort to reach out to the Punjabis, to the Sikhs, once seen as strong vote base during the times of Sahib Singh Verma, and before that Madan Lal Khurana. Incidentally, Madan Lal Khurana's son has also won, and Sahib Singh Verma's son has also won. Delhi's sitting Chief Minister, now outgoing Chief Minister Atishi, one of the survivors, she managed to scrape through at Kalkaji, defeating BJP's Ramesh Biduri. All the Aam Aadmi Party biggies, they had to bite dust in these elections, and not just Arvind Kejriwal and Manish Sisodia. Saurabh Bharadwaj, for example, he lost Greater Kailash. Durgesh Pathak lost. Satyendra Jain lost. Somnath Bharti lost the Malviya Nagar seat. And these were considered strong bastions of the Aam Aadmi Party. Lots of reactions coming in. Listen in.
हमने पिछले 10 साल में जनता ने जो मौका दिया हमें, उन 10 सालों में हमने बहुत सारे काम किए। शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में, स्वास्थ्य के क्षेत्र में, पानी के क्षेत्र में, बिजली के क्षेत्र में, और भी अलग अलग तरीके से लोगों को राहत पहुंचाने की कोशिश की उनकी ज़िंदगी में, और दिल्ली के इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को भी हमने सुधारने की कोशिश की। अब जो जनता ने हमें निर्णय दिया है, हम न केवल एक कंस्ट्रक्टिव ऑपोजिशन का रोल निभाएंगे, बल्कि हम समाज सेवा, जनता के सुख दुख में काम आना, व्यक्तिगत तौर पे जिसको भी जो ज़रूरत होगी, हम लोगों के सुख दुख में हमेशा काम आएंगे। क्योंकि हम राजनीति में कोई सत्ता के लिए नहीं आए, हम राजनीति को एक ज़रिया मानते हैं जिसके ज़रिए जनता की सेवा की जा सके, जिसके ज़रिए लोगों के सुख दुख में काम आया जा सके। वो काम हम करते रहेंगे और हमें आगे भी इसी तरह से जनता के सुख दुख में काम आना है। आज दिल्ली के चुनाव के नतीजे आए हैं और जनता का जो भी निर्णय है, जनता का जो भी फैसला है, उसे हम पूरी विनम्रता के साथ स्वीकार करते हैं। जनता का निर्णय सर माथे पर। मैं भारतीय जनता पार्टी को इस जीत के लिए बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं और मैं उम्मीद करता हूं कि जिस उम्मीद के साथ और जिस आशा के साथ लोगों ने उनको बहुमत दिया है, वो उन सभी उम्मीदों और आशाओं पे पूरा उतरेंगे।
दिल्ली की जनता का जनादेश है, हमें जनादेश स्वीकार है। मैं अपनी सीट जीती हूँ, लेकिन ये जीत का समय नहीं है, ये जंग का समय ही है। जंग जारी रहेगी भारतीय जनता पार्टी के खिलाफ, उनकी तानाशाही और उनकी गुंडागर्दी के खिलाफ। ये जरूर एक सेटबैक है, लेकिन आम आदमी पार्टी का संघर्ष दिल्ली के लोगों के लिए, देश के लोगों के लिए कभी खत्म नहीं होगा।
जंगपुरा विधानसभा का चुनाव हम सब कार्यकर्ताओं ने मिलकर बहुत मेहनत से लड़ा। जंगपुरा विधानसभा के लोगों ने भी बहुत प्यार, मोहब्बत, सम्मान दिया, लेकिन 600 वोट से लगभग 600 वोट से उसमें हम पीछे रह गए। तो मैं जो कैंडिडेट जीते हैं उनको बधाई देता हूं और उम्मीद करता हूं कि जंगपुरा की समस्याओं को वो हल करेंगे, जंगपुरा के लोगों की जितनी भी चीज़ें हैं उनको हल करेंगे। बाकी तो अब बाकी देखते हैं।
मैं आम आदमी पार्टी के और ग्रेटर कैलाश में हमारे तमाम सपोर्टर्स, वॉलंटियर्स और डोनर्स जिन्होंने हमारे साथ कंधे से कंधा मिला के इतनी लंबी लड़ाई लड़ी, उनका बहुत शुक्रिया करना चाहूँगा और ये बताना चाहूँगा कि आप डरिएगा मत, आप हताश मत होइएगा। ये छोटी छोटी लड़ाइयाँ हम हारते हैं, बड़ी जंग जीती जाती है। स्मॉल बैटल्स आर लॉस्ट टू विन अ बिगर वॉर।
So that's quite a spirited thing for Saurabh Bharadwaj to say, that they may have lost a battle, but they're still there to fight that war. Very, very interesting what that war is or would be in the days and weeks ahead, and what the Bharatiya Janata Party's priorities would be: development of Delhi or prosecution when it comes to the Sheesh Mahal case or the Delhi liquors case, and several others that the BJP wants to pursue in the days and months ahead. We put that question to Parvesh Verma. He said everything will happen simultaneously: development and prosecution to bring back funds. All that and much more on the other side of a quick break. Stay with us.
Hey Google, how do I do a wing liner? AI Ray. Flip the script with the new Motorola Razr 50 series.
Hello, Moto.
मुस्कुराए लड़खड़ाए जिंदगी, चाहे जो भी हो मैं हूँ, चाहे जो भी हो मैं हूँ। गले से लगा बिन सोचे कल हो।
सर, पेशेंट के लिए कौन सा रूम प्रेफर करेंगे आप? सर,
जिंदगी भर के प्यार का कोई रेट कार्ड नहीं होता। टाटा AIG हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, विद यू लाइक फैमिली, with you always.
सबसे पहले तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी के लोगों को जीत मिली है, उन्हें बधाई।
Under Arvind Kejriwal ji had not had the chance to sort of work on these issues. They say that they built schools, but if 80% of the schools that they built still have a vacant position for their principal, then what kind of schools have they built? A school is not built just from the building. A school is not built from pools, auditoriums. A school is built when the students are ready to study. I ask AAP's government why none of their ministers' kids had studied in these government schools that they said that they had built in these colleges. So I feel as though these are the priority issues that BJP and my dad is going to work on and is going to deliver in the next 5 years.
And Prisha, for you, what are priority areas where the BJP or your father especially should be focusing on, that you would want your father to focus on?
I think air pollution is one thing which is, I've been studying environmental science and even listening to all youth concerns. The main one that came out, that stood out, was air pollution. How Delhi, which is the capital of the nation, nobody wants to visit this place because of the air quality index, and how people are scared to even send their kids to schools every day. Schools are shutting down. If because of such an issue, schools, their education is coming at risk, that they have to sacrifice going to schools because of such reasons, then I think the government should definitely work towards it. And I think Papa's main focus, one of his main focuses, should be on combating air pollution.
Okay. Shivan, there are those who say that the BJP may have come to power, but connecting with the youth does remain a challenge. But that is something that during the campaign, all of you worked on extensively with the BJP. A youth connect, a women connect.
Kejriwal did say that women are voting for him, but I did not see that happen. I think all they want is for their families to stay intact, their families to stay close-knit. And in COVID, during COVID, when their family members were dying, he was busy releasing the liquor policy, which was instead destroying their families. And I think the youth and women have given their support to us, have put their trust in us, and we will not let them down.
Okay. Sanidhi, what was the toughest part of this battle in the past 1.5 months, when your dad came home and said, it's the New Delhi seat that I have to contest on? What was it that the family went through?
I would say that initially we were all quite doubtful. He had been talking about wanting to fight against Mr. Arvind Kejriwal for quite some time by then, and we were all quite stressed. But when we started door-to-door campaigning, when we started connecting with people on the ground, the confidence slowly started to build up. The people, as my sister and my brother have already pointed out, were quite sick